Oi, oi. Flat Earth British, Martinliedtke speaking. Double flat thumbs to infinity thrice, and welcome to FEB's Flaterthon sort of fundraising event where I am going to deliver possibly the best post that ever was. Tribute, maybe. We'll see how it goes. But I feel that this is hours and hours and hours of the best brain splats anyone's ever seen on YouTube collected in one place at one time. I'm going to give that to you because you're the epic Flat Earth British think tank. And if you knew or sat and reflect on what we have achieved as a think tank, it's going to blow your fucking head off. It really is. So we got a lot coming, guys. I'm going to go as long as StreamYard will permit. I'm not sure. I think it may be around 6 hours, maybe something like that. But I can go all night. I'm going to show you all that. So it will be fantastic. I'm going to welcome a few of you into chat. Let a few people file in because it is rather early. I'm going to give you a little idea of what we're going to be doing here tonight. It is important work, I feel. And this is a warning, I guess, and a word to the wise. I study history, guys. Okay. And I can say that there seems to be like a little side movement that has just kicked off where truthers have taken it upon themselves to try and validate official history for some fucking reason when they don't really watch the hours and hours, actually 2,000 videos put in by Flat Earth British alone, never mind all the others like John, Levy, UAP, Conspiracy RS, and all the rest of the guys out there, guys, have put thousands and thousands of hours of evidences that history's a lie. And what's more, this place is prone to resets, the reset of civilization. You're going through one now. They're telling you in this new creepy world that they are going to pull out for us. You're going to have to decide whether you want to go there, because I don't think that's going to happen, guys. I think that there's going to be a breakthrough in consciousness. I feel it coming. I feel it coming soon. I'm like literally got like a real big buzz on right now and a trembling sort of sensation just thinking about what we did and what we do, guys. We stood up. We stood up for ourselves. We said, no, we don't consent. Fuck you. We're good people. We got families. We love them. We want the future for them. And we don't want this crazy, weird shit that you've just done. And more to come. Let me show you what history repeats. And let me show you the handbook that they go by. And believe me, guys, believe me when I say the devil's masterpiece, which this fiction reality is, will be carried out if we don't do something about it, and soon. I'm feeling it more than I'm feeling that more than some people, that I just really feel that everybody should just get rid of them. Fuck them off and start a new world, because the one that they want, this new reset, is highly sinister, guys. You know what they want for us. You know all the technologies they're using on us, or they're trying to use on us. We'll cover a lot in this post anyway. So I just went all dark all of a sudden. Oh, there you are. I'm back. So it is awesome to see you. Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic show. I'm going to be shouting for donations every now and again through the 6 hours, because this is like an emergency situation. I do not want to disappear and go off and do bullshit stuff in the Matrix. That's not going to suit me after everything that I've done. And to be honest, I covered it all in the last 24 hours, not really sleeping, thinking about it all, thinking about you guys, and thinking about what it really means to me. Truth, I mean. And how far we come. You know, some of the stuff that we have covered and uncovered over the years, you know, Antiquitech, airships, you know, the Skype and phones in antiquity, all of the NASA fakery we've poured out over and over, the uncovering of the Phoenicians and their watery wickedness, the giants, the cryptids, the four angels, electromagnetic model for this place, the fasces, the most important weapon and the most important device in history. Fake wars, some of that we're going to be looking at shortly. Circuit board city, 100% definitely a thing. Missing peoples, everybody in Christendom gone missing. All the cities empty in the mid-Victorian era. What's with that? Noah's flood, is that what we're the remnants of? A post-apocalyptic society after a major mud flood incident? Sure, that's exactly what's going on. And they are winding down. technasmia, the technology of vibration and resonance, and San Francisco and all of the American city fires that are inexplicable, the great expositions. What can we say about these unbelievable cities that just disappeared off the face of the earth like they never ever existed, only in pictures, fully electrified in another time? Bell technology, we covered that. We've covered the churches, we've covered everything from Russia invading America to organ technology and 1,000 things besides. Just reflect on that for a moment, guys. None of this was known or talked about or thought about before Flat Earth British think tank. Have a think about that. So, what we're going to talk about, I'm going to come and give you a few shouts. I just had a real good giggle coming into the beginning of this show. Check this out for a groovy comment that had me absolutely. We're going to have some fun along the way. Don't worry about that. That's a definite. So I want to give this guy a shout here. I've got love for this guy and his beautiful family, who he takes out truth in. If you are there, his wife, Michelle, you are echoes of my wife that had to put up with my craziness back when I was young. Because, Ray, you remind me of me and your epic not giving a fuckness. But that's what we need in this place. Okay, we need that spirit. You've got to be careful of them, though. I'm just saying that. I know you've got your mind, but like when you went for that baldy guy in the shopping centre. Yeah, he was a twat and he made your little boy cry. They got it all on camera, brother. You can't do fuck all anymore. So we had a discussion about cakes, which was highly intellectual. And one of our crew here, XJ, has been making some interesting truth observations concerning Bob Ross. Now, it may be true. I can't really validate. But he says Bob Ross is a serial killer, and he's putting the clues into, or was putting the clues into paintings. What if Bob Ross was a serial killer and his paintings were where he hides his bodies? Happy little accident. X-Gen. That is nutty. But humorous. So, Squirrel Snipers in the house, brothers and sisters, one day we will be free from fighting violence. Violent peoples dancing in the street. Oh, Goose Pimple Squirrel will walk hand in hand, brothers and sisters, and we'll make it to the promised land. Brothers, sisters. Ow, you're smashing it right here, right now. I just earned a new subscriber, Eddie Wayne. Fucking hell, we are smashing it on the high road. Good to see you, Skate Pack. Good to see you, my brother Alva Billy. All you guys, can you just imagine, like in the future, when we think back about all of this crazy time, that just all of it, what's been happening? I don't know where the future's going, but I got a distinct suspicion of what they will do if we don't make a stand and do something about it. I'm not talking about anything nutty or violent, because that would be just being the same as them. Okay, fucking stupid. No, we got another way of doing it, and that is by telling everybody the score. I'm only too happy, my soul really loves this bit, to let the cat out of the bag and tell you guys, because you all deserve it, okay, the truth about this place. And the reset is a given, guys. I'm afraid it's true. And they tell us, and they know it. Okay, now this reset that's going down now, they've just brought in a new spooky world of strange technologies. AI is a bit of a psycho. Everything else is going on, and everyone's suspicious that we're just on a holodeck anyway. Nobody, I don't think, in the real world actually is going with any globe thinking anymore. Not even the ones that say they are. I think by now, so many people are looking at it. I think they got deep suspicions, because it doesn't take a genius to work out we're looking at CGI and cartoons. And that ISS is just fucking nonsense. I got some Skylab images. They were doing the same thing back on Skylab. Tight belt, square bodies, because men have square bodies, don't they, when they got harnesses on. So yeah, we've done a lot. So what we're going to cover in this Devil's Masterpiece, okay, this thing came in maybe 400 or 500 years ago. There's been a couple of resets since, okay. They came in with the heliocentric thinking. It's not as ancient as you might think, and we haven't been around as long as you may think. I don't even think these people we look at in some of these ancient alchemical texts or texts from the 16th century are actually us. or any connection with us, I feel that we be delivered later. We're going to look at the circumstances for mud floods. We're going to do a brief synopsis in case some of you don't know. We're going to look into some unbelievable subjects in this, guys. Some stuff none of you have ever seen before. And the images that I show today are fresh, new to Flat Earth British, all mind-blowing, all very, very juicy. I can assure you of that, okay? And some of them are painful to look, because we're going to talk about a subject that is, like I said, you know, the devil is sort of ruling this realm. Everyone of them seem to be happy to go with it. To my mind, during lockdown and all of that craziness, they did all right, a lot of them, you know. If they sold into it and, you know, they wore the mask, took the jab, they were looked after. But that was only on the short term, because they're not being looked after anymore. And now they're thinking, holy shit, I just sold out cheap and now I'm going to fucking die, right? What does that leave for the rest of us? Say the truthers, for example. Is that what they want for the new world? Critical thinking, intelligent, feeling, empathic people, loving people. Is that what they want? Because that's the world I want. That's the world for the children to be safe in. Don't you? So they can run safe and not have to worry about fucking this crazy place. Surely to God, that's what we all want, don't we? One thing I noticed about all the people on this realm, guys, 222 says watching there, is no matter where they come from, the Arab nations, the African nations, South America, North America, and Christian world, doesn't even matter. We all want the same thing. We all love our families and we all want the best for them, right or wrong? I know. So we're going to look into a lot of subjects. Later on in this post, we're going to look into some Tartarian stuff, Tartarian long-haired beauties. We're going to look into how long have cosmetics actually been around, because they weren't around in the so-called Victorian era, but they seem to be around in the ancient, so-called ancient Egyptian era. We're going to start with, as I said, a brief synopsis of mud flood. I'm going to run through my version of events from the knowledge that I've acquired over the years, and I'm going to hit you up with that. So I'm guessing this has been a long time coming, really, guys, to be able to try and do this in one go. Like I said, it's going to take hours, but what the fuck? And it's all very, very juicy. So looking forward to that. Marticus Farticus has spoken. Okay. So if you do get your mind blown, and I am definitely out to basically maybe get an emotion out of you. I'm going to get laughter out of you. I'm going to get an emotion, which would be akin to heartbreak. But I don't do that because I do it because I want you to see what they do. I want you to know what they do, and I want you to know where they're going. Okay, guys? We can't let them lull us into a false sense of security with this fake-ass plastic fucking world, okay? It's not working for me. I'm not falling for it whatsoever. I'm just not. It is against spirituality, and it's against the Creator. I feel it in my being that is where all of that is going. I'm not feeling any of their structure is geared towards real human expression and equal opportunities. Okay, they've got national socialism going on, the same as the Nazis. Okay, it's about all of them. They're all jabbed up. They all have the fucking Queenie stuff. They all have sport, flags, armies, wars, nationalism, and all fake entities. And they just basically set up new fake entities for peoples to be fearing of. Okay, fear is their greatest tool. If you are like myself and a lot of people in this chat, without fear of them, then we can move mountains. Okay, guys, we can do everything that we think that we're going to do. Okay, and that includes seeing them off for a better world. I want to see the indigo children do what they've been brought here for, and to see this world instilled in my lifetime soon is what I want, for the love of all. And that's where I came in, and that's what I've been doing here. Okay, guys, I have fucking just been sidetracked and fucked over the entire time to take me away from this moment of what I know clearly that I have to do. So we're going to look into the wars. We're going to look into what happens in the Second World War to collaborators of the enemy. We're going to look into war crimes very much similar to the war crimes that are going on today, like the genocide that is going on as we sit here. It's happening everywhere in the world. It's a reset, and they tell you to your face, and they're using spells, they're using black magic, and the governments are using it the same way as the Nazis use it, with symbology. You know, this Ukrainian thing that looks just like the SS symbol, and they're using three, you know, like if you say things three times, it's a spell, and they're using, like the Nazis did, strength through joy, and same slogans. You know, Bush and Trump were using Nazi slogans early on in their propaganda of their campaigns, but they're doing it now. They're doing it now. They're telling you that this world that is coming is going to be built bigger, and it's going to be built better. It's not. It's built of shit, glass and metal. There's not going to last a reset. Okay, don't fool us for 1 second. And I'm not blinded by them, guys. I'm not blinded by them and their bullshit. I can see what they're up to as clear as day. Trev PDS, evening to you, my friend. Brennan, where you been, man? What homie? Bumblebee tuner to you, my friend. Let's see if I can make that brighter again. Oh, that's weird. So yeah, buckle in, guys, because I'm going to take you on a crazy ride. We have got so much in this post. We're going to look at dog heads. We're going to look at so much. Have a look in the descriptions box. I've written it all down. And if I run out, I'll just come out with some more, because I could just keep coming out with stuff until the cows come home, which could be a mighty long time. Esley, lightning strikes. Yeah, lightning strikes are increasing. Heart attacks in the young are increasing. Since when was that a thing? 200 football players. I'm Carios. Thank you as well. I'm Carios. And lovely, lovely Lindsay. Miss me some FEB fun. Well, we're glad you're here and bringing your lovely, beautiful vibration with us, Lindsay. With you. Love to you. Love to all your family. Mo, my brother, Red Brick Mudflood building, martinliedtke. I have a few pics of mud flooders from Quebec City. I have too. I've got a Quebec City folder, Mo. I've got a folder on probably every city in the entire world of mud flood. I don't think anyone's been sent more mud flood than me. Circuit board cities, this is your favourite, is it, Ray? Oh, all right, then I'm gonna look up with Ray. Okay, the Jollyman, because he's normal and real, and like, just to me, I'm just saying, it's like YouTube is not a nice place. Not a nice place to play. A bit like the music industry, I guess, where things are spiteful. And YouTube are stupid spiteful. So just to avoid the analytic and the algorithm that doesn't like me very much, or not that I give a fuck, because if I wasn't getting stamped on by YouTube, I think I was doing something wrong. Make sure to share this show. Share the show. Click subscription with the other 50,000 odd and all the others on all the other channels. Join them, okay? Because they know a good thing. Okay, they know a good thing. When we're going to look into the mystery of the giant's foot as well. That'll be a bit of a thing. I'm going to put a special message out to Charles Bronson later on in this post. So anyone who's out there in any secure British prison, get a message to Charles Bronson. Flat Earth British, martinliedtke has a proposition for you on your release, which will be soon. Okay? Okay, that's good. You're going to enjoy that bit. So yeah, we're going to get stuck in a minute. Let me give a few more of you some shouts. Let me just wet my whistle. So let's see how many hours we can get through. What does the four angels symbolism mean? Jay Smith, get onto the Tartarian channel and watch The Greatest Secret Ever Told, my series. And I also wrote a book, The Holy Grail of Our Flat Earth, concerning the four angels, which is the electromagnetic model for this place where we are. Okay, it's like a Tesla motor. Okay, Tesla motor is the same as the structure of our Earth. Okay, it is macro to micro is the Tesla motor to the flat plane electromagnetic model. Is this a recap of all the years? It is. I would like to do something more comprehensive, but we'll see what we can get out in 6 hours because, like, all these thousands of videos. I was going through it and I'm like, shit. You know, this was 5 years ago, and like so much has happened since then in this, you know, this movement. It's just can't believe it. It really, I just can't believe it. I'm going through it. I'm like, my mind's just blown. I was like, fuck me, we did that. What? And then I just see the exponential everywhere in the realm. Everyone knowing about it. And mudflood, that's addictive. Once they see that, they can't unsee the mudflood. So, King Schnurgle Gerson, my eminence, good to see you. Welcome back. The olden days were the golden days. Yeah, they tell you now. We never had it so good. So there's a big message there. They always say the reverse. So it was fantastic before. We'd see that by the evidence of the old photographs anyway, which I'll show you a lot of in this. There's going to be hundreds and hundreds of images in this you've never seen before. Okay, guys? And they will be beautiful. We're going to have some music. We're going to have some laughs. You into that? See if you find anything else on YouTube like that tonight. Go on. Dare you. A double dip, dare you. Ryan, Mac, Prom, resistance is prudent. Yeah, we didn't have to do any of it. I don't have to keep, you know, I don't want to, you know, tell you guys when you already know the score, really. It's just, I find it a very frustrating business when they're just going to go and spin out these two new fuckheads of British government. They got some guy actually like who gives a fuck, and some horrible little woman nobody's ever seen before. Trust or whatever her name is. I don't even give a shit. They can't have them ruling Britain. No, I'm British. I'm not having it. I'm flat earth British. I'm just not having it. So there's another Brit. Expat lives in Tenerife. My precious brother who is rich. Oh, it's the magic treehouse. We have disengaged from it, from the false reality we are trying to manifest. Yeah, this is where we all manifest unified brains together. We can just smash it right here, right now, guys. Listen, we can change the world right here tonight. Did you know that? Every day you can do that. Oh, thank you, Daniel Huntley, who just slotted me 15 quid. Oh, thanks so fucking much. I'm trying to get my shit together, my rent together, in fact. I'm 2 months worth of it. JP, see Loyal Tangy. So probably 7 hours, Loyal Tangy. She's been with me years, and the Loyal Tangy is very, very well named. There's another one that's been with me forever. Squirrel Sniper. What's happening? Have we got any Flat Earth British? You are home, Lee? Because I seen you posting Wise Up stuff earlier, Flirtily. Huh? Well, talketh. Gypsy Lil. Capalocious. Do you want me to break into song all the time? So you're properly. Shut that fucking dog up. Daniel with his dog out the front. I have to go and smack Daniel to shut his dog up. No, I mean, I don't want to do that. Esley, because he's my broski. He does as he's told, though, generally. Just got to keep them all in line around here, guys. NW Literalist. So is the nature of Martinliedtke. It's my man around here, guys. Prince of the streets. RT, which is not difficult around here. Three fingers. Good to see you, my brother. We love Myrtle Beach. Maybe one day America will have me. Maybe if one day all of that COVID bullshit wank goes away, I can go to America, land on a plane. I would love that. I've got so many friends in America. I would definitely find somewhere to sleep. Neil C. Capalocious. I could go from state to state. I could go from coast to coast. Do an Americathon. Definitely do that. Increase your population. Baby boom for my boy. I was singing earlier and the music went off and I thought, it sounded really good then, Matt. I got a little buzz on my own voice. It's probably vain and egotistical, but I've got a good voice, guys. I'm just too shy. John Keeley. My son's a good singer too. I start crying if I sing too good anyway. I get all emotional, especially if I like sing sad stuff. Oh. Don't go through this. Hank. Yeah, Hank. And Boris, look at them, and Cyberman, little globes under my bed, and yeah, they're really happy. Love. So we're going to talk about, well, it was really clever actually. The obviously, in the nature of being a masterpiece, the devil is probably going to kill it on that front, and easy to win. But I see it as some sort of purification process. You don't have to take it what the devil offers. You don't have to buy into it, and you don't have to take anything. It's temptation is there, whether you have it or not, and then you've got to evaluate, well, what's bad and what's good in this place. Am I both good and am I both evil? You have to evaluate their bullshit against your own feelings in this place of what is good and what is bad, don't you? So they've nailed it with temptation of self-destruction. The people are taking stuff which is killing them. The foods are all modifies the water, the air, the vibration, the negative intent, the media, and all of it. The constant attack on their senses to kill them so that they can earn more money when they're in hospital. And there's some big cash cow getting people ill, get their medications into you, you're going to get ill. Then later on, at the hospital. So that's all we're here for, is it, guys? No. We are so much more, guys. You wouldn't even believe it. You wouldn't. It would just wreck your head to even know it. So, I'm Billy, David Gray. Good to see you. Double flat thumbs to infinity, thrice, my friends. Martinliedtke. Oh, you're in Alabama, are you? Cool. You've got it covered on a shroomage. Well, I haven't got any, so how come you're telling me that? I at fairies. Good to see you, lovely. David, good to see you, my friend. I pick up my Vimana and fire over to America. Matthew Weiss, good to see you, my friend. Lovely Valerie Parks, who was kind as kindness is. Brian Evans, a blessed brother from Llanelli in Wales lands, where I hail from myself. Rolf Bruget, flat beers, don't do that, you'll spill it all over yourself, Ralph, okay? And Ginger. Hi, Ginger. Yeah, make us sick, them offer us secure. Yeah, but more than that. Okay, so with this masterpiece of deception, which I'll cover now, we become quite detached from who we originally are or were. And we start to remember, and then all of these synchronicities, the number codes, and then magical happenings keep happening. And then people are like, well, that's the creator. The creator is showing me, creator or the universe is showing me, is telling me that I'm on the right path, right? And they want us off that path, off that righteous path of being a good person, a good loving person, and not meaning any bad thoughts or bad intent or anything towards other people. It's quite fucking simple, isn't it? Just no opposition. Don't judge anything. Don't give a shit. Everyone's just living high life. That's how it should be. Grace Southern, hiya sweetness. Oh. Blemmy, good to see you. Peace, love, and respect to you as well, Blemmy. Okay, let's get our show on the road. Otherwise, it's going to take the 10th of Never. We will anyway. I've got hours. Right, fractal. Fractal existence, if that's what we are. Existing, living. Are we really? They tell us we're lost at sea. They tell us we're save our souls. That's what they tell us. Is that the case, guys? Are we in a capsized ship lost at sea? That's what they're telling us. Anyway, Lee, Walker County, Alabama. Take me home. Sweet home, Alabama. Strong delusion, 2, 2, 1. Now, they know a skill of when they tell people on the internet something and then everyone goes with it and talks about it, it sort of brings it into reality. This is how it works with COVID. I said to a lot of truthers when the COVID bullshit was going down, can you not talk about it, please? Like Max Egan, I told him. I said, why would you do that? Why would you do their job for them when you know the way reality works? And then it makes it a reality. And then everyone, psychosomatically or the way consciousness work comes down with shit anyway. Don't give them an inch, guys. I'm not going to give them anything. And I'm not going to give them my soul. And I'm not going to give this God-given gift to tell the truth and a story, which is what I'm going to do right now. Lizzo, good to see you, lovely. So I hope you do enjoy. Okay, right. I'm going to have to get into this. If you do hear a high-pitched sound, I don't know what the fuck it is, guys. I use another microphone. I got to go through a whole palaver, and I can't be bothered with that. Like 330 of you on a Wednesday tea time. This will run into the future. Okay, like far off into the future. So if you want to understand what's going to happen, like I said, look into the past. History always repeats over and over again. This one has been broken. This, I don't think, has ever happened in any of these histories before. And I'm not saying they didn't have the internet in the past, but I'm just saying the bigger picture, the tapestry is you don't have to take it. You don't have to do this devil's playground. You just don't have to do it. And in that way, it's a sort of purification process. The world that will come out after it will be a world of really good, kind, loving people, is what they will be. Toxic free of this toxic environment that we find ourselves in, which is sickening, isn't it? I even find it sickening going into a supermarket because of all the packaging and screaming dead things. It's just, all of it's painful to me. Should that be the way we live our lives? Anyway, on with the show. Make sure to subscribe, share, and buckle in, because I'm going to take you on a crazy ride here, guys. And it's going to start here. The government all repeat the same narrative, and all their little devil minions, which have the sway of the masses, unfortunately, but they're, as you know, under some sort of spooky hypnosis, witchcraft, under a spell, which is broken for many and will be broken for them too. But it's a little bit too late, because a lot of people are going to fucking die soon because of what's happened in the last 2 years, right or wrong. Found this on Instagram. This is interesting. This is them telling you.
To ask, how do we build back better?
To build back better and build back better than before.
As we try to build back from this global pandemic.
Build back better.
Build back better.
Building back better.
Build back better.
We're going to build it back better.
And build it back better.
My plan to build back better.
Build back in a positive way.
Build back better.
It's about building this country back better.
Build back better.
Build back better.
Building back better.
Build back better.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset.
It's a big effort to, some would say, to build back.
Right, well, they can go fuck off of all of that, okay? Because we know exactly what they mean there, build back better. This has happened before, over and over again. This one was the reset of another civilization. Call them, I don't know, Atlanteans, Phoenicians, Pangeans. It doesn't matter at this stage. But what we do know is a lot of this world is still here with us today. They will say that this thing here, the Colosseum, I've been to a couple of times, is 2,000-year-old. First thing that I thought when I came out of that tube station and seen the Colosseum is this. No fucking way. No way has that been there 2,000 years, is what I thought. And I even included that in my last book, that statement. This book here is from the 1500s. It's all in Latin, but it shows you these Phoenician gods and basically the mud flooding and taking over of a civilization. They bring in all of their different stuff. Not all of it is devoid of love, but there is an agenda, because what it is this. It is love and suffering. And through the suffering becomes strength and molds a new man and woman. That is what it is. And that is what the wars did. It molded us. It made us tougher. And now the whole world, thanks, DG. The whole world is gone all pansy and dressy, and they can't punch all through wet newspaper when they really need to. So they've got all of them like that, haven't they? It's like, you know, handbags at dawn rather than howitzers in this day and age. This is an interesting picture for this reason. This is the Colosseum. It looks like it's got a bit of a tram system going through at this period. You've got the old fasces in what looks like Jupiter's hands, and giants. You have a lot of giants at this period. We'll show some in a minute. But under this foot, it looks like maybe Romulus and Remus, who were Etruscan founders for the city of Rome after the reset, I should imagine. Is this foot? Is that foot? So if we could find that foot in Rome with the sandal on, then we could sort of presume that this book from 1500 has elements of truth in it. But that foot is around because I've seen it before. I knew the instant I saw it. This one here is in a Renaissance painting, and it is the same shoe. But there's this big one in a forecourt in a piazza in Rome. You can visit in modern day, but maybe had a sandal, maybe had it removed. I think that might be the foot. I'm not actually sure. And then you've got this giant's foot also, and a giant's crown. Are they telling us that in this past that there were giants in the ruling classes? Well, yes. And I have shown many occasions that Rome seemed to be ruled by giants. And I will also show later on that the ruling classes in this strange period, which was only supposed to be half a millennia ago, doghead rulers. What are they doing in the reality? So the Gorgon is all analogy for electromagnetic tech. And what you do see in all of these alchemical books, I guess you could call them, is the reset of civilization. Even a mudflood is shown in these books. They show you this, what we've seen many times if you follow Flat Earth British, what we call the faceless night setup, if you like. But a lot of canonry for 1500. You know, the official story for weaponry has to be a lot earlier. But you can see how the civilization is, okay? The world is smashed and everybody's in ruin and crippled, you know, paupers, etc. And then what you get is these Phoenicians come in, they bring plants, which they basically replant the place. They literally tell us in the narrative, oh, you know, the bracken and the blackberries in Britain, you can akin to the Romans, they brought them with them, and a lot of other plants in Britain that are not indigenous, and the horn of plenty, which you'll always see in Phoenician depictions. And also you'll see this a lot in this post. It's this laurel leaf, which you'll see in Phoenicians, and they always hold it like a sprig of what looks like olive, maybe, or no, it's too big, the leaves. And they come in like this. They are literally from another realm. Okay, guys, see this? It's a magnetic ball. Literally everything made of metal, it shows you in this book, like sticks to it. It's just the mentalist thing. And they have these, you know, Pegasus and fasces, electromagnetic, all Father Time, and just call the shots for this whole fake reality. And it's all in these images. Okay, guys, the mud flood, the reset. They even show you heliocentricism. They show you the education system. They show you how America was actually set up. Incredible armaments program for such an early period in American history. And were these actually standing 500 years ago? Because I just can't see a difference between when they show all of these biblical images and Pharos, the fires at Pharos, and, you know, the giants of Colossus, and all of these images, which is supposed to be myth. They're all in this classical world that is broken now, but we recognize not long ago. And then you've got Zeusage, who's a massive god. He's got that resetting ball. Eagles below show you that it's tech, and he has that fasces. It is advanced technology from others, guys. Others elsewhere. And the giant statues and the giants that went before us. Look at the size of this statue. And there is Colossus. And ships going underneath. In the modern day, in 500 years ago, this stuff I reckon was up and running. And the building of the temple dedicated to Diana apparently. So build it bigger and better. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? So this went on for a while, okay? The people of the 1700s, they're suffering with hair loss. They're suffering with what they say is sexually transmitted diseases, which cause the hair loss. They say that, you know, although they got finery and fashion and the Phoenician thing going on, you can see that it's in the early days of an evolving post-apocalyptic society. By the 1800s, there's another reset that's happened somewhere, and things have gone skew-if again. All of the history is rewritten. All of the records are in the possession of the Babylonians, the devil in the Vatican, which is them. The devil I will regard as them, okay? The Vatican. And this is like from the 1500s, so it's not long after the apparent Pilgrim Fathers, etc. But they show you Columbus has come to America, welcomed by naked, non-Indian or Native American, as I say, Lapis Polaris Magnus. Now, there's interesting. He's got a lodestone in water. What experiment would that be in electromagnetics? But, you know, their sciences, they got all of this, like the virtue, the judgment, pride, and they show you them all. Look at this, an animate program. So they get to America. They've only been here at this period like 50 years, 60, 70 years. And they got like massive starfort systems, huge cannonry and mortar. So that's the first thing. Well, what exactly were they shooting up? They haven't built anything, yeah? Like this building, for example, in America, yeah? What is it doing there? It's got Phoenician fountains. It's like the ancient classical world. Can you see my point? And look how they're dressed. It's a top hat. And this is, you know, 16th century garb, which we'll see in Elizabethan times, which is this times, apparently. The printing press, when exactly did that start? Get that information out, propaganda, everybody reads. See, these fellas all got glasses on, 1500s. And they're making quality timepieces. There's an astronomical clock here, a Phoenician head on it, though. Maybe an aqua clock. But again, the buildings in what is America's, you know, just been discovered, and it's got all of this stuff going on. It's just like, and a massive armaments program and all this alchemical stuff, distillation, for example. It's like the reset of the old world, which they say is the new world. I'm sure there's a code with Columbus that if we follow it, we can find out it's all complete bullshit. They give you Columbus further down here. So they show you that they bring in this, which has nothing really like anything to do with the globe that you see that they present. And it's behind, you know, you got this dove, okay, which is akin to electromagnetism as well, right? It's the downward push of the electromagnetic force before it comes up through the apple, okay? And that's what it shows. And you got this veil with these Janus, Flora, okay? And it's the veil unveiling the bullshit that they will show. And do you know what? It wasn't difficult, actually. You know, if people didn't understand perspective, I guess the rest would have just fell into place. Water cats with the fleur-de-lis, the Phoenicians. So look at these lands. So these big cities are up and running already. Installation of the globe in America. And here's apparently Columbus, Christopher Columbus. And what? So a load of Phoenicians are in the water, and mermaids saying, yo, go. Because he does state that he's seen lights in the sky, which ancient aliens and stuff will say they guided him all the way to the Americas, like by UFOs. But in this book, which has that foot correct, he's being guided by Phoenicians. All of it, the eagle carrying an elephant. How big is that eagle? And you'll see all the usual in there: Bacchus, Saturius, Bacchus, Dionysus. So basically all analogies for what you might refer to as the devil, which I won't say is a him or a her, but I will say it's a state, okay? Like the American states, no matter what state you're in, you'll feel that state. Because Californian state of mind is definitely different from, say, New Jersey state of mind. Wouldn't you agree? Sure. So that book is connected up in the, or linked up in the descriptions box below in this video. So you can pick up on that yourself and have a look at more of it later. And the reset of civilization. So what we do see in the modern day now is these civic buildings, Germany, Poland, all over Europe. Why am I mentioning countries? And all of America too. Could be the White House, the Reichstag, it doesn't really matter. These Greco-Romano fronted palaces, which are mud flooded in time and time again. And these things, they could go infinitely low, infinitely low. I've been in 3-4 stories below a building in Nottingham, 3 stories down in Cardiff. Cardiff goes really deep where I am now. So Boston Ray mud floods. I'm going to cover later on in this vlog something you may not have seen, which is a mind blow, which is the Boston molasses disaster. Actually, like the entire south side of Boston got destroyed by a molasses tsunami. I'll talk to you and show you them pictures later. Yeah, I know. And then there's the missing people. So to me, this looks like exactly like I think it does. The tops of buildings, like this building here, is all top heavy. Where's the rest? It's down below, like on that first image I just showed you. Same for that temple, same for all these. No infrastructure, no roads, no posts, no lampposts, no animals, no birds. Everybody's dead. Everybody's gone. They reset it like they did first time 500 years ago with the reset of the classical world. Stuff was left. Stuff got rebuilt. Built back better, bigger and better. And there's no one around. There's one boat there. Got population, but not many. Not many. Not for a city with, you know, hundreds of thousands of people. There should be somebody about. You got these little guard posts as well, constantly, a little police state going on. Elizabeth I apparently had the first official police state in Great Britain, or apparently the world. She had Secret Service, as you know. So this is a picture of what was supposed to be the reconstruction of America after the American Civil War. And as you can see, these buildings look like something you'd see in Britain today. And these buildings are scaffolded. Are they really being built, or are they being repaired after the Civil War? And what you see people doing is removing mud posts deep in the mud where they've been mud flooded. And then they dig all the mud out, which there is the reconstruction of the states, 7 states, and digging all that mud out of a major event and putting it all back together again. All you ever see in these things, these images, is whole loads of wood being brought in, things are getting shored up, and look how deep this works is down in the earth, in the dirt, being dug out, as most cities were at some stage in the past. If you're looking for a chronology, I'm not clear. You know, this Lucknow massacre in India in the late 1800s, who knows how many, millions died. These are skeletons that have just been left to rot in the sun. Apparently the British Raj, which they blamed on the Thuggees, killed just millions and wrecked what was a beautiful Greco-Romano city of Lucknow. And that was left devastated as well. But if they're all in the same time frame, I think it's like, you know, closer to just one major event or close together events. And as you can see, this building here had all of this going on below ground level, way back in the past. Also, the railways, they were dug out. Tunnel systems. Would you believe there's a tunnel machine that cost a couple of billion into Britain right now that's ripping a tunnel from London to Birmingham? Take a look on Google, guys. Blew my head off. I thought, wow, all I was saying about tunnels, and they're really doing it right now. And major organs, houses of Tartaria all had organs, technasmia ports for the vibration of these things. Certain keys hit a certain pitch is brilliant for your health, spiritual purposes, meditative purposes. You could get music to make you buzz so hard. It's like a divine happening. Have any of you had that? It's like, wow. Hey, Flat Earth dude. Much love, my brother. So, organs are good for your organs. And, you know, you just see this Coptic church in probably Armenia, the old Adeline, and it's just mudded in. They haven't even had time to dig that one out yet after a mud flood. So I think mudflood is assured. I think I've seen enough with my own eyes in Czech Republic a little while ago. Some of the stuff I've seen in Prague just blew my head off. So we'll roll on a few hundred years to where our recent history within living memory started, okay? Or just outside living memory. When I was a child, there was loads of these people left with one arms, one legs, who had served in the trenches. I talked to a few old men. An old Mr. Williams that served in the trenches. He said he never shot anyone. He said he shot the guy in the leg, because the German in the leg, because he said that he thought it was a sin to kill. And I thought that was really groovy. And I was wondering if you got in contact, I could find out who that German was after. Or what I meant to ask. Anyway, the trenches of the First World War defined everything in the next 100 years. It was a reset of civilization. Restructuring of the maps, restructuring of peoples, movement of vast amounts of peoples, and the murder of countless millions. Example, 16 million German men took part in the First World War. 10 million of them died. 1 million British, 68,000 Americans. It just goes on and on and on. The amount of people that got murdered in what was wholesale murder. Now, what you do find is a lot of parents, I want to find my son. You say he's missing in action. Where is he? Millions and millions of them were never seen again. How do we know they even got sent over? How do we even know what went on in these places? Mud, defined by probably organized technology. They definitely did weather manipulation. I've covered it in my first book and in the series The Greatest Secret Never Told. They were using technologies to make it rain hard so everyone would get bogged in. And then stalemate and the attrition war. This is one of the hardest sectors ever, probably. In Passchendaele, the woods of Passchendaele. And, you know, just millions of men dying for no gains. It was stalemate. It was a game. It was a theatre of war where men were pushed to the limit. And you get to the last year. These are the Anzacs. The Australians. You get to the last year, 1918 of the First World War, and then millions of the forces are struck down with influenza. Influenza through the window. Incifluenza. And then 1919, 10 million worldwide apparently died of the flu. Okay, but before then, look at that face on him. He looks a right murdering bastard. So I guessing they went crazy and did go, a lot of them crazy and murdery. Just guessing this is the only way you can survive if you're in the trenches, having to fight hand-to-hand combat with somebody you don't really want to hurt, because they're pretty much the same as us. It's actually the same people, really, isn't it? British and Germans, not really that different, are they? And living like that below ground level in the mud, so as to keep out of the way of the bullets and the shells flying overhead. So these circumstances were horrendous. Gas used for the first time in the Battle of Ypres. This is a lot of Battle of Ypres, and a Battle of Man first time, and then the Germans did it themselves, and then it was mixed results in the battlefield. I think in one battle, 12,000 men were affected by gas, 2 died. So it was a great way of like getting numbers down. This is why they preferred to shoot a man in the leg or use a Mills bomb, which is an anti-personnel bomb, hand grenade, to injure a man or shrapnel him, so another 2 have to pick him up, and then you lose men that way. This is Ypres, which was basically decided to be destroyed and leveled, including Ypres Cathedral. All of this is built back, bigger and better. The reset of civilization. All of this Tartarian fine architecture, gone. And the men in the dugouts, what can be said for them? Churchill's on the one side, in the British side, and Adolf Hitler's on the other. Some of them say it was the best days of their life. They had a jolly good time, especially in some of the quieter sectors, but dealing with rats, lice constantly, and not much food. A lot of them were starving a lot of the time because, as you know, supply lines get cut. There's a plane up in the air there. That is Ypres, as the British called wipers, because they couldn't really pronounce the Belgian name of what was a medieval cathedral and beautiful, which got completely destroyed. Technasmia there, look, over that door. So heartbreaking, because most of the women in America, because America was in it the last year, thank God, because if they hadn't come in it, I don't think we'd have been able to beat the Germans. But the Germans got sold out. They got sold out when they could have really stayed in it for another couple of years. They had a lot of shit being built and made. But they got sold out by people who didn't want to see it through to its full course. As a result, Treaty of Versailles. As a result, insane war reparations, Germany. Now, it's no coincidence that they end the First World War on the 11th hour of the 11th of November, 11th month. 11/11, they end the First World War, number coded. And then Treaty of Versailles says that Germany has to pay back billions in reparations. Okay, so they haven't got no money after the war. The country's virtually on the brink of civil war, and they haven't got any economy to speak of. The British say, oh, that's all right. We'll have our money back in the year 1923. Oh, thank you, Germany say. The Americans and the French, however, say, no, fuck that. You cough up. So they wanted billions every year, even though they knew Germany didn't have it, knowing that their people were going to starve. And as a result, the birth of nationalism, social nationalism, is their own fucking fault. They had hyperinflation, wheelbarrows of cash. That didn't mean shit. The German people, they were fucked over royally by the First World War. 10 million dead. Country in ruins. Well, not in ruins until the later war, 25 years later. But the country in tatters economically, in the Weimar Republic in tatters. And all of these men going home to what? Exactly. After the First World War. They didn't want to. They wanted to carry on. But these things came along, the Mark 1, Mark 2 tanks. They made a mess of things. Look at the men were living in dugouts, guys. And everything dead. Nothing grew in these zone of wars, what they call it. Nothing grew. It was like the back of a scaly toad, one poet said. Because the famous poets came out of this. Rupert Brooks, as you know, Sassoon came out of this. Rupert Brooks, he was a captain. Handsome chappy, took his boys into no man's land and ended up under a bombardment of his very own for days on end, stuck in a cabin. He said it was the most harrowing moments of his life. Every second was hell. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. None of us can. What these men went through. Lots got home from Britain. Lots got home from Germany. 6 million. Survived, I guess. But what you see here is British, German together. Because when the shit hits a fan, I reckon people muck in together and say, fuck the boss. Let's get out of this. Because I would. I'd say, oi, Hans, fuck the bosses. Should we fuck off? When I split with Hans. Yeah? That's what I would do. But fraternizing with the enemy in the First World War was common. They played a game of football one Christmas, didn't they? And the bosses weren't too happy about that. No, you must not fraternize. But they're all right, didn't they, though? Like, no, they're not all right. They're the enemy. What is that? That's a bomb that's turned into a twister or something. Looks like a phantom. So yeah, there was a lot of ghost stuff happening as well. There was a lot of... This place was shattered and the veil of reality was shattered with it. And it was just so trippy. People were seeing dead friends. People were getting carried off no man's land by dead friends, put in the trenches. It's like, hang on. You know, Smudger brought me back. Sorry, Smudger's over there, missing a head, sort of thing. It's like, what? This stuff happened all the time. This spooky happenings. Because so many millions of men were getting killed in the First World War. So they had a little lull after the epidemic of 1919. 10 million get going, but it wasn't all, you know. I feel that we don't see enough of what the Edwardians were really like. And they were jolly chaps, especially the Germans. And there was this goofy photography that went on for airships and airplanes. So I watched something on airplanes the other day where they showed you, you know, the first transatlantic flight was in 1909 by two French brothers. And then later on in the 30s, they came along with, you know, Spirit of, you know, what's his name? I can't think of his name now. It begins with L. Limburg and stuff in the 30s. So, but until then, you know, we've gone from, you know, wooden planes to big, heavy bombers in the First World War. By the end of the First World War, really big, heavy bombers, which were long distance. So, yeah, these are obviously set up some sort of studio where they play games. Happy times for them. It won't be for long, especially when they're going to get blown to bits. Most of these are going to be dead. So, way to get rid of a generation, guys. Anchor on a balloon. Well, I guess so. I wouldn't want to be below if that anchor was dropped. The age on him, what you reckon? 17, 18. A couple of these are just boys. I bet they lied about their age. A lot of them did. And they were only too happy to let them go through. Oh, that's a good one. Riding a bomb. I wonder if they did that. It's quite good. So, yes, there's a lot of good humor books like Punch as well that really knew how to take the piss out of the First World. They seen the absurdity in it, the comics and stuff. And, you know, the famous song that both sides were singing is "We're here because we're here." And they, you know, they didn't even know why we were here. We're here because we're here. We're here because we're here. But they didn't know why they were here. Just to, you know, all die for the sake of a couple of dynasties and royal families, and nobody gives two shits for. I would die for my king. I would die for my queen too. So hang on, chaps. Come over here. Sit down. Let's actually discuss this. Do you know her? Do you know what she does? Can she be trusted? You know, she could eat children. Do you really want to do that? Look at that. 11111. Again, that's nice. They got a board. They got a collie dog. So yeah, fun. Bunny rabbit in an egg. You got that laurel leaf there. What is the point of that as well? The laurel leaf again. So yeah, in the First World War, obviously there's no Nazis at this stage. They're all the Weimar Republic. They're going to go through 25 years of trouble, but in the meantime, Adolf Hitler's going to come into power. Ludendorff's not happy with him, and none of the Weimar Republic are really keen on him because they got like this strange regime going of Bacchusite behavior. Because I guess, and if you went into the streets of Hamburg in 1930, you would have definitely had your eyes opened by, well, a lot of trannies and stuff. It was really heavy. Germany back in the day, and also Berlin. So yeah, a cleaner, more respectable way came in then with National Socialism, cleaned the place up totally. The autobans you can't attribute to Hitler. They were finalized in the Weimar Republic, but he cleaned them up and stuff, and recovered the country from absolute disaster to one of the greatest, most powerful, wealthiest countries on earth, all within 10 years or so. Belief and a lot of terrorizing the public, actually, to do as they were fucking told and toe the line. So this city is in Belgium, and it was a reprisal in 1914 of "We'll destroy your city because you never actually surrendered quick enough." And it's the Belgian city of Louvain. And it got completely destroyed. Louvain in ruins. Some of these towns, they left to the modern day. You can go and visit them. There's one in France you can visit from the First World War, and they never bothered rebuilding it. But they just smash these beautiful bits of Tartaria, the bridges, the infrastructure of Louvain in the First World War. And they did this to many. So why, you know, if they have a big war, they always seem to have it, even in Napoleonic wars, in the same area. See these? They look like the tops of pillars. Looks like the rest is below ground, don't it, guys? So you wouldn't have that Corinthian top bit so high up, would you? That's at the top of an arch, and they don't look like this is the top, basically. So that would be low. That's a mud-flooded cathedral. And the destruction of these Tartarian buildings. So this went on for 2 world wars. Like, definitely no doubt in my mind now that strategic aerial bombing was nothing to do with personnel, was nothing to do with armies. I do believe it was aiming at specific architectural sites, and that is how they punish the enemy. It's like they don't give a fuck if we drop a bomb on 10,000, kill 10,000 people. Yeah. What they really care about is, can you lay off of our Cologne Cathedral, please? We'll do you a deal. We won't bomb St. Paul's. You don't bomb Cologne Cathedral. You can splatter everything around it. But I think there's something else going on, because with these and the images of the Second World War, all of the buildings are fucked. They lie in their footprints, but what you won't see is any shell holes. 65,000 tons of bombs were dropped on Berlin. That many, but you can't witness any shell holes in any of the aerial photography. Does anybody tell me why that is? So you're probably wondering what that big aerial thing is with that thing on top. I don't know. I've seen one, another one in Belgium and in other photographs of the Edwardian period. I don't even want to hazard a guess to what it is. It seems to have an electrical box in the bottom, and it looks very 5G. What is it? I couldn't say, but it's definitely technology. No wires coming off it. Looks Tesla Tower. Free energy, maybe. Look at this quality of architecture in Belgium, and they really, really did careful to miss this main building here and this. You can see that everything is sort of destroyed around them, but this main cathedral has got a little bit of damage on the one side there, and this building here, this beautiful building, this looks lovely in color. I've used it as a thumbnail before. Mudflood. So everything next to it is completely destroyed, but this building, like, literally falls next to it, and that one, not a scratch, not a scratch. So I have looked into the technique for aerial bombing, you know, what they call pathfinders, and you know, by the Second World War, they did have it down to a T. They used to have bombers just doing circles until the spotters, you know, picked out a significant target, and they were given the exact coordinates, and they had these propellers on the back of the bombs. So believe it or not, coming towards the end of the war, they had like almost remote control bombs, which they could glide in and hit a certain target because they got propellers on the back, and they were like, well, more intensive purposes, they had remote control bombs. So, so that building is fantastic. Would you agree these photographs are fantastic? I got some unbelievable stuff to show you in this vlog, guys. You're going to absolutely love it. This building is fantastic, mud-flooded. Aerial Dornier. The gargoyles there. They came in later as well. When these buildings, these churches were resonation devices, they wouldn't have had gargoyles on them. I can assure you of that. That all came later with these Phoenicians and this craziness with the Vatican. So yeah, that's what they did. Lots of towns destroyed. Paris is one lucky pucker. It gets splattered a bit in, or destroyed a bit in the Franco-Prussian War, 1871. You get the First World War, not that much. Get the Second World War, not that much. Rest of France, not too much. Rest of Europe, Germany, completely bloody destroyed. So what's with that? Look at this building here underneath this cathedral. Really weird, that, isn't it? It looks like it's a model. Really does look like it's a model. So Louvain, 1915, early bombardment and destruction of give the people a taste of the stuff that was going to come for 4 years. For 4 years. So the cathedral's all right, but the bell managed to fall, and it's that same top on that bell. Oh, thank you, Isabel Sweetness. Oh, nothing, you can see nothing yet, lovely. And the bell, which you talk about later, a bit bell tech. I wonder what that wire is up the pillar there. There's no electricity conductor, it's indoors. And look at the size of that pillar. Holy shit, that is big. So yeah, it's burnt in the background. Seems to have had some fire in there. Okay. Let's have a little look, see if we can get any clues for tech. Yeah, more cables there. Cable there, cable there. And that would have been an upstairs floor that fell through. Fireplace. Okay. So somebody inspecting the damage. So yeah, they did a lot of destruction, and they did a lot of political remotivating. For example, the city of Jerusalem. These are the last pictures of the last days of the Ottoman Empire's rule over Jerusalem. In 1915, it came to an end after 400 years of Turkish rule and Ottoman Empire occupation. These are the last days, and then Jerusalem is no more. The Ottoman Empire. So yeah, I've read so much about these winding streets and stuff, you know, in biblical accounts and other accounts, and they haven't really changed, have they? So they got the Orthodox there, and you see a lot of Christianity as well. Not too much in the way of the Jordanians, who do have a say in all of this in Jerusalem, I do believe. So it's stinking hot. Everyone got an umbrella. They don't do that in the modern day. Another Orthodox priest and some Arabs over there. Okay. So yeah, last days, 1915. This is the Jaffa Gate. Beautiful quality pictures, these. So yeah, a lot of places redefined in different countries. Oh, the Holy Sepulchre, which got to be some sort of tech. Look at this, all that effort for the Holy Sepulchre. Look at that, Holy Sepulchre. It's got the Imperial Eagles, two opposing eagle wings open. It's quite Phoenician, that, isn't it? And imperialistic for the Holy Sepulchre. What's going on with that then? Suspicious. And look at this, quality photographs. This is Jerusalem, 1915. World War I's raging. And the Orthodox look like they've got control. Washing feet, Jerusalem. So that's definitely going to change. And this looks like it's the Wailing Wall. Oh, excuse me, what happened there? The Wailing Wall, maybe not. So we got a drought. We need rain desperately. Everywhere's cooking. And possessions, there's some sort of technology, I reckon, that's going on. And I reckon they can make rain. I think they will make rain. I think they will make a lot of rain. Look, there's the monkeys with bald heads. I wonder why they do that. It's like little titty heads. I don't know. There's a lot of people there, and it's like in the shape of an eye. Or a fish, maybe. Not that that might have happened completely by accident, obviously. So, wooden buildings against the old ancient infrastructure of Jerusalem. Oh, there's a bunker booth there. I wonder what was that at the gate. And some nice, cool corridor, because it's boiling up there. So that's a way to shade yourself, carry your shit on top of your head. So yeah, it'd be a really interesting place to visit. So, you know, go to the Garden of Gethsemane and all of these biblical sites and stuff, but I better get killed. I would definitely get killed there. And let's have a look at this. She's hiding her face. Look at that door there below. They're going downwards. And I got all of this smashed ancient stuff. I literally could have had Jesus walking down that road there, guys. Like literally. Jaffa Gate. We know about Jaffa cakes earlier. You can die if you eat a Jaffa cake wrongly and eat it like obviously flatwise. It would get jammed in your throat and you would die of Jaffa cake asphyxiation thing. Yo, Ladderley, mudflood streets, loads of poo, up to the gate. So that's quite good quality streetage. Nice new walls for 1915. That looks pretty mint. And that looks like a Russian Orthodox church, considering it's in Jerusalem. And what's that? Greco-Romano temple type church. So looks quite pucker. Oh, here's a bit of the old world. Look at this. Man. And the site of Temple of Solomon. And obviously the Table Mount. So these for call to prayer, they got speakers on them in the modern day, and it just goes on. And then were they always that? They could have been blue landing platforms. Later on, we're going to look at some of the Edwardian luxury airship hotels that you may not have seen before, which will blow your mind. So yeah, 25 years on then, Germany has not, has recovered, and this guy So we're going to have a think about him. We're going to have a think about him, the SS, and I'm going to talk about some controversial subjects because I will say what I'm thinking. And we're going to talk about the Holocaust. The Holocaust. I don't want to talk about the amounts of people that did or did not get killed. One thing's for sure that I will show you is the evidence for what happens with collaborators. There was a lot of collaboration. We're going to look at evidence of what the SS guards were up to in their spare time who worked in Auschwitz. And we're going to look at, was he really complicit in the final solution, which was never attributed to him, no evidence whatsoever that it was anything to do with him. And all of that went to Eichmann, Adolf Eichmann, who they captured and was, you know, had been caught in 1962 after fucking Wiesenthal went off and grabbed him, and then they extradited him back. Like, that's allowed. Weird. But he's an evil-looking bastard, so I reckon he was definitely into killing people. Genocide. Well, genocide was going on all sides, guys. Don't think the British, they invented the concentration camp. In fact, these things have been around forever. But if you look into the official concentration camps, you'll find the British invented them in the Boer War and put them to great effect. So yeah, thanks Adolf for getting our country back, giving us some national pride. We feel really funky about ourselves now. We got some top shit boats. We got some top shit tanks. We got lovely new uniforms. Bit gay, but they're all right, by Hugo Boss. But he did smash it on the uniforms. These, the brown shirts, yeah, they ain't gonna last 2 fucking minutes. Hitler, he's gonna use them, abuse them, and he's gonna fuck them off and kill their leader later, Romana, or whatever his name was, a dick anyway. And they got rid of him. They got rid of all the brown coats. They had to come in. The brown shirts had to come into the German army, whether they like it or not, or they could like literally have the big German fuck off tablet, which is not very nice. Okay, so yeah, he's ruling with fear. He's got his propaganda minister, who's little Goebbels, who's a right little psycho, but a genius, and he knows how to sway the public. And Hitler did actually state, "Oh, thank fuck, the masses are so stupid that they got, you know, the odd intellect can rule them no problemo, especially an intellectual with millions, because he was a millionaire, Hitler." So, interesting little picture. So yeah, they tidied the country up. They rebuilt it after all of that shit went down in the First World War. In no time at all, everything is up, ready and primed. But Hitler, he's not really looking to have no war at all. In fact, he sued for peace loads and loads and loads and loads of times to Winston Churchill, and Churchill was like, no, I'm fucking having your stuff, mate. Yeah, gangster stuff. So this is a ritual called Blutflag, where you have to touch a special flag because the blood of the dead of the rebellion that Hitler took part in and got imprisoned for in the Putsch are on that flag, and is sacred to them. So yeah, there's all sorts of weird shit going down with hypnotism. And what you can do is this further, and all of this, you can really think about it happening now. Modern day Olympics. They have a stupid dance, don't they? They do like nurse dances, which are also stupid dances, and all of this, like this stuff that they do in Olympics, and they're doing it now. And Hitler loved his Olympics, didn't he? He had a really good Olympics in Berlin. It was his big thing. So, mass rallies, getting people together, all in the same mindset. You do get people thinking outside of it. There is evidence of it. So it's this. It's what they're doing now with jab. You know, this jab public. They're all at this nationalistic fervor state where we will go down with the state. Fuck you. You can go down with it. We ain't. We're going to fucking rule this place and fucking put it back on its feet because you fucked it right up. And look, it's just, I don't feel like demonic about it, but it has got a bit of a sour taste in my consciousness. Although I would like to time travel and check it out. So there he is, laying it down. He was a theatre orator, so he was good at basically speaking. He was a public speaker, and he used to stand quiet and demand everybody's attention before he did one of his famous speeches. Again, eagle, wings open, and they're covered. All this stuff's got Phoenician shit all over it. These are, you know, Phoenicians. So a catastrophic war comes. Not at first. In fact, not really till later in the war did it turn catastrophic, when it turned total war. But the state of Europe and the photographic evidence is some really bad shit went down. Most of it, not in Britain. Although we did get bombed a bit. So yeah, they'd have a couple of 100,000 people. They're doing this now, aren't they? They're cramming them into these concerts with propaganda and programming and swaying the opinion of the masses, political ideals, consciousness, decisions, and it's all just bullshit and propaganda, and they all fell for it. So when you ask a question, how can such a civilized, intelligent peoples as the Germans fall for such a scam? This is why. Because they took them out of poverty and they promised them, you know, it's problem, action, solutions, tic-tac-toe, and they all fell for it, and they're doing it now exactly the same. Only, do you know where this lot ended and what happened with all of this? Keep watching, because it's going to play out again. And I'm telling you what, people who are complicit, and that includes people in the propaganda ministry, okay? That includes people in the media, that includes the rock stars, the pop stars, and all of you motherfuckers. You're all going to get it. Karmically, you know it. That's why you don't care what you do, because you know you're fucked and you sold out. Look, he's in a world of his own. He's not even thinking about these people or even there with these people, is he? No, because it's going a way that he didn't really intend. This is in 1942. The war is raging, and he's getting a meal with the Germans. Brown coats, which one last? So there's not much happiness going on there, but I'm not surprised because Hitler's probably in a sulk and Stalingrad's happening and stuff, and you know, things ain't too good. Fighting on two fronts now, and things are looking pretty bad, but that's okay. We fought on two fronts before. See, in the First World War, he was a brave soldier. He actually paid a lot of attention to his injured men. He visited hospitals regularly. He was always known for just turning up. And these are fighter aces, which he called for to come and see him because he wanted to privately congratulate them for losing the Battle of Britain and getting fucked up. So here he is in the First World War. He was a runner. He was a message runner, which is one of the most dangerous jobs of the entire war. They're regimental dogs. So yeah, they used to run with a message when the communication lines were down. And he was in the same sector as Churchill was in the other side. They could have actually ended up meeting on the front line. He went over the front, over the top, all of the time. So was the nature of a runner. So more than most. This was a staring competition. This is a Russian in a Russian camp in Belarus. And Himmler's turns up, crazy fucking Himmler. And he's having like a staring competition. They literally had a staring competition. And do you know what these guards did? They got hold of this guy later and got rid of him. So here they are, like they are today, all fucking Zeke Island to Boris and Biden hair sniffer. But this guy, he's like me. It's like, I ain't going with this. I ain't feeling it at all. I don't trust it. I don't like it. I can see her only going away. I got a bad feeling in my stomach about it. But these lot, well, they've had stuff. They got new clothes. They all got jobs. There's no unemployment. They've had shit for years. Now suddenly it's okay. Promise of good times, but Hitler's going to drag them into a war. That's going to ruin everything for the Germans. But economically, not so, because they won. Because he went against the Jewish bankers, which is a lot of the war. Was he a Jesuit plant? Probably. Was he a Jew? Probably. It doesn't even matter. But the fact still remains, fuck tons of people got killed. So Hitler had a bird. Hitler had Eva Braun, who was said to be his secretary. He kept her a bit quiet. She was all sulking because he wouldn't be all over her. But I see love. And if you read about Eva Braun, she was fun, loving, party-going sort of person. I think she may have had an interesting career early on in the photographic modeling sort of career, but I think Adolf Hitler probably got rid of all of her sexy pics. Anyway, no, that's true. And then later, she absolutely adores animals, like Hitler's vegan, and they just not really fit in with the MO for a homicidal megalomaniac or genocidal megalomaniac. So there she is, Eva Braun, in Hitler's lair, and she really does look like a young Myrtle. She really does look like a young Angela Merkel. I'm wondering if Eva Braun. I sailed on a ship once, Captain Theo, and the captain was Captain Skeets. His wife was an 85-year-old woman called Eva from Germany. And I swear to God, I laid in my cabin. I'm thinking, is my life so trippy that I would be sailing with Eva Braun? Because there's no way she died in that bunker. I'll prove it to you now. So I think there's something going on with that. I think there's something going on with Eva, and I think there's something going on with Angela. I really do. I think there's similarities. I really do. I really, really do. So there she is. She's so nice. Squirrels. Squirrel sniper? Squirrels. Have to give her a clutch. And there's her parents. And there she is. Boating it when she's a bit younger. So she'd like to do stuff, and Hitler is in the grounds, and she's like always there. And there she is with her sister, who was also a pretty lady, and she's also into keep fit alpine stuff. So there's Hitler. They said some bad stuff to the CIA about Hitler and his niece. Apparently he had some thing going down with his niece. Don't want to go into too many details. But there she is. She apparently killed herself as well. But he kept buying her gifts and stuff, and he loved his niece, which is probably, I don't know if that might be a healthy love. Why do we always have to think that like it's bad Uncle Fucker? I don't think like that. I mean, I think he might have just loved her. I don't know. So there she is, pretty, having a drink. She got the orchestra, who are definitely not going to flirt with the Führer's girlfriend. Otherwise, they'd be finding themselves in a very sticky situation. There she is, fun-loving, got a love heart. She would be into glitter and emojis now, no problemo. If she'd have been around now, she'd have been a mean queen. So yeah, she was sulking. He didn't hang around with her. So we'll compare him to Adolf Eichmann later. He's like having an hysterical laughing fit. There's another photograph of an American woman kissing him at the Olympics, and he's literally pissing himself laughing. I was going to use it as a thumbnail. I'll get that in a minute. So he's looking a bit more solemn there and a bit more parasitic in the eye. Them wonky eyes. Anybody with them wonky eyes out there, watch out for, guys. I think it might be a key for parasitic invasion, you know. I see that wonky eye a lot in pop stars as well. So there's Goebbels. See, if I was there, right, I could just joking, laughing. I could just push him off, but it might be grass behind. And Albert Speer, the good Nazi, who ended up on Michael Parkinson by the 1970s. So she was all right, wasn't she? She liked to fag. She liked to drink. She liked to party. She liked to get her clothes off. So this is a apparent suicide attempt on Adolf Hitler, but apparently nothing really happened. Few scratches, even though his trousers were shredded. But that's what they showed the public, that they're, you know, the Führer cannot die, but he might have got killed. I replaced him. So there they are with his German Shepherd. She's got what looks like a Scotch Terrier, and he loves their animals and stuff. So he never dressed like the rest of the Nazis. He always wore grey, no badges as such, just the one party badge. And he was very, you know, not very flash compared to, say, Hermann Goering, who likes to wear flashy stuff and look like the MC Hammer of the Nazis. So yeah, she was friendly with Albert Speer, Uncle Albert. Got on really well with him. It's like, what do you think of Eva, Albert? Oh yes, I think she's beautiful, very, very beautiful. You don't like her, do you? Well, yes, of course I like her, Adolf. No, I mean you don't like her, do you? Yes, she's beautiful, and how can you not fall in love with Eva? It's like, how long do you want to continue in the Nazi party? So I think that's what that conversation probably went down. But he gives him good shit later, and he's like, yeah, how long until Germania is finished, Albert? It's like, I'm working on it. It'll be finished in 1946. Would that be early enough for you? Yes, thank you, Führer. Sicher. So it went down like that. But Eva loves a bunny rabbit. Yeah, I love a bunny rabbit. Yeah, bunny rabbits are actually where it's at. Okay, they're pretty gangster. In case you didn't know. Bunny love. And then they killed millions and millions of people, did they? I don't think she killed herself in the bunker anyway. So there they are, the happy couple. He marries her in year. So this is the Hitler bunker. So what happens is he shoots the dog, and then he eats cyanide, she eats cyanide, and then he sticks a gun in his mouth simultaneously, blowing his brains out, and she did the same. Okay, so dead dog, 2 dead people, and not a bead of sweat. What about the bullet shells? What about anything? That's not good to use a candle on a crime scene. You'd be dropping wax everywhere, numb nuts. So, yeah, that doesn't look like 2 people and a dog have been shot and splattered. Because as far as I know, if you shoot yourself in the mouth, you get like a massive exit wound in the back of your head, and all your brains would be like, yeah. Am I wrong? No. Hitler didn't die. He fucked off. And Eva, I sailed on a ship with her years later. I told you. So apparently this is a thing called blacking up that they used to like to do in the old days, like the minstrels and stuff. So I don't know if she's actually saying, I think I love black people, but she probably was, because that's what you do. And there she is having a little kip. Ah, Adolf's little secretary. There she is. She looks like fucking, excuse my language, she looks like Angela there, Angela Myrtle, young Angela. So she likes to get on a table, show a bit of leg. So I'm guessing this is one of Magda Goebbels' brats that she will murder later, apparently. If that was the case, I can't see her murdering everybody. Probably never. Although there are photographs of their bodies. It's like, what's the matter? Uncle Adolf won't play with football with me. Or whatever. And there he is, relaxing in his conservatory, having some fine num-nums with a very respectable looking Eva Braun. Eva Braun. There she is. So yeah, she must have been very powerful then. I can't imagine anyone messing with Eva Braun. She was like literally really, really powerful. But there you are. Look at kissing her hand. Ah, so there was love there as well, even though they like, you know, I'm not going to blame the Germans at all for all of this. Were they the aggressors? Well, did invade stuff and that, but the British do that all the time anyway. Anyway, it's just, that's what they do. So there she is, in a wonder bra. So, Eva Braun. Okay, now, some of the next images may be a little bit, but we're going to have to do it. So, these are sexy, actually. Nazi collaborators, a lot of women, okay, in World War II, considering they were so bad, like to hook up with Germans. Yeah, they had good shit. They had panzer tanks. Yeah, you pull into a village with a big panzer, yeah, size on that cannon. Yeah, you're pulling. I don't care what you say. Britons were up to the same. Did you know, right? Newsflash, did you know 70,000 British women left for America after World War II to join their American husbands? 70,000 women fell in love with Americans while they were here and went to America. And it must have been the same for the women in France and Holland and Belgium. They met Germans. They fell in love. She got any underwear on. And they tried on their cool Nazi stuff. Because the uniforms are pretty cool. Aren't they? Yeah. Better than British uniforms, I reckon. Yeah, when I had my Action Man, my favorite uniform was my Nazi general's uniform. So they did a bit of cross-dressing. I don't know if that's, that's probably great in the modern day. I don't think there was anything like weird sex going on or anything. There might have been. I don't know. It's a war. I don't know. But yeah, so these are obviously the men. These are still women. But they're dressed. I'm confused. Please don't do that to my Brian. Pretty girl in an SS uniform. She looks really, really happy and lovely. Look at her for a looker. Huh? Death's Head Squadron, eh? Sexy, sexy, sexy. I said that 3 times. I didn't mean to. So yeah, as you can see, fraternizing with the enemy happened. They were there in France for years anyway, before they got like second front hit. And the French women around the Moulin Rouge, I'm guessing that they like everybody. It's the red light district, isn't it? So, oh my God, mate. I don't like yours very much. So, well, seems pretty happy and lots of love going on in World War II. Love everywhere, but with love comes suffering and struggle. So, Nazi headquarters in Paris. in a theatre, a cinema. Yeah, that could be like that film. Oh, hate Inglorious Bastards. So he's like doing an interest in German stuff, and she's like looking at him like, "You're so interesting." He's like, "Yeah, he's really interesting." So an intellectual interest moment. And this one's get off down by the river. I'm getting a bit of sun with, in your case, a boyfriend's natty hat. So these look happy. I don't think there's too much like nastiness and horribleness going on. This looks like two people loving in a war because they could get killed tomorrow. So may as well, you know, get it on. Because I bet like the population went up after World War II. Like get a slug of that in German. Sluggen Sie that? Eines kleine Bier. Ooh. Look at that racing bike. Is that a rally? I'm not sure. That's a really nice bike for the war. No tread on it, though. So let's have a look at her. Oh, she's wonderfully pretty. They cannot be really curly hair like that. Is that real? Wow. Wow. Goldilocks. Check her out. So war wasn't all that bad. There was like a lot of like love going down. She's like, he's my man. Face, that is. He's my man going off to fight. Hang on, you're British. He's British and he's with a German. I don't know. They all hang around together. He's British too. Don't worry. It's a confusing state. And Paris in the spring. I bet there was a lot of fraternizing with the enemy in Paris in the spring. Wouldn't you say? So yeah, love. The Germans met loads of women. But then the war ended. And the men, because they were jealous, because they didn't have like massive Panzer tank guns and a load of money in their wallet, and Führer, because they only had that little dickhead, what was his name? De Gaulle, or whatever. Petain. Oh, fuck me, Petain. Such a monumental man. This is apart from the royals being loving on the Nazis because the Queen and everything else, these are two British socialites, famous ones. This one here is Helen Mayer. No, excuse me. No, that's a famous. No, Nee Milford, that one. Nee Milford. She was a famous English socialite. And this is Mrs. Mosley. And Mosley, who ran the British Nazi Party until like they didn't want it anymore. Oh, they're all having a great time. And then the men and the women all got like, the Nazis are gone now. You shagged a German. We're going to humiliate you, cut all your hair off, beat the shit out of you for fraternizing with the enemy. But like in her defense, mate, yeah, you guys ain't got that much going on compared to the Germans, have you? And you're getting fucked up. Listen, I don't even blame her. I don't even blame her. Look, yeah. But I loved Otto and I loved Franz. Do you see what I mean? So yeah, they did that. That was a bit cruel for collaborating. But you know, people are people. This is like school mentality. I had shit like this in school off the rest just for not going. They were so like the man. She looks really young. And look what they did. It's fucking disgusting. Anyway, it's like, come on, you're coming with me. Didn't you have a German boyfriend? Which one? Anyway, coming with me. And then parading through the streets, everyone gobbing on him. She got a baby. Probably German baby. And they're all smiling because they're just like, well, it's France. So they're proper racist themselves, aren't they? They did this. Two fraternizers. Collaborators, they called them. Some of them got executed, actually. She's like, is that a look of guilt? No, that's a look of these motherfuckers are just jello. Because that's a face of I'm getting my own back because of 6'4" hands in his Panzer tank. Other episodes of fraternizing with the enemy ended up with them being stripped, and you can see these two boys have got wood bats, and they're laughing. He's not laughing; he's looking upset. They smacked the face in with bats for fraternizing with the enemy and stripped down and run in the street. So, you know, is that good? So that is, well, they're just the blame game again, isn't it? Well, what to all of this shit has seen its fullness in time and see what they go like. The SS guards at Auschwitz. Okay, let's think of Auschwitz. I mentioned this before, that I had an auntie in Auschwitz, but she was a seamstress and worked in a factory. So we'll have a look at what they say went on in the death camps. I'm not going to talk about numbers. I'm not going to talk about the realities. What we will say is the people that were running the camp were having a fantastic fucking time. These are SS auxiliary soldiers, women in the SS auxiliary, and the rest are SS. They had SS guards in, and they kept them all in a luxury chateau. As you can see, they're all very well turned out. Most of them are quite pretty, and they are SS auxiliary guards in a apparent death camp. Apparently, death camp that's like killed 1.5 million people. Romani gypsies, gays, Catholics, and apparently Jewish people. But these are having a fantastic time. Let's have a look at you, lovely. God, you're pretty. You don't look like a genocide, mass murdering psychopath. Oh, they're having such a wonderful time to be doing such terrible, heinous crimes. You think they'd look proper mental. So here's the guards at Auschwitz. A lot of actually, he used to be Belson's guard. That is Kramer. He is a bastard. And oh, this is Dr. Mengele. That's Dr. Mengele. That's Mengele. Oh, well, Mengele was a fucking bastard, wasn't he? So there you go. Cool. There's a lot of crazies in one go. Kramer. He got arrested, murdered, and shit. Mengele. Oh, gives you shivers. So here's what the auxiliary SS did at Auschwitz. They looked after their children, had a luxury life on a mountain dasher, which is like a country house in the hills, overlooking the city that was Auschwitz, because it was a massive camp. And sunbathing on their days off, in between, like, you know, killing oogles of people in gas chambers, apparently, and burning them in ovens. That'd be where all his clothes are. And here's the guards having a little sing song, and then they're like gone off for a day's murdering in the camp. But they're doing all right. But they're going to all get killed after. A lot of them escaped. The Vatican, funny, they were killing Roman Catholics, but the Vatican helped a lot of the SS escape. So there's Christmas in Auschwitz, and a guard dog, which is an Alsatian, which is the #1 dog age in Britain. But they are the best dogs in the world. I absolutely love Alsatians. And there's some coal miners on a factory or whatever in Auschwitz. It's not exactly going with the official photographs, not these ones anyway. It's quite. I'm wondering what's going on actually at this stage of the game. It's like, if you just forget about propaganda for a minute, it's like, what exactly are we looking at? Really? Is this a factory for genocide? What they say it is. A factory for murdering millions and millions of people and burning them to death. Is that what the case is? These are the guards from Auschwitz that were put on trial in Nuremberg, some of them. Joseph Hefner, oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Really? Do you think he knew what he was doing? Was he 17? I seen an interview with one guard in Auschwitz, and they asked him what you were thinking, and he said, and why did you do the things you did? And he said, although I do think that he was paid because he was dodgy Russian, he said, I was curious about murder. I was curious is what he said. I hear that a lot. So he looks like he's capable of doing some nasty stuff. He looks a little bit guilty. He looks proper nuts that he would do something. Shit. He is a psycho serial killer like Bob Ross. He's got a bit of the Bob Rosses. That might not be true about Bob Ross. You know, just chucking it out there if it's not true. But, so yeah, all of them obviously got killed for being guards. And the architect of what was regarded later in the war as the question, the final solution, or the question to the final solution was what we're going to do with all of these people left over after the war, was cited as being Adolf Eichmann's responsibility, never attributed to Adolf Hitler ever. So, yeah, they went and grabbed him from South America, 1962, kidnap him, extradite him back to serve trial in Hague. There he is when he was young, in his death's head squadron helmet, a hat. The architect of the final solution. There he is on trial. It's not going to go well for Eichmann. You can just sense it. Okay. So during the Berlin Olympics, although they got Jesse Owens, who said that the only time that he ever experienced racism in the entire of the Berlin Olympics is when he returned back to America. He said he experienced none there. This lady here is Hitler's favorite sword fencer, and her name is Helen Meyer, and she is a Jew. Let's run that by you again. So Hitler's favorite sword fencer in the Olympics is a Jew. Note, they got the laurel leaf of control on there. So that's a bit weird in itself, isn't it? So there's Kramer in Belsen, British Guards. He's only a boy, look. And he's going to get executed shortly for... It was you. It was you. You did it. You did it. So that seems a setup as fuck photograph to catch that moment. So what happens in the concentration camps is the same as what happens in prisoner of war camps, because there wasn't enough food to go around by the end of the war, because nothing's been grown, and the scorched earth policy of Russia affected them royally, fishing a deado out of the water. And everyone just looks on. He's got the Masonic thing going on there. So they give him like these stripy uniforms and stuff. The American, is he smiling? Why is that funny? Let's fish this dead body out. Shouldn't you be disgusted? See, that's weird, and that's not ringing true. You would not smile bringing out a dead body of a young man. It would be a very upsetting experience, probably scar you. What the fuck? And here they are being marched off to the camps in their uniforms they give them for identification, and they shave their heads on arrival because they're probably rancid with lice, etc. And this is the Americans with some bodies that have been jammed in an oven. Now, whole-scale murder, 1.5 million, let's say 1.5 or whatever. Anyway, how many would you get through a day in that little fatty oven, eh? Jam about 3 or 4 in there if you were lucky. Let's do the mathematics on how the fuck you would get rid of them. Do you know how many a million people is? So what? All of the wedding rings are exactly the same for Jews. Is that so? I mean, there's no other style of wedding ring. They're all absolutely identical and look just like shower rings. That's suspicious. So they can tell you the narrative for this young lady. She's a bit of an Anne Franca, where she goes in and doesn't last 2 minutes. And just selection process off the trains in Auschwitz. And ladies, one's off to the right, one's off to the left, and some go and work in a factory, and some, according to the Schindler's List movie, go off just straight into these gas chambers where they execute kids and people, which I can't imagine in my wildest dreams could happen in reality. No, sorry, my mind won't stretch to that. But this, she's still alive. They strip him naked. There's a little boy there. He's still alive. So, like I said, guys, I'm sorry about the graphic nature, but this is the shit they do. And this is only 70 years ago. This is what remains of the Warsaw Ghetto. They flattened it and demolished it after they cleared the population here. After they got them all cleared out, hundreds of thousands of people in a mile-square pocket of Warsaw, and then they flattened the entire area. And they all got taken to camps, out into the woods, mass graves by the death squadrons. And Germany never had the only death squadrons. The Czech Republic had them. Austrians had them. I bet the British fucking had death squadrons. And that is what they do to humanity. So we're going to let all this shit happen again? FEMA camps? They're everywhere. I've had FEMA camp guys, or one, contact me during lockdown. And he said, "You're spooky as hell, Matt. All I do all day is just wait." What are you waiting for exactly? So these are pictures of Warsaw Ghetto. Everything you see there is gone to a memory. Just dead people in the street. And that is what they want. Everyone against one another, hating on one another, killing one another. Not feeling the love in these pictures, guys, at all. I think them rather upsetting, is what I feel. Exactly. What the fuck? Really? So they came for the communists. I did nothing. They came for the Catholics. I stood by. They came for the Jews. I did nothing. Again, they came for me, but there was no one left to complain to. Jesus Christ. Oh, sucks, doesn't it? Well, it's the extreme. No food. That's how they control you, with your food. And there's no food. All that food, all that added food, all that food you buy in supermarkets is all modified. It's all filled out and stuff with other stuff, like chickens full of water and stuff, and it's not real. And they're doing it because the food's running out. I know what's happened in Holland and France. So they had a little rebellion and they stood up and they had a battle and they fucked up the Germans royally. And the Germans were so respectful of them after. They let them have a parade and treated them as like soldiers. And they let them march proudly out of Warsaw after the uprising. So that doesn't really fit the MO either. So after this catastrophe of World War II, just before, they knew what was coming because of the First World War. And they made good all its best antiquity. Although Paris hardly it. Sandbags and tape. Sandbags and tape. So it's the Arc de Triomphe. And they put a sandbag thing up there. I don't know how that's going to protect it if a bomb lands. So pretty good photography. So I'm getting lost here. Guys, please, there's a picture of the ice wall coming up soon, Worldwide Ghosts. And please, could you make sure to share this video out? I have tons to show you. 444 watching. Can't make it up, can you? So they put these geometric patterns using tape. They didn't do the same in Britain. They had an ugly affair with the tape in. And this is to stop your window, obviously, getting blasted through if a bomb drops. So Notre Dame, they sandbagged it up. We've seen that before. Do you know what? That thing got burnt down. What is that? Looks like a helicopter's landed on the roof. Okay, so that's Notre Dame got sandbagged up because they knew that these things needed to be protected, which are out of modern day. But like I said, Paris never got it really. It had a few artillery attacks from like Big Berthas in the First World War and later Zeppelin attacks. And in the Second World War, a few aerial bombardments, not much. Paris stayed pretty much intact. Look at this. So just to protect the decorations for the gates here. And look at these fasces. Oh, there's them Phoenician boats with the fasces. Look, guys, and that old thing on top. See them everywhere. Cool. All right. Pretty groovy photograph. So, and they did this decorating geometric patterns with the tape, which I like. So I've seen a picture of this thing getting blown up. They put it back up again, did they? Because this is blown up in the Franco-Prussian War. Now it's back again by the Second World War. I don't know. I've studied these bas reliefs. There's a story that goes all the way around it. They're all the Phoenicians. And they look exactly like that book we looked at the start of this video. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure what's happened there. So, yeah, protected up to there. Why would that stop it getting hit? I don't know. Oh, that's a beautiful. Look at the geometric patterns they did there. That is so pretty. And that's in a hair salon. And in a department store, they did that to protect the windows from blasts. And he did that pretty stuff as well. So we didn't do that in Britain. We just did boring old mudflood, boring old, just tapes across like this, in a cross. And they didn't do these pretty affairs like this. Oh. And sandbags. I don't know what they would do on their store. I don't know. They're going to stop it falling. I don't know. And, oh yeah, right. The Arc de Triomphe. So, oh no, that's the other arch at the other end. The arch of the other end. Anyway, it's not the Arc de Triomphe. All right, that would protect the bas reliefs there and there. But what else would it do? I can't see how that would shore it up so don't fall down. Okay, you've got a history of a lot of Roman arches falling down, I guess. So protect the windows there, there, and there. Why not there and everywhere else on this niche and mud flooder? It's weird, selective sanding up. There's outside Notre Dame, look. So they've still got the entrances in. Shit. Imagine putting them sandbags up. What a job that would be. Heavy sandbags. We lifted them, guys. They weigh a ton. Back-breaking stuff. Oh, nice geometric shapes there. Fancy goods. I love them cakes they do in France. They did them in Czech Republic. So this is Ames, or Amiens, as they say in France. Cathedral. And this end, after it got like hit in World War One, they made attempts to protect it World War Two, knowing how this shit went down. There they are, putting it up. Look. Thousands of sandbags to protect it. Wow, that's incredible, isn't it? All the way up. And inside as well. So I don't know why that would do any good. Built a frame of wood and then sandbags up against the frames of wood like so, which is my thumbnail for this video, because I thought that was a fantastic pick, especially with the portalage at the end. Fantastic pick, that. So we're moving on. Okay, I'm going to come back for a second because I'm going to tell you what is happening next. Okay, Marticus Farticus. I have 507 people watching, actually, so there's some on the Tartarian channel. Now, coming up next, we're going to have a look at a lot of stuff. I'm going to bring it up now because I didn't want to load all of them thumbnails, basically, because it's just going to grind up my computer. So I'm going to do that now and bring them up. So while I'm doing that, please do share this video out, like if you have so far. It's not going to be all war. We're not doing any more of that now. We're moving on. I got 100 different subjects and mind-blow stuff to share with you. And I will just give you an idea of what we're going to look at. And my picks of the day, they're not rude this time. So we're looking at the Boston molasses disaster of 1919. Don't know whether you've heard of that, which is a mind blow. It's like, what? So it was 160 meters wide and a meter high, and it went through part of Boston, destroying everything, including a train station and a train in its wake. It's like, what? Yeah, I know. And we're going to look into, hotel airships. And we're going to look into, which are fantastic, by the way, and the Hindenburg and all the bullshit for that. We know the airship narrative now. I'm going to show some new stuff concerning that. And we're going to look at the relationship between Queen Victoria and Abdul Karim, who apparently has caused a lot of stink in the Victorian era because apparently she had a bit of a Indian toy boy, as well as a Scottish one, according to Billy Connolly. So, did you actually share this out? Just asking. And then we're going to look into Tartars by the seaside, because I've got some unbelievable photos of them, and you're going to wonder, have they actually ever seen the sea before? And why are they acting so weird, is what you're going to think. Okay. They're not sexy at all because they got loads of stuff on. And we're going to look at the Notre Dame lift in Marseille, which was taken down in the 1970s, but it was built in the late 1800s. I think it's on old world tech. All of that coming up right now. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to have a little drink of coffee. Whew. So Hi, Dallas Fowler. Oh, that echoed. Let's give a few of you shouts. Esra, good to see you. Screw Sniper message today. SPV's research. Yeah, he's been banging them out for years now. FPV, I've known him about. Well, he's been there since the beginning, actually, I think, of Flat Earth movement. Old school OG. No, not flat. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not flat? What proof have you for a globe? Don't pull out your phone and say, look at these CGI images. They make reality. Doesn't work for me. Brian Evans, Squid a Sniper, King Schnurgle Your Eminence, David Gregg, ooh, Sherry. And she's saying hi to my brother Rich. It finished. It's a level playing flat Earth in 33 Pythagorean. Ooh. No, that's not necessarily so. There's different versions of Pythagorean stuff. Obviously. Janine Battle. Squirrel Sniper, Bandana, Sweetness, good to see you. Okay, next, I'm just going to play a little bit of video and we're going to drink. Oh no, I got water there. Don't worry. I have a break for 2 minutes. And you're going to share this out. Definitely, if you like fake molasses flood, is it? We'll have a look at these photographs because something definitely happened. 12 people were supposed to have died anyway. Polo in. And billions of pounds of destruction. So Hippie Shakes is sharing my PayPal link there. If you do want to donate, try not to. I would be grateful if you didn't do it too much in this chat because they are going to take almost 70% of that in taxes. Best way is PayPal, I'm afraid. Molasses cookies are delicious. So molasses is just like gloopy mud, isn't it? It's like it's sugar and it's imagine getting stuck in there. You know. That would mess you there. So, good to speak to you earlier, Dallas, and I am fairies. Season of Love. I like Season with Love. Oh, I like that. Good White Ghosts. Brian Evans and Jim Dillinger, who's always in the house. Yes, I remember now. So, try to remember the history repeats itself. Try and follow the sequence. Imagine all the crazy bullshit and all the threats they're doing wars and all of that. What really is going on? I don't actually watch the news. Hi, Cheech. Hi, Tree. Tree Dude. The cathedral was used as a shelter for auxiliary fire. All right, thank you. That makes perfect sense, actually. George Abdul Noor. Good to see my brother. And Misty World, as always. And Lizzie's in the house. Right, let's get back into the juice. Let me just put this video on for a second. Let me just move that. Morse code, like the Morse. Yeah, Morse code. Okay. So we got hours to go. Hours to go. As long as StreamYard, if it shuts off all of a sudden, because it doesn't really give you a warning, I do apologize for that. So give us a second. I'll just put this on a second, and I need to go out of the room for a second. Okay, that's 1,000 Wonders I posted on our Flat Earth British think tank channel some time ago. And it's good for a musical interlude thing. So, greatest photos tribute. Let me just do this first. We'll talk about this for a second, because I can. Britain's apparent most notorious prisoner, Charles Bronson, pleads for help. Now, he's been in jail since 1972. What his problem is, right, is he's not dishonest or anything, and he's not a serial killer, like they try to say it is. He doesn't like the man, and he likes to punch on them. If anyone in this camp or whatever it is, Woodville watches Flat Earth British, Charles, if you watch Flat Earth British, contact me. If you do get out, right, you don't have to hit on them anymore in this day and age. All of that's over with. We got other ways now, okay? It's called truth, and it could really ruin the day for them. It does, and it did, okay? So, Charles, we love you, okay? There he is, 76, still built like a brick shit house, yeah? Punches the shit out of the man, spends his entire lifetime in jail. And guess what? He never killed no one. All he did was didn't like the man and punched shit out of him in jail. And he's had his life of shit because of it. Is that fair? No. Get him out. Free the man. Free Charles Bronson. Yeah, I want him in the Flat Earth British gang. Yeah. Anyway, it looks like he'd be a good truther. And he's probably like grown up a lot now after punching shit out gads for the 1970s, which was normal. British football players were battering shit out of one another on the pitch. What was different in jail? That's where you expect that shit to happen. And gads were fucking proper racists and gays and everything. I bet they needed a smack. I think they call them screws. Anyway, this is a pervy picture. This is what the devil does in this realm, right? So it's get your butts in the air, girls, and blow some shit and get that fire going. In fact, don't wear any clothes at all. Just get your jugs on. So this mud-flooded statue, she got dug out, and there is literally a thing sticking out of the wall of the antique wheelchair. Can you see that? It's like that would have had like what they say is like Rome, apparently. And is that really a solidified human? Or is that a statue just laying there like that? Because it looks like they're saying it's a solidified Pompeian, which I'm not buying. It's like, I'm going to die. The last thing I'll do is have a little feel of my boob. I'm not buying at all. So in the past, according to some of these texts, they had a real bad problem with the giants. I don't know why they did this shit, but I didn't like it at all. They are literally forcing a sword into its brain, into its mind's eye. So what are they doing? They're extracting giant adrenochrome. What are they doing to the giants, and why are they doing that? It's not on, guys. It's not on. It's not on. I'm upset about all that. So here they are. The demonic, satanic Phoenicians are brought in this weird realm that I really don't like being in at all. That sounds funny, but I really don't like this realm. I don't know many of you like this. And these are most certainly mirrors. And we see them all over Christendom. They're definitely mirrors. Look, there's a reflection. These, what we call plaques, maybe. And they're on the fronts of buildings, and they represent mirrors. Who's in the mirror, guys? What realm is in the mirror? These fall all over the world. This fell in India a few months back, and they don't know what they are. They're metal. Got a hole in it, and it's all like heat as well. So it's nothing coming from space, because that doesn't exist. It's water. But whatever these are, some sort of technology, and I've seen lots and lots and lots of them. I don't know what they are. Again, with a mirror. Who's behind the mirror? The devil. And then with the Phoenicians, it's all about the vanity. And today as well. Today's modern society, they're all of the, they're all about like nails and makeup and vanity. And was cosmetics around in the Victorian era? I tell you what, I'll show you some Victorian women shortly, and they used to grow their hair to the ground, and you won't see any makeup or cosmetics. When did they come along? 21st century, probably 50s, because you don't see any women with makeup on in the 1920s either. In the war, hardly, no. Maybe Hollywood stars. So these are not monkeys, these are Cherevanuskis. And what are they saying? Hear no, speak no, see no evil, which is the place where we live today, which is all of it around us. And we know how it works and we know what they're doing. And we don't have to be complacent to it. We don't have to play a role in it. Do we? But turning a blind eye is something that I won't do. Yeah. I'll call it where I see it. And I've always been the same, guys. If someone plays up in my presence, not my fucking watch. And it's not even my business a lot of the time. But I'm like, I feel like I'm a warrior for God. And I will say something. And I will fucking, you know, sort you out. What do you think, Ray? Boston Mudflood? My brother? Oh. So, I think this is like a mud flood. There's some guy there in the mud sinking. These are always naked going on, aren't they? And mud again, cracking. So he's definitely sinking in the mud. So some sort of muddage. And this is that classical world, all about the water, statues. I don't know what they're burning on these fires. That's a lonely little picture of all of that space as you sat there contemplating. Fully coded Phoenician statue, star, liberty, always with the naked thing. And you see this owl in nearly every alchemical depiction, and the mask, the masquerade ball. And there's more masks all the way in the background. Look at that. Devil masks. So yeah, they've just had their masquerade ball, haven't they? They're still having it, aren't they? So giant Suttung and the dwarfs. It's a famous giant who is telling the dwarfs off because they snore. So I'm not sure what's happening with this. It's like installation of a night of the bath or dedication recreations on the border palace. I don't know what it's about, but I really don't like the look of this. This looks like that guy out of Mad Max that he didn't want to kill because he looked like a sponge. Remember that? It's like, do you love me? Yeah, yes, of course I love you. Do you really, Gustav? Yes, yes, I love you so much. You don't think that I'm big, do you? Oh, it's more of you to love, isn't it? And this is in a church in Estonia in 1780s. And what it looks like is a pile of dicks, probably stone dicks, or maybe it's a nun's dick collection. I don't know. But the past is a funny thing. Look at this guy. He's got his hat on because he's going to the races. Matching nice earrings, got a little mini skirt. Oops, mini skirt on. You've got a bit of a gap there, mate. And he's got Prince Albert through his willy, which is like, what would happen? I don't even want to think about that. Fucking hell, don't even want to think about that either. Whew. So yeah, cryptids, we talk about these a lot. These are another thing that we talk about, and you can get, I'm going to show you dog heads rulers a bit later on. Don't know what's going on with that. And these seem to be half human, half kangaroo. So then kangaroos in Australia could have started out like human. And then there's the Ovid tail. And this woman, she's like embracing a swan, and she's just popped out a couple of eggs. And inside those eggs are human babies in eggs. But Ovid, like COVID, because it sounds exactly the same, because it says see Ovid is Ovid, is a story of metamorphosis. It's a story of one peoples who turn into another peoples. So my internet just dropped off. Excuse me a second. And so yeah, that's weird. First time I've ever seen humans born of an egg. What about this? This is a mirror, but it's just floating in this cell or this dungeon with this naked woman. It seems to be like, is this some sort of observation or camera or something? Because it's there, isn't it? It's floating. I feel that it is because of the way it's angled. Probably looking at a bum. And what did they do with a lot of cryptids back in the day? Well, they had some Siamese twins. So this one's exhibiting both, looks like male and female parts, and it's a male and it's a female, and it's a man, and it's a woman. So what did they do? Because it was such a confusing state of affairs, instead of making her a famous pop star and calling it Lady Gaga, they burnt it. Right. Hands up, ladies included. Who would like this woman to come and trim their bush for them? Hands up, Ray. Ray, you're not in this. You're not allowed. You're a married man. But the rest of you, you can have a vote now. Trimming is such a backbreaking work. It would be great if she was good at it. So, this is death. He's a bit of a bugger. The bubbles of life are broken by death. So, even when you blow bubbles, see what I mean? Pigs were people. They had a spell put on them and they turned into pigs. So, when you're eating pigs, you're eating people. That's why they got humanistic eyes. And that's why pigs taste like people. Or people taste like pigs. So they say. He's a shit, isn't he? I don't know what this is. It's just like, I don't know. It's really pretty, though. Something about it really appeals to me. I can't even think what it is. I don't even know what I'm looking at, actually. I think it's an earthquake or undulating mud pools or something. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's very pleasant. Dog heads. This one is a pig head or hog head. He's maybe a giant or he's got a homunculus who is actually Art Garfunkel. And he's got a furry suit on with bells. Anyone make any sense of that? I don't know, guys, because they're all over antiquity. It's just really nuts. Do you know the Spanish dancers that do the flamenco stuff in Spanish bars in the modern day? Yeah. Do you know in the past they used to do it like this, which would be much, much better? So next time I go Spanish and do a bit of ole and a bit of flamenco dancing. That'd be nice. So, Moses. Oh, look. Oh, is that ours? Yeah, I thought the Pharaoh said that all babies had to be killed. Yeah, but this one's so pretty. Can we keep him? Yes, we can keep him. Will he be a psychopath? Probably. The rest of us are. So the caduceus is used in $1, and it's on the staff with the serpent, fasces entwined. Caduceus there, swallowing its own tail, and it's used in the medical corps as the caduceus out of orbit. Moon flies towards Earth, but stops suddenly in its erratic course through the heavens. Remarkable pyrotechnical display at wherever that is. So that's what they're going to do, is it? Moon flies towards Earth and then suddenly stops. Well, that would be weird to see. So Dresden. Dresden did not fare well in World War II, but they built it back bigger and better. But they built it back shitter and shitter. So here's a load of blokes. It's a queer old world, isn't it? Baphomet world. And Will Smith there with his wife who can't close her legs because her bollocks are too big. And there's him there glamming up. I'm not sure what's going on with our Will Smith. I can't even look at him anymore. How can that be the French Prince of Bel-Air? Anyway, he was never my favourite. I always prefer Carlton. Carlton had a really good, crazy dance when he was on Wiz. Hebrew word of the day. Meaning permanent. Doesn't look very domey. So there's another one of those fasces lampposts, and they are definitely electric light bulbs on top of there. They must be waterproof. And I reckon that's what they were like all over. And they would have been free energy. All of that is just a post. Fasces tech. Don't support the current narrative. Okay. Keep it on empty, guys. Yeah. And as you know, if you're a flat earth Britisher, you're going to be like literally a legendary zero give a fucker. So mudflood. Some say, some truthers trying to validate official history for some weird reason. I don't know what that's all about. Deny the oogles and oogles of evidence like this for a mud flood in the past and antiquitech and free energy being used in the past and tartaria, which according to CIA book is like the whole point of when you wipe out a civilization from the records is there's hardly any trace, and we've been picking up golden nuggets for quite some time. Hi God, hi man. Nice dome you got there. Thanks. Oh, God. So here's the purple people. They turned up for a while, or these blue ones. So that's not all that horrible. She's got loads of arms and stuff. I seen a multi-hand Krishna once when I was about 17, 18, but I was on mushrooms. But I did see it. Sound vibrating in water. And somatic patterns exhibited. Water is amazing. Do you know they can boil water with a sound? Yeah, they can boil water with a sound. So they could like literally use a sound and boil us because, as you know, we're mostly made of water. It's like the Jesuits turned up here, right? And they're like, wow, you guys suck, which you would, and then tomahawk them in your head because like they do suck. And use a Tesla tower, and it's emitting a charge which is wirelessly controlling the zeppelins of the bygone era. Warning: once you go down the rabbit hole, there is no going back. Prepare to leave the world you thought you knew. Well, that's happened to all of us, hasn't it? And I can't even imagine me thinking the shit I used to think, like space stuff and stuff. So the Great Reset, everyone who got jabbed predicted to die by 2024. Okay, it was April 2022. So they're just chucking that shit out there anyway. But yeah. I think they're going to drop like flies. I really do. They're not looking well. They're not looking with it. And these young people who are jabbed up, they're like, they're in a dream of Alwyn. They're not even here. I don't even know what's going on. They're like eating sweets and on their mobile phone. I don't know what kind of thoughts processes they have. So would you not agree that that building here looks like that's just the top of it and the stairs should just come right down here and right down here? Because that looks like the top of the building to me. Looks disproportionate. This was a Turkish princess. 100 men asked to marry her. Many committed suicide. And apparently, despite the beard and stuff, this was very, very sexy back in the day if you were Turkish. See, I'm not buying that. And the Great Seaside. We're going to look at the seaside and we'll look at Tartarians. They went into these little things, changed into their kit and went for a swim, but not got too wet because it would be probably dangerous. So what's he telling us? He's got a wonky eye as well, hasn't he? You got a wonky eye. I think that's parasitical. And what are you pointing at? Oh dear. Baby incubators. Well, once seen, never forgotten. No shit. They can spit them babies out in the drop of a hat. I mean, you could increase the population of a civilization to fit these buildings that when they were built, the population wasn't that size, apparently. In a drop of a hat. So these massive buildings all over Tartaria, fucking monumental inside, going a hell of a lot deeper too. Every city's got them. Somebody took an interest in Snap in Europe somewhere when they were on the train, look, going over a bridge. That's probably, if they're going over a bridge, the existence of another bridge that's all been mudded in because there's been a mud flood. So Plymouth Rock, so that was 1620 and it was at sea level in 1620. And in 2022, it's still at sea level. All right, in all that time. What about rising sea levels? We can't have it always. I'm just saying. Oh, right. So the Eagle has landed. 2 men walk on the moon. But, like, unfortunately, on the 3rd, July the 21st, 1969, Neil Armstrong was the first man to walk on the moon and talked a load of bullshit. Like, we're just telling the biggest lie in mankind's history. At the same time, the same day, this picture was in the newspaper. The same day. A quick reminder that it was 3 days flight back of pictures had to be developed. I mean, in those days. And remember, guys, they're supposed to have done all this moon bullshittery with the megabyte memory of your Nokia 3310 you had back in the day. I mean, no processing. I mean, they had 20 megabytes or something to deal with. Right, guys, if you ever are on a bus or in a place awkward and you're going to get an erection, yeah, and you're thinking about football and all of those non-sex thoughts, you probably won't think about sex anyway, then things just happen. But just think about Elon Musk and your erection will die in no time at all, okay? Yeah. So you got all those billions and he looks like shit. Yeah. He's like the most unattractive human in the history of humans. Yeah. All them billions don't mean shit to, and he still looks like death. I don't get that, but that's a nice picture. It looks like the dragon is actually giving her a clutch. And I've seen loads of friendly dragon pictures. So these things shit out of nowhere because everyone's going to drop of heart attacks after the COVID, aren't they? They've all been given AIDS. This has blown my mind. Defibrillator network in every UK high street, and I've seen loads. Apparently they don't even work. I would want to put them on my bollocks to try them out anyway. What the fuck, suddenly, since 1921, there are so many heart attacks that require 10,000 plus defibrillators. So they got all these new ambulances, these new mobile everything, these defibrillators, and they've all shit out of nowhere during lockdown. How come? Where's all the money? Where did they build these things? Who's building them? They had them already, guys. It's gone to that now because they're expecting that many. But like people can hardly walk. They don't walk anymore anyway in the high street. If you're in the high street, you're likely to get fast food. So you'll be shuffling along rather than walk. So was Bob Marley a Freemason plant and was he a Luciferian? Calm down, calm down. Let's look at the evidence. Don't get upset. He was like one of the most famous, influential reggae stars in history, and usually the case that they're insiders, isn't it? So he's doing the eye Lucifer there. He's always doing the one eye. He's doing the one eye there. He's always rubbing his eye, but I thought it was because he got ganja smoke in his eye. He's doing the Masonic handy thing going on there. That could be just nothing. Sign. Osiris, he's doing the X. He's doing the hand in the hidden hand. Well, they caught him doing a loads of Masonic symbols, sure. And the MO and everything that happened and the way he ended and everything. He got his nose in politics, poked his fucking eye at nose in it all, and you know, rest is history. But yeah, he's probably part of it. So I love this bridge. It goes from Helsingborg in Sweden, Helsingborg in Denmark. This wasn't here in my youth, but I used to sail across here. And there was a ferry that used to go across here between Sweden and I've been this side and I've been that side. It drives there and it goes under and comes up in Denmark. So that's like some tunnel, guys, isn't it? Anyone seen that new Saudi Arabian block of flats? They reckon they're going to do it for dozens and dozens of miles. It's the biggest in the world or something. And it's just laying down skyscraper. Anyone seen that? Fucking ridiculous. They say it's going to go for like around the world or whatever. So 1980s. I just want to make a point now of how unbelievably shit the music is compared to 1980. Literally nearly every track on here is fan-fucking-tastic. Yeah. Check out the singles, right? And I won't do too much of the albums. Singles. London Calling, The Clash. It's fucking brilliant. Gangsters. Al Capone's guns don't argue. Gangsters Specials is the best song that was ever. Where's Captain Kirk? Captain Kirk, are you sure? You sort of fucked off. House. This is the happy house. We're happy here. In the happy house, we're all quite sane. If I sung that to my mother when I was a kid, she used to smack me for singing Happy House because I used to be, obviously sarcastic because at that moment it wouldn't have been. Transmission, Joy Division, fantastic memories. I'm not a big Pill fan. Eaton Rifles. Fiery Jack the Fall. Don't know about that. Going Underground because the air's so fuck can't breathe. I've seen Psychedelic Furs a couple of times. They were brilliant. I love that. Underground, Susie and the Banshees again. Love Susie. Big kisses, Susie. If you ever watched Flat Earth British. Stiff Little Fingers. They were Irish punk band. They were brilliant. At the Edge, fantastic track. California Uber Ools. Don't know that. Oh, Dead Kennedys. Kill. If you love the Dead Kennedys, they just done a tour, and I'm a big Dead Kennedys fan. Check out the song The Virus. It tells you everything about COVID. Electricity, Orchestral Maneuvers, OMD, fantastic. Jumping Someone Else's Train, The Cure. Seen them a few times. Brilliant. Love The Cure. Death Disco Pill. Not a big fan. Susan and the Banshees again. And Killing Joke again. And wow, what fantastic music. Got Elvis Costello over here. Oh, wow, Crass, they were quite shit. I didn't like Crass, actually. I've seen them. I didn't like them when I seen them. The Crass fans were not like UK subs fans. They were different punk style. So this was in Amsterdam. It was a regatta of boats. I have sailed through here many times. And knows that crane. This is going into Amsterdam. And check out many ships on this canal, guys. I'm guessing a lot of sails ain't up. There's not much room for manoeuvres. No sails up. One sails up on that main ship there. So check that out, though, guys. How many boats going into Amsterdam? So that was recently. That is fantastic. I would love to be in that, but you'd have to watch in case you hit anything. It's like that drum and bass guy on a bike. Do you watch that? Best ever, guys. I've tried to get in contact with Dom because he keeps saying flat earth British stuff, and I'm convinced he watches me. It's always, oi, oi. He's flat thumbing in. I'm like, this guy's watching me. So, this is in Ohio in 1920s, and they're laying water pipes. And guess what they're made out of? Bolt guns. They got Phoenician links as well, and sea links. If you think about lock, stock, and barrel. So you got the locks of the ship, the stock in the holds, and the barrels that they kept in, lock, stock, and barrel. So everything seems to have that marine link to it in our in everything. So this is a famous gold mine in Mexico that they went mad in the 30s. Sent millions of men digging for lovely, lovely apparent gold. These are monkey flowers. Have you seen them before? That's a cool little quirk of nature, isn't it? They're orchids, obviously. Monkey flowers. Hi, India. Monkey flowers. Oh, God. Yeah. This is where it starts, guys. Yeah. Well, when you're a flat earther, but your girlfriend still believes in a globe. Yeah. Flat Earth Brazil. So, yeah, Charlton Heston give Galen a bit of a tongue there, didn't he? I don't think that's really good. And I don't think that would have worked at all. But I don't know. Planet of the Apes. So apparently, yeah, they went around Christendom everywhere in the world every single night, and they lit these, and then they went away again and come back in the morning with these little vans, and they did it all over again. There was only a couple of 100 million light bulbs to light in Christendom, so there was no problem every night and morning. So did you know, Mad Max is true, right? The most healthiest food we could eat has been not modified is dog food and cat food, actually. Okay, with chicken. You won't get that much. They usually say chicken stuff. So there's no added sugar, no fructose, and no artificial flavors in pedigree chum. Made with real chicken, meaning no added water and shit. I mean, like a proper chicken. So in Armageddon, you're better off munching down a load of dog food. You can get it to taste nice. Add a bit of gravy, salt and pepper. I'm sure it'd be all right. Dogs love it. So basically what I'm saying is they're looking after the pets better than they're looking after us. Aspartame. Now I avoid this like you wouldn't believe. Every canister I check for this because of what it does. I don't like the thought of neurotoxins. They put these in all sorts. They put like one in the water to make you more thirsty. It's an artificial sweetener. Right? Roaches and ants won't even eat it. Cats and dogs won't even eat it. Even horseflies won't even eat it. But we humans continue to consume it. Thanks, Donald Rumsfeld. Its side effects include headaches, muscular spasms, irritability, heart palpitations, loss of taste, joint pain, dizziness, weight gain, vertigo, nausea, blindness, slurring speech, and numbness. Every time you have a Lucozade, age recovery, but it gives you a big dose of aspartame. Right, the beach in Copacabana Beach, Mexico, 1950s. You do not see anyone looking at a mobile phone. You do not see any obese people, for they do not exist. You do not see any tattoos, body piercings, makeup. In fact, you do not see any of those fangled things of the modern day. What you do see is a load of healthy, thin people who look like people ought to look, wouldn't you say? Something's happened, guys, along the way. It's called fast food. I don't want to burst your bubble. Holy sardine cans, Batman. But this is what really went down. Always remember, especially when you're watching NASA bullshit, there's always the fourth wall. Okay, what's happening in front of the actors. Okay, which is what you should remember on the ISS, because they never ever turn the camera around in the ISS and show you the fourth wall. Ever. Do you know why that is? Yeah, because it's a movie studio. Oh, Operation. Could I have a go? Operation Cannabis. Oh, brilliant. Oh, yeah, I'd be brilliant at Operation Cannabis. Legs, it relaxes you. I want some of that blue stuff. Stomach, lungs, eyes. Oh, it cures glaucoma. Oh, give me. Brain, it's such a brain. Anti-anxiety, anti-seizure, antitoxin. Oh, neuroprotective. Gimme. Heart, anti-inflammatory, prevents plague builds up of the arteries. Oh, please give me some. Intestine slows, kills colon cancer, treats Crohn's disease, and all the other good shit. Hands. Oh, it stops rheumatoid arthritis. My mother had rheumatoid arthritis, and the weed was the only thing that killed her pain. Opiates, never did it. So the 3 stages of life are 1, birth, 2, what the fuck is this? 3, death. Let's relish that moment. Okay, this is interesting. This is them confessing that they actually make the weather, which I will show you evidence of in a short while. By a NASA weather machine, and a weather machine which makes weather. So television programming, they just slipped up, but they do that, don't they? So homo means man. Genitus means made. So homogenitus Sirius means man-made cloud. You can't make it up because they tell you it's Jupiter's delight. This is the whole part of it. So prisoners World War II, is that man a giant? Well, he's not with them prisoners, and he's being forced to run on his own. And this guy is up to, his chest. And these guys are short as well. So he looks like a giant, doesn't he? See a lot of German prison giants. Lots of healthy benefits then. Yes, if you're shaken to eat. Alcohol's a killer. Real tobacco sacred. We've been using that since time immemorial. So these are the Ukrainians welcoming all of their German stuff. They've done a little parade, so they've been doing like since in the past, but they love all that shit. The Ukrainians are well up there. And again, Ukrainian chicks, yeah, going like full Nazi in World War II. Yeah, they kick shit out of their own. They like literally did little gatherings of undesirables themselves. So that's a beautiful little church, isn't it? It's in Mexico. And it's full Phoenician. You've got the shells, probably 1,000 miles from the fucking sea. Everywhere. Look at that. It's like Brian's splat of colour. It's like I've just ate an opal fruit, which are no longer opal fruits. They are fruit burst. That's a Mandela effect. Nice tree. Did you share this video out, guys? Could you please? So look at this for a mud flooder. So this is just the top of a building because of its immense weight for that central tower. And this here would be so much lower. And you can see anyway, there. The mud flood windows. And that just literally looks like the top of a building. And this is in Galveston, Texas, I think it is. And these things, look at that tower. That's a weird tower. It's got a balloon landing platform, another one there. Looks a bit, I don't know, French. But outside, nothing going on except for what looks like, not a field, it looks like mud. That's a nice little example of Phoenician. If you strip back all of this facade, you're going to find they've covered up a civilization and replaced it with all of their vanity. Look, blowholes in this building, yeah. This would have been a Technasmia device building. It would have had vibrational qualities. And these things all out in the wilderness, look. Just left, rack and ruin. So many of these Tartarian stately homes left, you know, guys. This one, obviously going underground because there's like tunnels there. And what is it? It's a bit of what they call the classical world left over. That's Brazil. So they practice their ISS stuff because they say they step out at 17,500 miles an hour and nothing happens. Oh, there's no drag, it's vacuum. But now they've gone and changed the narrative and saying that the moon's actually in Earth's atmosphere because of all that actually is some air molecules up there. It's like, hang on, doesn't that cause some drag? Yes, it's caused some drag, but we've got these little jets on the ISS which push it further up in low Earth's orbit and keep out of the way of the drag. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. So they keep changing their narrative as we keep busting their ass. The whole background is a green screen. This is what you're looking at. There's your evidence. Doesn't take a genius to work this shit out, guys. They're in water. Globe, my ass. This is in Paris, and it's an over on new trees there, an overly decorated water fountain. Well, the water's stopped now, but all of that just for that building. Really unusual decoration, too. So that is in Paris of the past. And eyes in statues. In the past, they've used glass. They want to keep them as real and lifelike as they can. Check that one. So there's definitely something going on with the statues to do with eternity, the Phoenicians. It gives me the heebie-jeebies actually thinking about it. But it's definitely a thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be thinking about it. Oh. So Flat Earther took that 2018 eclipse I watched and no moons showed up, and it looks like a portal going into me anyway. No moon. I mentioned that in the Next Level movie that I starred in recently, which you can find a few videos back in my channel. So diners are fantastic. They should have more of them in Britain. And then women like they got in America that says, do you want some apple pie? I'll be like, fuck yeah. Say that again. So it's a bit fucked, isn't it? The Pyramid of Giza. The greatest mysteries. How did they build it? All the millions of blocks. Oh, fucking great. All that mathematical precision. And this is inside the Reichstag. They went a bit potty on vandalism after they literally bombed it and stuff. And then they vandalized it a little bit, the Russians. Some reason. Here's a queen in the 50s. After she's become queen, she joined like a weird cult of druids. And she's doing like the druid masters there. And she's doing like some I'll rub your chest druid stuff or whatever. I don't know. Is that an all seeing eye? I think that's been added maybe. I'm not sure. So yeah, she's in a lot of weird organizations as well. She's in the druids. So Elizabeth, now we talked about this in my last post as well, is the orb, Elizabeth I. What is it? What is it? Well, some people propose it's Demon Core and the strange dead of Lewis Slotton. So apparently he's invented something that's an orb and it causes great devastation. Okay. And he's died and they got rid of his invention, etc. And it looks exactly like that. So somebody has proposed that the crucible that I talk about constantly has something to do with that. If you want to read that. Okay. But I can confirm that. So yeah, the Masonic battles of the First World War, the numbers just mash my head up when they tell you about the amount of men that they were killing on a daily basis. But the Americans got home and they put this up in New York using German helmets. First thing you do is stick a Phoenician on top and build a pyramid and a pyramid down there as well. All these Phoenician pillars, just like Rome, and no different to the Nazis. No different. So ancient Indian bas reliefs, and they seem to have some devices. She seems to either she's scribing or she got a tablet, and either she's listening to a stone sing to her, or she's like literally talking to someone on a mobile phone. Nothing new is under the sun. And Solomon the Great said that. So I'll go with that. I think there's nothing new under the sun. I think all is repeated. Fashions, technologies come out at a certain point, and then they've gone too far. They got to pull a plug and burn out or reset the circuit board city that we fuel with our energy, by the way. We are the energy source for this realm. So yeah, roller skates. Look at the amount of hair she got, all that fluffy hair. And they had lovely stuff on back then. But yeah, roller skates were big. And they were bigger roller skates. And they did some speed back in the Tartarian days. So here's an observation here of World War II, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, so what you won't see is any craters, considering 65,000 tons of bombs were dropped on Berlin. No craters, just things in their footprint. And that's really suspicious, guys. There should be some questions asked there. Okay, how do you twist columns? Yeah, you probably soften the stone or something, or they're laid on angles or anything. But I think it's a really good feature, and it amuses my Brian. Nice somatic window there. So yeah, eventually this is what becomes, if they're all their shitty skyscrapers, would be gone in 100 years or so. They are made of glass goes, the metal rusts, and the concrete falls off, and it all becomes rubble in no time at all. The Phoenician buildings, not the same. They would stay and stand in any apocalyptic event. Chicago, the same as Dresden as well. Things fall in their footprint, which I've covered many, many times. Highly suspicious and screams of energy weapons. It really does. So when you win a war, you do a little ticker tape parade. You get everyone cheering, waving flags. Whoopee fucking do. All of the church bells ring because they're a technology and they're just winding you up, rubbing it in. In Czech Republic, when one church bell started, then soon after another one, and then in a far off distance another one. Not the same time, they were answering one another. It was a tech. Blew my mind. So 45,000 tons. Sorry, a bomb's dropped on Berlin. I was out. But again, public space is clear. All of them bombs just like sort of falling from B-52s, and there's no shallows. It's just really a head mash to myself. So this is an interesting mudflood building. Let's look at that. So what did they do? Did they build a cofferdam in front of that mud and then build the building? Or did the mud come in later? It's a confusing affair, that, isn't it? Really weird building mentality. But a nice building, really unusual. Looks Moorish, maybe. So a very ancient stone statue, and it shows breastfeeding. Did you know Arnold Schwarzenegger's father was a high-ranking Nazi SS officer under Hitler, and his nickname was the Terminator, Gustav Schwarzenegger? You can't make this shit up, can you? Yeah. Get to the helicopter. You want to live? Follow me. Oh, Paul, go get fucked, Danny. Little Willie. So, look at this. 4 angels. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dumb. Look at the tech on that, guys. For fuck's sake, that is amazing. But there's a bit of the old world. All this stuff come along later. I was looking at some of them blocks of flats. I got a video or some footage of 1941. Excuse me. Oh, the Russian city of... can't find it. I'll show you in a minute. So these I visited recently, or a year or so ago. There's one local to me, the biggest in the world. And they are supposed to be megalithic burial sites. But they're in Korea, they're in Spain, they're in France, they're in Jordan, they're in Germany, they're in Ireland, they're in Wales, they're in England, they're in Ireland, India. And they're the same. So I think that they were some sort of old world tech and nothing to do with burial chambers whatsoever. Dresden there. Okay. Aerial bombing, entire city completely destroyed beyond wildest dreams. It's just the worst thing that happened to Dresden. Like, should be a byword for this movement. I've always said it. Dresden, just a memory of what they do to people, which I'm showing you examples of, just in case you've got any trust for them and you want to go and do a foolish thing like get lulled into a false sense of security, thinking that they can be trusted and you're going to be all right with them, but you're not. Brothers and sisters is where you be at home with us. We brothers and sisters. Look at that from above, though. What the fuck happened to it? They removed the bending stone. I know that it had some sort of inscriptions, some saves to do with the emerald tablet to froth off, and it gave it some validity. I'm not sure if that's actually true. There's one in the British Museum, but there's supposed to be one hidden. I can't verify that either. but interesting nevertheless. I don't know what that is. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang's highly fucked, isn't it? There's everything in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Starts with pirates, then you get a flying car. You get a princess into mechanical robots, flying cars. You're my little chitty face, you're my teddy bear. That guy. And he's got a robot and automatons and all sorts of weird inventions. He's a German up in the mountains. And he wants a flying car. And they got a sweetie man who's a child collector. So he goes around the streets of Germany and he steals children off the street. So I was like, in the film. And he's horrible, that actor. So, Petra and similar sites. Meltage or mudfloodage solidified or the great densification as Subphonic puts it. So that's an interesting formation of dribbleness. Looks like something might have gone on a drip there and caught in a cymatic wave and froze in the moment. It's definitely some cymatics. So these are all over the place. Look at this tech on here, guys. That's not just a lightning conductor, obviously. Into the dome, the ports. Whole thing's power center. Just like a electricity substation of the day, only bigger. Oh, New York. Look at the entrances to these things, though, guys. There's really, and the people are tiny. Is there any need for it? They're massive buildings, aren't they? And this building goes nowhere. You find them all over Japan. This is where this one is. Mexico got a load as well. And they're just like steps that go up to nowhere. And it looks exactly like them ones that I seen on the top of that Alpine mountain when I went to Czech Republic. I don't know if you've seen that video. Blew my mind, that place. Never stopped thinking about that. So air balloons, I'm going to show you some hotel balloons in a minute. And these things are much more than you could imagine. They are luxury inside. This was the way to go. And you can refuel mid-Atlantic as well, or just stop and moor up on a ship, or skyscrapers, as you know. This came up on my Instagram. I think it's a t-shirt you can design. It's a Liedtke thing. You wouldn't understand. I quite like that. If you want any Flaterthon t-shirts, I do have a shop. You can find it under my channel. So this is sick. I did have a friend. I still got a friend, Michelle, and she's half thalidomide, and she had right shit in school. Thalidomide babies, loads around, because they came in the late 60s when I came around, and they said you could trust science, and this is what they make, guys. Just like myxomatosis for humans. What the fuck, guys? Come on. Oh, these people. Are we just going to put up with it? I know. I'm going to get fucking Charles Bronson on my side. Sort the shit out. Guess fucking put our foot down, styly. Anyway, that's just me. So that's a beautiful bit of a building out in the middle of shit nowhere, isn't it? With all mud. I wonder if they got all that there. Horse and cart, probably. Oh, that's perfect. Bet the water came in later, though. I bet it was a pumping station to get water off the land. I bet all castles were after Noah's flood. This is nice. I've seen this before, though. Sort of like OD on Phoenician ornamentation and motif. Like the usual shells, flowing fruits and vegetables. So Hitler's definition of socialism, I'll look at that for a minute. This was in 1938, so this is not from Mein Kampf. This is like later, just before the war. So a socialist is one who serves the common good without giving up his individuality or personality or the product of his personal efficiency. Our adopted term socialist has nothing to do with Marxism, socialism. Marxism is anti-property. True, socialism is not. Marxism places no value on the individual or individual effort or efficiency. True, socialism values the individual and encourages him as an individual efficiency at the same time as holding that his interests as an individual must be the consonance with those of the community. All great inventions, discoveries, achievements were the product of an individual brain. It is charged against me that I am against property, that I am an atheist. Both charges are false. No, I'm not like no brain doctor, and but I'm a good detective, and I can build a psychological profile on a human being and an MO on an individual. I think that sings volumes, guys. Okay, I really do. He's not an atheist, and he wants everybody to have an equal opportunity. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is true. It get this. Don't blame me. Somebody else put it out there. Case like this rumor gets out, but passport was discovered. They got George Guidestones. Guess who it was? Maybe. Shh, don't say nothing. All right. So yeah, scooters around today everywhere, as you know, 1920s and even before, they were ripping around and they went proper quick. Electric scooters, electric cars, electric everything. Ooh, NASA discovered a new planet. Yeah, Pancataria, and it's spotted 120 light years away in Maple Syrup Galaxy. Yeah. So, the Victorians, or late 1800s, nice colour picture here, had vacuum cleaners. You plug them in because you've got electric in your house. And I know it's big, but I tell you what, you needed it for them Victorian carpets. A hell of a sucker on it. That's what you need. Them thick shagpile carpets, not like them cheap, nasty Axminster fucking carpets of today. Although Axminster is pretty nice. I'll take that back. But I mean the carpet quality of the old days. My mother used to have an old Victorian carpet. I used to love it. Yeah, I still got. I picked up a carpet in Morocco. I got on my wall, and it's like Arabian Nights and stuff. So yeah, I grew up in the video arcades of Space Invaders and Galaxia of the 1980s. But if you're a little bit older than me, you may remember this: Voiceograph private recording studio. Record your voice. It's fun. I used to do that. I used to record top of basically we used to have on Sunday nights. We used to have like the top 40. And we used to record him on them little recorders to like basically nick tracks. And you have to miss the adverts in between and stop the press and record on them old-fashioned tape recorders. We used to love doing that shit. And it saved us a fortune on like records and stuff. It's like, no, I've got that. Stole it Sunday. Oh, I did too. Oh, the Davy Crockett. I think I remember a Davy Crockett. He was Welsh. Yeah, he was Welsh's descendancy. And they had shops. Viz-O-Matic is actually a online, if you like, shopping experience which you could do in the past, like what looks like the 1940s, a little bit later here. So it's not new to shop online. We've been doing it a while. This is an interesting lady. 1947 Hong Kong. All right, I was intrigued. So she's got a ear pierced. Okay, she's having a think. Her clothes, I thought at first were dirty, but they're not. That's just the colour of their clothes. She's got a nice gold bracelet on. Her hands are filthy, so it could be dirt. Nice gold bracelet, nice gold earrings. Slide. But her hands are filthy. Intriguing photo, lovely photo. So yeah, if you fly these days, EasyJet, yeah, cabin crew are nowhere near as good looking as they used to be, and well, it's all rather queer these days. In the past, you have like sliced ham, yeah, some mustard on a plate with some bread, and some German Holstein beer. It's like heaven plain, basically heaven plain. Not so much with the ham stuff, but like Holstein beer. Here is New York City in its infancy, and it looks exactly like Amsterdam. No, it's not New York City. It is Amsterdam, which is the same beaver technology or the beaver dam shape as we posted before as New Amsterdam. So why they got all the streets all mapped out and there's nothing on them? Because they're digging them up. Here's some kids in Ellis Island. They've been processed, the 33s. And nobody else is in there because of the millions that are flooding into America. Just these two. They will populate it. So this is not Tunguska, obviously, because it's colour. Mount St. Helens blast caused all of them trees to come down. Remember the side of Mount St. Helens coming down in Washington State? Caused all them trees. Love from Harlem, Liddy. We love you. And these are King Tut slippers. So if you want to know what his foot would smell like, I suppose it would have worn off in all that time, but made of gold. So King Tut's little toesy woesies went in there. But he was a boy king. So he was only little. Here's little Willie, who is Wilhelm, grandson of Victoria, soon to be a pain in the ass in World War One as a child, but he's already like in every organization, soon to be commander-in-chief of fucking German army. Anyway, 100 miles you can go on this Frisch electric car here, guaranteed. Okay, $2,000 though, it's a bit pricey. But you can go 100 miles, plug it in, stacks of plugins. I'll show you now all over antiquity, and I was in New York. Okay, guys, you could buy that. And that was in, excuse me, the year is, go away box, 1908. Electric car that go 100 miles, no problemo. Decoration, this is in California during Dust Bowl, not Oklahoma. California had Dust Bowl experience as well. This is the Californian version. And I think this is a brilliant idea, because if you was bored, you could sit there reading the walls. And then after a while, get another newspaper and then put that on the walls and then read them. Come on, makes perfect sense to me. Nah, piss poor existence. So look at these wankers pretending on a fucking moon. Look at it. Look at it. He's got time for a salute. He's stinking to it. He's got a hammer. That's not going to rip your suit. You're not going to die. All right. And then the waving fucking flag is just like basically windy and shit. Yeah. He's got the rover behind him. That's still up there, apparently. Oh, yeah. You stick a telescope on it and show us, please. This is the British Communist Party, apart from the Nazis mostly. Early on, as 1932, they were saying Stalin was a jolly good chap and we should join him and become a communist country. But like Britain's not having any of that. We keep all our stuff quiet. What's that? Masons, Shoreditch Street Masons, something there. Excuse me. Okay, and this is the White House. It was completely gutted, the Capitol building, completely gutted in the 1950s, and then they basically took the contents, took it all away, and then they completely rebuilt it. So inside and out. Put a lot of bunkers in there and shit, you mean? UFO detector. Really works, guys. I want one. Detects strong electromagnetic fields. Built-in alarm system. Active 24 hours a day. No battery drain. Fuck me. Operates on a single flashlight cell. And it'll tell you if a UFO is coming over. So I want one of them. So yeah, they had these going around in the old days. Apart from, wow, they had disabled toilets back in the day. Mobile telephone. Bands that had going around, because I'm guessing there wasn't that many public phones. Did you see them before? No, me neither. But inside St. Stephen's Tower, which is where Big Ben is housed, the bell for Big Ben, this is inside it, but it's in scaffold and we're not allowed to look at it or get a look at what's going on behind there while they fit out some new really bad mind control 5G technology in there, no doubt. So you have flying cars. For real. I would like one. Imagine you could go and visit anyone. I could fly over I'll be over it like in 8 hours and fly to America. It would be brilliant. Just land in the middle of New York. Obviously, fold your wings. So here's Otto, sole survivor of the Frank family, Otto Frank, who's Anne Frank's famous dad. Oh, he's been on chat shows. He smashed it on the book that he wrote in biro. And what I'm finding for Anne Frank is she's got one of the most expansive photographic background journals for a 14-year-old girl of anyone on earth. I'm wondering, how the fuck have they got all these photographs? It really does feel like a constructive narrative. See, if they had Anne Frank in the cinema, yeah, and the Germans come in, I would definitely shout, "She's in the attic!" You know, just cause, for fun, just for fun. Everyone would go, oh, spoiler alert. It's like, yeah, no one is to drag on ages. I have to listen to all that boring fucking poetry or whatever she does. So she's like, this is in London in the Blitz, little Cora doll, and this is her house, which has been blown up. She's like, my mother's cooking bricks for breakfast. She's having bricks for breakfast. They all had bricks for breakfast. So Hermann Goering done all right. Here's some of his loot. He had some swords going on. This is Goering's castle. The Americans nicked all his shit and took it back. I wonder if they shared any with us. It's all Phoenician stuff. Each of all of this just is worth oogles. But Goering was a flash sod and an opium addict or morphine addict, they say. Might be true, may not be true. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. So this guy is a 21-year-old chess expert. He's playing 50 people in one go. He wins 47. He draws 2 and loses 1 game. So he just goes from one table to the next, playing chess. He's playing 50 people. He beats 47 of them. 21-year-old in America. Forgot his name. Yeah, no. So this is Boston's Great Molasses Disaster. What happened, I'll show you photographs of shortly, is a molasses tanker mysteriously exploded, causing a tsunami of molasses 160 meters wide and 1 meter deep to rush through the streets, killing people. Nobody could move, and it was just a big fucked up day. I can't see how that can be faked, whoever just said that. So talking about that weird skyscraper they're just building in Saudi Arabia, this was one of the biggest or longest residential blocks in the world. It's in the city of Rome, and it's one of the biggest residential blocks, if not the biggest residential block in the world, longest. So this young German conscript has been captured by a Russian, and he's been fucked up, and he's only a boy. War sucks. Stop all that. Stop all that already. This is the 1950s perm in Germany. Yeah, you could have a permanent perm in Germany if you're willing to go through that. Women will go through any sort of misery just to think that they look better. Oh, do you like my hair? Doesn't it look wonderful? When really you're thinking, actually, no, I liked it before. Delivered in a house in California. On a raft. I don't know how they get that to where it's going, but they delivered them on a raft, apparently. Weird. And cutting the grass out in Washington. This is in Washington, D.C. And in, I got the date, 1903. And it's a steam-powered lawnmower. Steam-powered lawnmower. Which is jolly groovy. And it's in 1903 in Washington. This is in Iran, and it's a Roman bridge, or what's left of a Roman bridge, with some British guy on there with his pith helmet, taking a pith. So apparently, a bit of the classical world. All the rest is gone, and that's near the border of Iraq. This is the torch for Statue of Liberty. Now, it got taken down in 1986. You can still see Towerage still going on there. So it was apparently fucking battered. They're not going into why it was battered to say maybe age or something. I don't like that scaffold. And they took it down, and that is in the Statue of Liberty Museum in New York now. You could go visit this piece of poo, and they replaced it with more copper poo. But I think that's part of the original thing. Something going on with it. It looks a bit techie to me. A lot going on in there. And it's all smashed up, but they're not like saying what happened. So yeah, they had these everywhere in America. Look, in the past, have you got that now? Electro parking. No, they're bringing it all out and saying, "Oh, we're so clever. Look at all this new stuff we got," aren't they? When it's not, because it's already there. So Antarctica ice shelf. Apparently, these are 3 US destroyers, and they're pushing an iceberg out of the way to clear a passage to McMurdo Sound. Is that fake? You would get them all on this end and just push it that way, wouldn't you? And where's this ice shelf that way? Looks less like a bit of ice shelf rather than any iceberg I've ever seen. That's a weird shot anyway. I'm not buying that. Whatever. Digging the Panama Canal in the 1930s. And what you do find with we surmised that this was being dug out and was antiquity. It was there before, excuse me. Is this giant masonry? It always see this stuff, these giant rocks. And what are they doing in the jungle? What is the geological circumstances to have some of them addressed as well, like a wall there? And, you know, these big pieces here, which really do look like, you know, shapes to some of them, definitely. And it's just crunched in there. You see this stuff here? Just rock. Cool, they must have had a terrible time getting all that rock out of the Panama Canal. But what's that doing in the middle of the bloody jungle? And that's just like a random load of rock. I think it's a bit of a civilization. So this was belonging to a Italian gentleman who was on the Titanic. They recovered this apparently when they went down there, or the Olympic or the Britannic, it doesn't matter, but this is the exact time that she went down. So it's 2:25 in the afternoon. Here are the Romanovs' children, and they are about to come bullet practice or target practice for the Bolsheviks, because they're supposed to be all murdered. I'm not buying it. I think they all went on to better lives. The Romanovs were charmed. They had a lot of good shit. They were spoiled, absolutely rotten. And then they had a really hideous demise, apparently. Anastasia was supposed to have survived, supposed to have had diamonds and the built-upon stuff. I don't buy that with a Mauser machine gun. Oh, she may look clean, but pickups, good time girls, prostitutes, spread syphilis and gonorrhea. You can beat the access if you get VD. That's government propaganda about, you know, that love stuff that I showed you. They're saying, don't do that. Don't do that. Just don't. So, yeah, they've been doing this bullshit for a long time. Here's the Russians on Skylab in 1980s. And he said he's supposed to be balancing him on his finger. And they're doing that same stupid shit. Tight belt, square body. Because, like, men got square bodies, that's known. And this, harness, not to put a finer point on it. And this silly sausage upside down, yeah. Also, tight belt thing. Also, what's that? Also, what's all that with your legs? And also, keep your arms crossed, because they always do that in the other studio, the ISS, because your harness is there, isn't it? And that they've been doing this stupid shit for the longest time, guys. That was apparently in space called Skylab, they tell you. Come down, splash in the Indian Ocean. So, yeah, 1989, Tiananmen Square. Chinese turn up with a load of tanks. And this guy's going on with his shopping. And apparently, he becomes a living legend. Because he's like, no, I just carry my fucking shopping on, man. Like that, to the Chinese army. And they didn't squish him with the tanks. They could have, they should have. No, I like to sit home and knit. Yeah. A tired woman makes a poor wife. So these are adverts, obviously very derogative towards women in the past. They feel that they wanted you to stay home and do like wifey stuff and have no life and stuff. So like that. Okay, dog heads. In the past, they're dog heads. I'm going to pass you this book. Actually, it's in the description. So I'm going to quickly flick through that. I'm going to come back in a minute because I need to have a drink, compose myself. I've been talking for 7, 8, 9, 10, 3 hours, 15 minutes. And we've got quite a long way to go. So, yeah, you got this guy with the death face. I don't know what's going on. Blindfolded Cherebanowski in this book. But you got these like dog heads, and they're like the ruling class. And they talk to them and stuff. It's just, why? 500 years ago. So it's the same old thing with the Phoenicians, like I showed you in the earlier book. But they do show you the dog head. Must be the other way. Dog head rulers. And this dog head ruler, he's on a throne, obviously. And he's like, I brought you a model of a castle. And he's like, let me bite that. And he has babies pouring out of his stomach, or little people. She's also holding a building. Somebody's getting bent over. Which looks like not nice. So, yeah, dog head rulers in the past. What's with that, guys? What exactly is with dog heads? I read a Stephen King book once. It was horrible. It was this guy who worked in an office and he could see them all as dog heads and stuff. And a guy said, you can see him, can you? He said, don't let him see you. He said, avoid eye contact. Don't let him know you can see him. A bit like in They Live. He said one of them changed into a fox in the lift, and he jumped, and she knew that he'd seen it. So this is unbelievable as well, that I dug up. Remember I mentioned about the tunnels under the Atlantic, and I mentioned about underground sea cables. Well, these are from like the late 1800s. Okay, guys, this is nuts. They had this many undersea cables in 1891. All right, this is a French maritime chart. So I'll just go with Europe for a second from Britain. So these are cables in 1800s going all the way to Newfoundland. All that many. Not one laid by or two laid by the Great Western. We're talking about all the way from the English Channel all the way to Uruguay. That long, they've laid cables that long, and they're there. They were there already, is what my suspicion is. I saw part of this circuit board city thing. I can't believe that there's that many in the Mediterranean out of Marseille. All of them underground cables in 1891, guys. So they'd certainly nailed it early. None coming out of Wales, but a lot coming out of Britain. Southampton, Dover, Hull. Loads coming out of Ireland. And all of these coming out of here, Liverpool. Absolutely amazing, that is. To think that they had that many cables so early on. They say. Mad. Mad, 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 mad. I don't like that word, globe. Anyway, moving on. So weather manipulation is a thing. And if you haven't seen this, it's been around for quite some time. But this will show you that they do tell you. They've got this machine which will make rain. Clouds and rain. And remember, with Organite technology and Wilhelm Reich technology, you need a cloud to seed to start. So they can engineer the weather because they got these great big and seeding machines as well. They're not hiding it. They're telling you they do it in this. And it causes weird hail. I had that lately. That's cloud busting. It's a thing. Weather modification systems. There. They're doing it, guys. And they've been doing it all along. And they're not even hiding it. They do it. It's no secret. But people say deny it. So vaccines been around for a while. They found this. And this was from like, basically the Middle Ages. And they're doing it there as well. It's like, you may feel a little prick. They don't say that because people might think it's rude. It's like, you may feel a little nudge. I don't know. Whatever they say. They don't say little prick anymore. So I'm going to come back for a minute and check out the scene and see what's next. Okay, 561 of you. Schwahit in the house. I need a drink. Good to see you guys. Flat thumbs. I've been going hours. We've got a little while to go yet, though. Let me just have a look at what I got next. Oh, gosh, I got so much. Right, that is my standby advert. Okay, some humor, some music, a musical interlude. We'll look at some film. Excuse me. Okay. Boston molasses disaster. We're going to look at next. We're going to look at hotels on airships, which are mind-blowing next. We're going to look at Queen Victoria and her toy boy chum, who was Abdul Karim, who was her favourite person after Albert, apparently. Tartars by the seaside, Tartar Air, and a load of other stuff. Jesus, I better get on with it. I got so much to get through. So, do you think you can keep up with the juicage? I have all passion. Good to see you. What's happening? And Rich. So, Kate Bush, yeah, she did that cloud busting. She knew it. She knew her shit. She's back anyway, isn't she? Run up that hill. We could deal with God. Well, sounds a bit satanic to me. George, Alva Billy, Ginge. And Kolistugi and Esley's in the house. Ashra, Jazzy. So, all you people who are watching and lurking, I can see you. No, I can't really. But talk in chat, join the gang anyway, okay? We're a nice bunch. Don't bite. T, good to see you. Lady Locks. Okay, let's get some more usage on the go. Ew. Yeah. Yeah. This is a truth or farm. Thank you, Mo. I love you, Mo. Oh, Samson in chat there. Always reminds me he's a top broski. This is a fundraising. My idea was I give you the best usage, and if you are happy and I've affected you in any way, and you make a small donation to me so I can pay. We're in this fucking matrix. Okay, G-Shell, good to see you. Love all history. Okay, we're getting more juice because this is going to take forever. So you find links in a Patreon, and thanks for everyone who's joined my. I've got about half a dozen people in my membership now, including Isabella there, and a few other peeps. Excuse me, and Bear, Romany Bear. So excuse me. Okay, we got some more film there. That's me. Okay. Oh, okay, that's me. Right, Boston molasses disaster. We're going to look at now. I just showed you that one, but yeah. So they had a tsunami apparently, which caused death and devastation. 12 people were killed. A train got wrecked because it was a tsunami of molasses, which is vile, and it caused all of this. I'm guessing it was nearly impossible to walk in the nature of molasses. Wrecked buildings as it came through and caused millions and millions in damage. The Great Boston Molasses Tsunami. You can't make this shit up. 1919, the year of Spanish flu. There's a guy doing some cuts, some welding, or looks like he's doing some cutting actually. So they got ambulances in. This is like a proper disaster. Like I said, loads injured, people killed. And look at this sort of devastation. Who would have thought that molasses could do something so devastating as that, guys? It looks more like the Halifax disaster. But I don't know. Oh, thanks, Max Trump. Yay, we got ourselves a member. Love that. So yeah, molasses is like sticky as fuck, isn't it, guys? It's the nastiest stuff going. Imagine trying to walk in that. It's akin to a mud flood, but molasses flood. So yeah, went under that railway, and look what it's done to this building. Sugar. Molasses did that. So did you know about this, Ray? Boston mud flood? The Boston mud flood disaster? Molasses disaster, I should say. Pretty cool. I never knew. Right, airships. No, I talk a lot about airships, and I've shown so many images of airships in the past and Tartarian technology of airships. And we've proposed that this is what they were doing in times past, which they were, because these things, tops of buildings, all of our antiquity, and definitely the tops of skyscrapers. But they had a fleet of luxury hotel ones, and it all ended with, I'm guessing, the Hindenburg disaster. They were massive, and not much of an engine on that, though, really. 2 propellers. So these things here. So they go from across the Atlantic, okay, from Paris to New York, in this sort of luxury. Inside the airships was carpeted, restaurants, really posh. In the airship, not like an airplane of today where you're crammed in seats. Is a viewing platform, and it doesn't go far above the water. You get a really good view of the cities, New York, I guess, and all that when you go over. And when you come coupling up to a skyscraper, it would be really funky. Not like the modern day planes, or crammed in like sardines. No, you can have a game of cards, look out the window, wander around. This is the galley. Yeah? Nice big galley on an airship hotel. And there's the viewing platform suite. I'm guessing the cabins were pretty nice. They had maids. Very relaxing, nice wicker chairs. And there's your restaurants and dining rooms. A couple of them. Nothing spilling over, nothing flying around like you would on a boat. All very luxurious, all very lovely on an airship. Oh, I got a moth like flying in my face. He's tickling me. Ugh, go away. So, like proper tickling me. Go away. No. And yeah, so it looks pretty shit out in a airship. And they got like even a deck outside, guys. Come on the roof of the airship. You're not gonna fall off. And they fly pretty low as well, so the wind wouldn't blow you off, like, you know. And this is when it goes mooring. Basically, somebody's just waiting on the ground. Sticks it on a tractor. Tractor pulls you in to a mooring, one of which was on top of the Empire State Building. Drop people off straight into the center of New York. Big business. Ships, airships and balloons. And this is an airship and a balloon pack where you could get on one like that. Probably pay a little price. And then that's one guy on his own balloon. Just like them Tartarian pictures that we see. Not fantasy, reality in these. Over the White House. Somebody else in a balloon. And some of these were really luxurious. You've got all that space inside as well. And safe, super safe, until the Hindenburg disaster, which is anomalous. Some of them are massive. Look at the size of this. And you got these hangars for them, which could have been not the railway stations, apparently, some of them original use, Crystal Palaces. The size of that hangar. Astra. That's a huge dirigible. What looks like mud-flooded environment. So, you go and launch them from ships, I guess. And they were used in war for barrage balloons. There's a barrage balloon depot in World War II near to where I live. So they fly low, and you got all of these wires hanging off. You'll see them. Captain on bridge, and all that luxuriousness going on inside. And that's going over what looks like Germany. Yeah, it's the Graf Zeppelin. She flew all over the world, she did. She was a beaut. Luxurious hotel in the air. And they were quite quiet as well, you know, it was just like the twin turbine engines of these. Not that noisy, or this one got more, but still, not screaming. Oh, that one says fag. Yeah, wait till the planes, it'll get like that, you'll be all right. And then the top of the buildings are like this. Just drop them off. They can spin around if the wind takes them, but they do clamp them on in case you get tailwind. And that's how they would have got around in Tartaria. It makes perfect sense anyway to me. And they did this vertical thing as well. I'm guessing if they were all in the nose, you just step down into there. For regassing, the US Navy, they had hotel ones as well. And they just packed them up on skyscrapers in Seattle, LA, you name it. And they were like this inside. In America, beautiful. Restaurant cars. And the size inside, literally, I get a mall in there. Really, that is just, and it's just air. Or hydrogen, or helium would be wicked. Helium kills gravity, doesn't it? I hate to say the word. So yeah, that'd be fun going up with the ground below you. I'd love a bit of that action. I wouldn't be scared. Look at the size of that for a hangar. These are people. That's the Nazi graph spree, is it? No, it's another one. So yeah, they went mad on balloons. The Germans across the Atlantic, no problem. The Germans, you know, the Americans didn't have a problem with it all in the 30s. They used to welcome him in, graph spree. Till this. Oh, the humanity. Just as a correspondent sitting there handy with that catchphrase. Captain actually stepped out. In fact, they all mostly stepped out. It was just bullshit on toast, but it put people off going in these in favor of airplanes, which are a hoax, the fuel hoax. Everyone's getting robbed. So they could drop a plane, literally drop a plane out of a balloon. So you could have made some aircraft carriers, which they did, because there's a proof, and stop in mid-Atlantic, refuel or whatever, regas up, or just stop off on a ship. And one of them got caught in a hurricane, in a storm, and got wrecked, a Zeppelin. So storms will get them, storms will get anything. Nothing beats nature. Wipe the face of the earth, and there's the US Navy balloons going over New York City. So they were all in on it. And they just ended it. And this is apparently a balloon dirigible in Nevada, and that's apparently an atomic bomb test in the background. Although it doesn't look like a nuclear bomb, it just looks like an explosion of shit, you know? Nothing compared to the mines of the First World War that they exploded, nothing. You could hear, when they exploded in Flanders, they heard the explosions in Dublin. So Queen Vix, do you know about this guy? Abdul Karim was Queen Victoria, the most powerfulest woman on earth, his confidant and best buddy. She had a Scotsman as well, according to that movie, Mr. Brown, with Billy Connolly. But he was a favourite. They were always together, and it caused a lot of controversy and lips gathering, because there's like, oh, do you think it's right Her Majesty to spend so much time around them Indian boys? And she's like, well, actually, they got, this is what Queen Victoria, well, they got the best weed, and I really like them. They're better looking. It's like, yeah, no shit. So he's got like and he's become incredibly powerful as a king, Abdul. And he's got all of these medals, and he's been joining all these organizations. She's bestowed him with lots of shit. And he's become, like Rasputin, proper powerful in the royal household. Gone from a mere waiter to her sidekick, her confidant, and her bodyguard, and more, and more, and more. Don't know what more. But yeah, so he looked like he's a Freemason as well. So this is obviously a pencil drawing, but he appears a lot with Queen Vic. What dog she got? Oh, I don't know what dog that is. She hasn't got corgis, so have she? Not like that crazy queen, don't know. Talking of crazy queens, I'll show you about her in a minute. Oh no, they made. I tried to get that video right. It was on Instagram of basically making kids pass out, having black eyes and looking like freaky, but they wouldn't let me show it to you. But I really like the Queen. I think I love her. I'm just checking that out there now into the establishment if they're listening. Okay, I proper do love her. Okay, so there he is. He gets mighty powerful. He puts on a few pounds in years to come, and when she feeds him up a bit and spends more time sitting on the end of a bed. She does a lot of fan mail, Queen Vic, as well. She's not selfish, but she's off her head on weed most of the time. There he is, reading his Quran. Oh no, he's Pakistani, so he'd be. Oh, unless it's West Pakistan. Oh, that didn't exist in the Victorian era. All right, he's not a Muslim. I don't know. So Queen Victoria made efforts of writing Urdu in 1889. Queen Victoria. So she, she felt the need to write to him or write in Urdu, which I find pretty funky. But he's joined everybody, hasn't he, Hakim? Fucking hell. It's like Freemason extraordinaire, Knights of Malta. She bestowed everything on his race. It's like, I got everything. I'm the most powerful Indian in the entire empire, which he was. Probably more powerful than a Mughal. Because he's Queen Vic's left-hand chum. But he piled on them pounds later on, didn't he? Wonder what become of him. There's the new lobby boy. He's going to train him and learn him everything about ripping off royals that you need to know. Okay, so that's, in case you never knew, Abdul Karim. Tatters by the seaside. Let's investigate. So these are the Edwardians a little bit later. So we're looking at 1910. Okay, in Seaside. What you don't get is any leggage. Or in fact, any bikinis. They come on a little while later. So what are you going to wear? You're going to get covered up, stick a mental hat on, a load of net to go down to the beach. Yeah. Some of them a little bit more adventurous, like this lady. She's showing actual arms. You don't get much of that. Oh, legs. But I think that's like not permitted, is it? Oh, she's got shorts on. Everyone else covered up. Never seen the sea before. Keep out of the heat. Everyone covered up, no skin. And if you do get out of the water, you got to literally pull your changing room to the water's edge so nobody can see you getting out of the water in case we get a look at what your body looks like through the wet t-shirt competition, basically. So they wouldn't even allow wet t-shirts. Totally weird. So yeah, make sure I go on the beach, stick all these hats on and stuff and cover up and It's all weird. All in crinoline gowns. All beautifully turned out, though. I don't know how they did all this washing. They never had washing machines, did they? They never had personal automatic. They didn't do the Dad's Doorstep challenge. So how did they do it? They had a load of starch. Everything starched in a men's suit. How are they pulling this off? See what I mean? You go straight out of the water and you got to leg it. Because apparently nobody's going to take a look at your finery. She's a little bit more. Oh my God. This one, not so much. My God, she's going barefoot. Arrest her. I can see your toes. So she's a bit more risque. You can see the naughtiness on her face. She's thinking, yes, but jolly hockey sticks, fuck them. I'm going to go barefoot. Is what she's thinking, because she's British probably. It's not. These are American photos. I'm just postulating. This is in Marseille. It was built in 1880s. It was completed in 1880. Ooh, I got it written down. 1879, and it is a lift up a mudflood bank. And they took it down in the 1970s. It is no longer there. It's fantastic. It's got like a Greco-Romano entrance. It goes practically vertical up this weird-ass mud hill where all these palaces and stuff are on top. Look at the effort made into that in the Victorian era. So you get to the top, and then there's this walkway. And all of that city view. How fantastic is that? And there, look, there's the entrance. So it was the Notre Dame stair lift in Marseille. And it's weird, this muddy cliff as well. Look at that. All that effort. Beautiful. And that sky lift. I've seen a few of them. There's one in Cincinnati, one in LA. Torquay has one. These lifts. But it's nearly vertical. And look at this. You're telling me this is not the classical world. It's weathered, it's old, Corinthian tops. All of these pillars are old. That's how it works. So that's in Marseille. Smack City. The French Connection. That's all I know about Marseille, actually. I've never been there. Is from the film The French Connection. And look at these 4 generators to drive that thing. Nice, isn't they? Steam powered, possibly. And there it was. So yeah, it's quite high above the city. You've got this massive hill. I've seen this before, like sort of a monastery, and it's all just like mud flooded, and they put that up it to get to the monastery. It's quite something, isn't it? But it's gone, like all the cool Tartarian stuff. There it is. So yeah, there's something going on with that. That looks Star Forty as fuck. There is a Star Fort. Okay, there's a Star Fort on top of the hill, and it takes you straight to it. But there are roads as well, in case you don't want to go on the left. But you probably have to go right round the mountain. Okay. That's pretty groovy, isn't it? Have you seen that before? No. Right, I'm going to come back for a second. So I've got to bring some more stuff up. In fact, 570. I'm going to give you a musical interlude. I'm going to get a drink and leave the computer for 3 minutes. And you're going to have a bit of music. Don't run away, 557 of you, because we've got quite a bit to go on Martin's Flaterthon. It's good idea to call it that, wasn't it? I know, done that before. So, I spy a Mellage. Hiya, Dragon, loads of love. Hiya, Balva Billy Babe. Are you okie dokie? Hi, Lilypacks. Hi, Eshra. So many messages for me. Scarborough or Weymouth? No, it was actually. I can't remember. I think it was. I was going to say Atlantic City. It's not that beach, but I think it is in New Jersey. That was America. So just joined. Have Wemo. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for the message. And brother and his emperor, King Schnurgle Gershon, our real Viking. Jazzy J and Tara Montage Cat Game. Oh, fuck me, that's a mouthful. So who else have we got here? So lurkers, Make yourself visible to me. Don't hide. That would not be right. Don't hide. Come and talk. Come and play. All of you. Tom Vida, good to see you. Okay, well, give me a second. I want to just do a little musical interlude in a second. I got more videos, more stuff. I just need to bring it up a second because I can't carry too many tabs in one go. Okay, because what happens is the computer will crash. So I had to get rid of stuff. Okay, right, there's that one. I've gone through, and excuse me. Make sure to share this out if you did. Like my video if you did, and we've still got quite a way to go. I could like literally just keep going, really. No problemo, as long as I last, as long as I can keep liquid in my Brian, I'll be all right. Okay, did I show that? No. Okay. So let me just put some music on for 2 seconds, and I'm going to be back in a little while. We're going to have a bit of truth music. Okay, for you for a second. Oh, no, not that. Okay. Reggae time. I'll be back now. Don't go away. Don't go away. Loads to come.
Go look, go look. Oh, look, go look, go look. Oh, look in the sky. Oh, look in the sky. Can't you see a miracle? The stars are close. Can you make a wish while they circle us? We're not spinning any ball. They're all wrong for this. You gotta look in the sky. You look in the sky. The sun is right up on the line. They're moving towards your eyes. The sun is a clock, and you get the sky as it We're not spinning on the ball. We're not there all wrong for this. You gotta look. Oh, look, oh, look, oh, look. Oh, look, oh, look, oh, look. Just a look, my friend, please look. Oh, look, oh, look, oh, look in the sky. Oh, look in the sky. Can't you see a miracle? The stars are close. Can you make a way?
Yeah, sorry about that. It's been a wanker. Don't worry. Life is like that sometimes, guys. We just have to do a thing called refresh. It's okay. It's okay. All good. Don't run away. Right, I'll be back in a second because I just need to get my shit together. I think we're about right there. Right. I hope you're skanking in your chairs. Good.
We're not spinning on the ball. We're not there all wrong for this. You gotta look. Oh, look, oh, look, oh, look. Oh, look, oh, look, oh, look. Just a look, my friend, please look. Oh, look, oh, look, oh, look in the sky. Oh, look in the sky. Can't you see a miracle? The stars are close. Can you make a wish while they circle us? We're not spinning on the ball. They're all wrong for this. Just a look. Just a look. Oh, look, oh, look, oh, look. Just a look, oh, look, oh, look. Oh, look, oh, look, oh, look. Now please look at the book. Oh, where did the book go? Now please, I get a telescope. It'll reappear the same they're all wrong for this. We're not spinning anymore. They're all wrong for this. Please look, oh look, oh look, oh look, look, oh look in the sky. There's something rising from the line. Please look, it's a moving to your eyes. Please look, oh look in the sky. Oh look in the sky. Can't you see a miracle? The stars are close. Can you make a wish while they circle of them? We're not spinning anymore. They're all wrong for them. We're not spinning anymore. They're all wrong for this. For it. Just look, please look, please look.
Well, there you are. It's flat. Bendy water, guys. Just say them words. Bendy water. Yeah, I'm just saying. It's weird, isn't it? Nutty. So I'm back for a second. I just looked to find this file I was looking for. It is there, but I just had to reload it. And now I've got to find it again. Just give me a second. We're going to look at Tartarians, or some people might regard them as Victorians, long hair. I mean, this is off the radar. And let's examine the women of yesteryear. Okay, so excuse me. Okay. Okay, long hair Tartarian ladies. Okay, let's have a look now. I've long said about long hair because of the Samson narrative being something to do with acting like antennas. There are narratives out there anyway. They say the hair is the antenna to your Brian. And the Victorian ladies, they don't wear any makeup, one thing, and they always have fake backgrounds, some sort of studio, but their hair touches the ground. But when I started researching it, I found out that a lot of these women are wearing hair extensions. Hair extensions were massive in this period. And although some had their own hair, there was a fashion in people buying human hair, a bit like today, which is also weird. But other people had hair extensions. But they was a thing where they had to reach or touch the ground. Now the executions, definitely with the vril movement, you know, they exactly the same ethos as you're saying it looks a bit doody. Grow your hair as long as you can the ground. I don't know how that works in a muddied world, which is nice. I don't know how that works in a muddied world. Oh, look at it, it's all like wavy. That's natural hair. When you got to drag your hair around, maybe you've got to put up in some sort of super bun or something. I don't know how that works. So maybe women would understand this a bit better. But you need to get your hair longer. That looks natural. So yeah, really strange stuff with his hair extensions, I must admit. Oh, she's gone completely nuts. But look at all that lovely hair. Imagine trying to keep it clean. Well, there is a shampoo, super shampoo they had in this day and age. And it wasn't head and shoulders either. So you go into prison, they cut your hair. You join the army, they cut your hair. Concentration camp, they cut your hair. So all institutions and places where they need to dumb you down, they cut your hair. And I think that's definitely a thing. Okay, you will be able to operate and think, after you've cut your hair, I've had my hair cut, I know how it feels, you feel all fresh, oh, that's better. But is it really going to help with your deeper thought processes? I think not. Oh. Yeah, he looks a bit... I'm being unpleasant. That might not be a fella. Oh. I'm not so sure about that one. It's a bit difficult to say. So yeah, they had Harleen, world-renowned hair producer and restorer. Okay, produces luxury hair, prevents its falling out and turning grey. I mean, this is brilliant. Strengthens it and everything. Look at this, guys. Imagine having that in this day and age. Yeah, for preserving and beautifying your hair. Shit, it knocks those in to touch. This is brilliant stuff. So they had special shampoo to make. Right, let's examine. And no makeup, you don't see though. And they're all dressed like this. What are they going like? Oh, I'm going to get dressed in the morning, and they come out like 5 hours later ready. Because like, how they get all this caper on? What the fuck's going on there? I was wondering where the hand was, and something weird about that. Oh, look at him! That's Jimmy Page out Led Zeppelin. That is literally Jimmy Page out Led Zeppelin. He looks pretty, he looks pretty familiar too. Oh, they get all them waves. People, isn't it weird how people's hair is wavy? My hair is wavy, but I like to see. She shows, waves. Oh, she's beautiful. Look at all that lovely, fluffy, natural hair. No makeup, nothing, just lovely. Whoa, all that hair. Just get lost in all that hair. Look at all that. It's lovely, isn't it? She looks interesting. She looks like she's got a Brian. She looks like a thinker. So they're all artificial backgrounds. Oh my God, is that a comb? Jesus. They're big combs, but if you've got a lot of hair, it stands to reason you should have a big comb, wouldn't you say? Braids, thank you, Axel. I don't know these womanly words. That's Brian Cox. Things can only get better. It's Brian Cox, guys. See, these actors, they just reel about time and time again. She got a bit of the Queen Victoria's about her, haven't she? But again, beautiful wavy hair. Let's have a look at it. She looks interesting. What's you got on your head? Oh, it's a rip in the photo. She looks more Tatar than Tartarian. That wasn't pleasant. So what's she doing? Combing? No, she's putting on her ears. Of Mickey Mouse ears. She's got on her feet. Nice leather bootage. But yeah, you don't want all that dragging in the mud. What happens in the toilet in the morning? You want to make sure you tuck all that away, otherwise you're going to have wet hair ends. Oh. This is a nice, pleasant study, isn't it, guys? We're finding out a lot here about Victorian women. We're finding out that their hair is fucking beautiful. They don't wear too much makeup. They got loads of good shit. And some of them look a bit blokey. Sorry. True though. Happy Christmas. So all I want for Christmas is what's that? That is in Peru actually. That is a dead person who is got bits inside it. And dreadlocks, because you would have dreadlocks if you was in Peru. So, Kharkov, I didn't show these just now. These are 1941, right? So, I can't get my head around this. This is what I was trying to say earlier with these tower blocks, right? See these? These are in 1941, right? And when I was in the Czech Republic, my mate Patrick put it to me. See all these tower blocks? I think they're on older footprints, like bigger footprints. And I really do feel that these are ancient. And you can see, like, this sort of entrance there and stuff. But look at that. These wooden, beautiful buildings. Antiquitech. And this is in the occupied Russian city of Kharkov. They're dealing with the German occupation, which doesn't seem too horrendous. And here's the remnants of the taking of the city of Kharkov on the way road to Stalingrad. But these tower blocks are so modern for the war. But look, all this stone, like the same as the Czech Republic. I'm telling you, these are older buildings. They must have had tower blocks in the past. So where's these signs? Actually not. Wolfsschneck. I don't know. I can't really pronounce any of them. So beautiful bit of Tartarian streets. Got motor cars in World War II, obviously. What that is. But Germans are occupying. Everything's still running along nicely. They don't seem to be telling people to keep off the street. Business as usual. So there's no problems with the Russian population. Are they skyscrapers in the distance? Because this is 1947. It's definitely a mud-flooded environment. Look at this, guys. It's like that's half cut. These windows here, all of this square is filled with mud in the past. So that is bombed out, but they left a lot of shit. 1925. Yeah, you can see that's Art Deco style. That would be 1925. And these communist countries, or what Russian countries, they build with these big fucking granite blocks. Everything is so big and so solid. You know, they just build amazingly. So no problem with the occupation at all, it seems. Everyone's getting along famously. I thought the Germans went completely batshit crazy on the Russians, murdered them indiscriminately. Is that guy not a giant? Why do you see so many giants in this part of the world? Look at that. He's at least, he's on a crutch, right, guys? So he's what? 7 foot? Bigger? I don't know. So they're not doing too bad, I would say. Not really. Out with the market store. Selling tea, maybe. A beautiful color footage, photographs over 1942, 41. Fireworks going off behind me. It's a Rembrandt something there. Oh, they got like Germans in photographs. Well, they would, wouldn't they? Not gonna have Russians. So having a look at the river, having a walk down. It's probably winter time. I'm not sure. No, the streets have got leaves. It's summertime. Beautiful place, though, isn't it? All of these beautiful antiquity buildings. So yeah, they spared that city. Then I don't know if they wrecked it. The bridge is gone, but they always do that. And inside an antique shop, picture of Hitler by balalaika. Because they're being occupied. So Britain was occupied briefly, or part of it. Guernsey, Alderney, and Jersey were occupied by the Germans, but they didn't report any like war crimes or anything. They did bring slaves to build these underground hospitals that are all over Jersey and other stuff. But they didn't really, you know, torture the British. They paid for money. They went to the post office. They went down a pub. They weren't like welcome with open arms. Didn't really collaborate with them or anything. But no, they were okay. They did not give the British shit at all. So I think that's burning of a dead bloke or something. Probably. So that's the Luftwaffe, who did a jolly good job up until the Battle of Britain when they got their ass handed to them in a handbag by fucking the RAF. But we did have the Supermarine Spitfire and the Hawker Hurricane, which outmaneuver them motherfucking Messerschmitt MEs, no problemo whatsoever. And we won. We won because we would. Just saying. I'm not biased. Mudflooders. I think these are all worlds, you know, guys. Okay. So they go around the town, they're playing jolly music to the Russians to cheer them up. This is what gets me. This shirt. So that's 1941 in Kharkov, in Russia. What? Really? 1941, occupied Kharkov. What the fucking hell is that? Because that's looking super duper modern, isn't it? That wouldn't be out of place now, would it? So that is in wartime in Russia. Head blown, skyscrapers, weirdness. Look at this, though. This is what the Czech Republic all looks like in Prague and everything. It's all beautiful like this. I love these countries. I've been to a lot of communist countries back in the day when I was in a merch all the time, actually. And I never used to do as I was told. Ugh. And I used to have a thing about winding up commissars. I thought they were cheeky, that they were bullying people not to talk to me. They were like, come away, don't talk to him. I go over and like, you can talk to me fucking once, mate. I can talk to you, I want, because I'm British. You always feel I'm the British card, wherever you are. Like that makes a difference in some countries. It doesn't. So the residents of Kharkov, I guess some are in Shit Street or up the Swanee we've got Paddle, and there's a lot of anti-Jewish propaganda, which like they're doing all of that propaganda stuff now in every flags in Ukraine and all of that. If we haven't been taken over, I don't know. Something weird going on. So all of these old Greco-Roman buildings are hollowed out. What is that, I wonder? Difficult to say. Let's move on. And so they got German lollipop men. That's what they do with their time off. New trees, beautiful architecture, though, and a load of Nazi shit all over it because, well, basically it's occupied territory, isn't it? So next, I'm going to show you a little bit of film. I'm coming back in a minute. I'm going to chat to you all in chat. I'm going to give everyone big shouts. Let's have a look at the antique world in film for a second, shall we? I have millions of these. Okay. I should actually hear them. It's a recorded sound for such an early time. They're crazy for taking photographs back there, but all of these people got cameras. It might be a photographers convention because every single one of them has a camera, except him. But everyone. Yeah? Yeah. Big business. You got a nice tripod there. Good day to you, sir, too. Top of the morning. Ooh, big ships, big ships. Yeah, just kill a kid with the chains. It won't matter. Jesus, it looks like Hansel and Gretel. It looks like Hans Christian Andersen. It looks beautifully, don't know, just nice. Don't even know what part of the world that is. No, it looks echoes of the old world, I should say. Yep. Give right away to the cows, proper order. So that tower's in scaffold. They're doing God knows what with it. So on Westminster Bridge, these little things here, when the sun shines through there, it projects penises on the bridge. Have you seen pictures of that? No, it's true. They did it deliberately because this is basically going up to Parliament and it's full of dicks. Oh, dickheads. So that's definitely flooded, isn't it? Okay, which is not good in with all them mudflood windows. I'm guessing those cellars are full of water or them digs. Indeed. So, what else can we look at? I got so much. Oh my god, it's hard to even imagine how much stuff I got. I dug out some FE books the other day. I was going to do some old FE newspaper cuttings, but I'll keep them for a later date actually, because there's like a lot of it. So, it's not BBC Rich, otherwise I'd be proper copyrighted. And it's third, fourth hand recording as well, so hopefully I haven't been done before for this. So this is Venice, the Phoenician home boat city. This is how they'd like it. All the streets full of water. They'd love that. Because the streets are shipping canals and shipping lanes. Because everything is maritime, no matter where you are. Including the laws. Laws of the sea on the land. Weird, eh? I like trains. Trains rock. Yeah, nice trains compared to now. Any action happening? Let's move it on a bit. Oh, that's better. What's happening here? As much as I like trains, I'd like to see the city streets. Oh, fucking hell, they added a yawn. Get off, you lazy get. That's in, obviously, not obvious, but looks like Syria. It's gates to Damascus, is my suspicion. What's that say in the background? It's in French. It's French Syria. It is Syria. He looks Jewish. Not many looking Jewish, though. The rest are definitely Syrian looking. Damascus, the oldest inhabited city on Earth. So they say if Damascus falls, the rest of the world will fall with it. All right. That was an amount of bullshit, wasn't it? Our Syrian war thing, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh fuck me. You got chemical weapons and all that palaver with Syria. What happened? What became of that? Do you want to tell you what became of that? Sweet. Fuck all came of that. Yeah. The guy spoke fluent English. His wife was English, for fuck's sake. She left him, apparently. What is that? That's like a steel peg, isn't it? You see that there? I bet they've bloody covered that over in the modern day. That's interesting. But they did fix another face on it. It's an African woman in 1700s, and then later on it's like changed again, and now it's changed again. And they say that Napoleon's army shot the nose off with a cannon in target practice. I'm not buying that because he was massive into history, and I don't think that they would have took the chance of displeasing Napoleon by fucking up the Sphinx, the most famous statue in the world, wouldn't you say? Get off and find the Rosetta Stone. Okay, I found it. Well done, you. So tourism's big business. My friend is going to Egypt next week, and he says he's not going to go to the pyramids. I've been here a couple of times. He's not going to the pyramids, he said, because his mates went there recently, and he said the bottom of the main pyramid of Giza is like knee deep in rubbish, and he said it's just fucking dumb. He said everything's about ripping you off. Everything is like just shit they're selling you, and it's rubbish everywhere. So they've just killed it, really, that's disgusting. They should definitely tap that up. The Giza plateau, because in so many pictures you wouldn't think it was a shithole, would you? Things would have worked out a lot differently had the Italians taken Egypt in World War II, but they wouldn't have no chance anyway. And they're always fucking giving up, you know, going off and writing poetry or whatever they fucking do. Oh, I don't want to battle. I want to lay down, write some songs, play my balalaika, make love, or whatever they do. So yeah, camels are shit boring. I'm coming back. So yeah, don't go on a camel ride in Egypt either, because I hear they buck you off. That's what somebody told me. And I don't know, don't sound very nice. Hiya. Good to see you, Flat Firms. 500 of you still here. Oh my shit. I've managed to retain you for all of that time, have I? That's good news. Okay, there's more to come. I'm going to carry on going until the StreamYard probably goes off. I am on 111 right now. 111. So, hi, Mel. How are you, sweetness? Already done old school. Have a look. And Rick Liberty is in the house. Make sure, lurkers, I want everybody to talk today. I want everyone to be a part of all of this lovely, magical experience that is Flat Earth British, that I am certainly not taking for granted. And I hope you don't too, because we have literally 444 watching. Oh, yeah, I got people on the Tartarian channel watching as well. 444 on the martinliedtke channel. 446. Overall, 500 people. Okay. Yeah, welcome on to Tartarian channel. I haven't forgotten about you. I've got chat open here as well for that. So good to see you guys. Is just JP in there? Happy vibing, everybody, as she does. So that's a sweet, wonderful thing. Okay. So yeah, it's 111. Hippie shake. Indeed, indeed. So Bob Sykes, what are you saying there, my brother? Thank you for membershiping me up, baby. That was really good. Spot on, Martin. You're a true kung fu master. You fucking know it, grasshopper. You cracked me up. One of the few YouTube channels worth watching. I hear that a lot, but funnily enough, yeah, YouTube don't really like me. I don't really get shared in the same way. People avoid me. I don't blame them. I wind people up. I had someone made a video the other day saying there's no way he gets all of this information. Somebody must give it to him. Except they haven't looked at my channel for the last 5 years and watched 7 years, 8 years or whatever, and watched all this shit come down. Because we discovered all of this stuff real time. With like hundreds of witnesses most of the time, many hundreds most of the time. Deco and Tigwatek, for example, was examining Lead van der Haar. This is 1733, and wondered what with all of these fucking spires reaching up into the air. Is there something more going on? And then from there, we just had a think, and then we just decoded. Quitters. Yeah, it's not good to quit, Mark. It's probably not a good strategy. Fight on is a better one. Darth. I am your father, Luke. I'm your mother too, and your brother. Street stupid, isn't it? They got like Soldier Boy as Homelander's father. They keep doing that. Already done. Oh yeah, I read that. Sorry, Mel. Don't keep repeating. So, Lady Lux, good to see you, lovely. And she's talking to Rich. So, okay, more stuff. I'm coming back with more stuff. Right now, I got it all written down here. I'm trying to do so much at the same time. My poor Brian, I've not collapsed yet. I'm doing all right. Okay. Where's that? Okay, excuse me. Yeah, please make sure to share this out if you would. I know I keep saying that, but it all helps with fucking up the anti-truth algorithm. It was much easier years ago with all of this caper, you know, guys. Much easier. Okay, just give me a second. Because I have to arrange. I can't put too many tabs up at one time. I can't put like 50 tabs up that I'm going to present at the beginning of all of this. Because all my stuff would go to shit, don't you know? Okay. Okay, I've got like literally tens of thousands of images that I could show. I literally have. I wish I could just way of getting all of this stuff actually to you, you know, in some sort of resource. That would be fantastic. So, Gypsy, good to see you. Lizzo, wise up, grumpy voice, rebab, got to love him. Wise up's wise up. He's a living legend. And you don't sound grumpy. I just think that's a northern thing. They all sound a bit grumpy. It's further north you go, they sound grumpy. I think it's because it's like they're cold or something. I don't know. 2 secs. Could be that they just got cold bollocks syndrome. That'll make you miserable. Okay, need to go out in the sun, get some sun on them, get a tongue tang. If that's the thing, can you get your tongue tanged? Probably. I don't know. Anyway, let me put a video on for a minute. Relax your Brian's a second, okay? And I have been talking for approximately 4 hours or more, even, so, which is jolly good, and I got more to come. So, King Snurgle Gerson's talking to Moich. Lady Lux has become a lovely member, a special member to do something special for you all. Great pictures, been thousands of new, fresh, and juicy pictures. Thank you. I got a couple more 100 to go now. Puppets are behind me. Yeah, they're having a fantastic time. See, that's what happiness looks like. Even Hank looks happy. And he's washed his hair as well. He's really, really getting into looking good lately. I think he's probably in love with Donald. Trumpsky the Turd, a.k.a. Donald Johnson. Mac Tram. Manu Insights, good to see you. How many pictures do you have in your collection? I would like to say hundreds of thousands. Probably. I got a file here, which I'll show you now, which has 2,500. I shared one night on the Flat Earth British drop. I've given my private one to Lee. They're the ones you're seeing now, and on his channel. And the other one, the photo drop, I put 10. I think it was 10,000 images on anyway. Took me like all night, really, but I was happy to do it. 2,500 at a time, like, because this one, like, for example, this file has 2,500 pictures of antiquity, and they are 2,500. Just keeps on going forever. Okay, mind rape file. This is where you get your Brian raped. So let me just show you this in case you never knew. Okay, the Russians were invaded by the US, and this was following the First World War, and they went into the Pacific coast of Russia, Vladivostok, marched down the street, and we've invaded, and all the Russians stood by, saluted them. This is a Japanese. The Japanese were in that area, and they invaded Russia. So that was in the history as well. Apparently, the Americans once invaded Britain during the American Independence War. Apparently, they sent a fleet to north of England and apparently invaded Whitby. Yes, the Americans invaded Whitby and Tenby. And not only that, like I mentioned earlier, loads of British women fell in love with the Yanks, and basically the Yanks stayed, especially in Tenby. They call it Little America. Am I right? Am I right or am I wrong, hippie? Yeah, exactly. And like I said, 70,000 women went off to America with their children who fell in love during World War II with the Americans are over here. It's nice, that, isn't it? Anyway, it didn't work out. That's the other way around, though. Whatever, I don't. Yeah, probably loads of Americans settled after the war, but why would they settle? Yeah, poo on toast. So here's the realm you're living in, Satan. This is his masterpiece. Them dirty, great fucking wind farms, pollution, nasty pollution. He's marching everyone off naked somewhere, probably at the FEMA camp for burning later. There's all that shit. There's a baby Satan. That's the Antichrist. You've got no hoofy woofies. What's going on with that? And all of the shit and the rubbish and toxic waste and everything that you've got to endure all the time. And there, look, Twin Towers burning over there. It wasn't planes, it was geese. Anyway, they're smashing it with that one. Well, these alchemical symbols show them fiery balls as well, and the caduceus. And he always got this with 4 flames sticking out. And this is on water in this case, but I definitely think it's some sort of weaponry. It has to be. That is Sleeping May, a famous painting. And here we go with Paris Exposition, and they had a planisphere, which is a celestial globe next to the Eiffel Tower, which has got lamping platform as well for balloonage, and it is a Tesla Tower antenna, etc. This is in New York, on a church in New York, and their bas reliefs show Armageddon in a mod day, like bridges cracking and buildings and cars just falling like you get on nearly every disaster film. They fuck up the Golden Gate Bridge, don't they? In Godzilla or whatever, it's always the Golden Gate Bridge is going to get it. You notice the same. So we've got double-headed Janus going on here, and the old one eye. The old one eye is pretty self-explanatory by now, and some satanic devil baby thing bursting forth from its mother or father. It's difficult to say in this day and age. There's 2 hands there as well. 2 baby. Don't know. It's 2 babies there as well. Of church mummies. They're mummies. And a lamb. So that's on a church, which is highly sinister as well. So all of this over extravagance, I couldn't give a flying fuck. It all looks nice and all that, but what a waste of fucking money. They could be better distributed evenly amongst everybody. So these are pretty groovy, and they big elephants, mammoths. Yeah, they all dropped dead, didn't they, in an instant. Some of them chewing stuff. So some event happened pretty quickly, and they don't all live in the tundra. You can get some mammoths pretty far south, or so they say. And giant squid as well. That's a giant squid thing. Try eating that tentacle on your calamaris plate. You'd be lucky. So something else we've covered a lot, guys, in the history of Flat Earth British is American city fires, and we have studied San Francisco over and over again. And our conclusion is something else happened despite an earthquake. We don't think it was that, and we think that some of the footage has been fabricated, especially before and after. Something seriously bad going on there. I don't know what it is. Just bounce through some of these images. Boilerplates, he's a fake. You can see him in the First World War and the cowboy days. He was supposed to be made in 1893. They got people believing that he was a real entity, but he's not. He's a modern day put into Victorian photographs, etc. So, mudflood. I'm going to whip through because obviously 2,500 pictures. I'm not going to be able to do that. This is Washington, D.C., by the way. Some of these I do remember. So look at this under there, the old world, must be old sewer system, who knows, but these old shambles buildings, these things from the medieval period that are just, they say, but they're just shit. Bunker boots on corners. This is a well. So it's all about that good water, isn't it? And this is Phoenician, you've got the shells there, shell. So that mud is over that stone. So how did it get in there? It was covered bit mud and a bit of shale in there. Mud flood. The mentally ill of the Victorian era. The asylums full of these people. God knows what their lives were like. It's fucking horrible. Jack Parsons, OTT, devil worshipper, apparently, and rocket scientist, so definitely a devil worshipper. Here he is with some prototype rocket shit. Founder of probably JPL, Jack Parsons, JPL, all same initials, and he was part of the rocket program. He was known as Rocket Jack. He had comics named after him, etc. Really nasty stories out there about him anyway. He was born the 2nd of October, my birthday. Crimean War. Here's somebody that looks like Michael Caine, an old English guy from the 1850s or 1860, and they're in the Crimea, and they're supposed to be having a war with the Russians. Supposed to be anyway. They're talking a war. back in D-Day. Ton of war. Check this giant. He's got like giant shit going on, but little army. Whoa, they're freaky. Is that dog heads again with steel helmets? And they're not human, are they? Do you know what I mean? So freaky. Underwater, yeah, underwater civilizations I've talked about. Pyramids, you can get something like 40,000 hits for underwater pyramids, but underwater civilizations, so many. We talk about the ones in the Cayman Sea. We talked about Port Royal being wiped off the face of the earth and parts of it being under the water. This is in Japan, I believe. So weird, isn't it? In old maps, Jerusalem. It's meridian on old maps. I'm wondering why that is, and I'm wondering about the whole thing with Jerusalem because they're supposed to be like Jerusalem. I don't know, Edinburgh, Jerusalem, Moscow, Jerusalem this, Jerusalem that. It's supposed to be loads of Jerusalems, but I've always wondered why its overhead look is like of a cog. You get doors there or something. What kind of defense is that? That's just like a wheel. For the map of Monday, 1290. Wow. Oh, I love this. Rochester in New York State. On the canal, got some barges. And them lovely Tartarian buildings. And look how fine it all is. You won't get no dog shit on that pavement. I guarantee you that. Probably shoot you. Lovely, isn't it? And then canals, they were through all of these major cities and they got rid of them all. They're opening them back. They're all underground in Cardiff and they're only going to open them back up again. So there's another number game. Look, this one's got 111 on the top and 666 on the bottom. 111, 666. It's the divine numbers, half. And it's on a coin. It's a number puzzle. But it's got divine numbers in it. So some of these Renaissance pictures, they all show the same people. Look again. That old father time. He's grabbing a baby. This guy who's like Hercules, who's always got the club. And, the same characters in Phoenician statues, Phoenician art, Renaissance art, water in the background, load of Phoenicians, nothing gone. And you're going to get some sort of celestial goings on, all attributed to sound, vibration. And then I'm guessing this is down to hell, because they say that's sort of a realm, which is just a bad neighborhood, I should imagine. I can imagine there being some really shitty places in this realm as we're sitting here now together, guys. I can imagine some shitty things happening in some shitty places in this realm. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, I know. Right now, Russ outwardly sends out loving thoughts into the whole ether for everybody. Healing, loving, overstanding thoughts that there's a mass awakening coming. It's out of their control. And if they don't like it, tough shit, it's coming. I'm not sure what's happening with this technical thing. There's a load of globes here. This is some sort of, I don't know, celestial thing which, I don't know, proposes the planets, whatever they fucking are, the lights in the sky that move around. And another bunko booth with a massive spire on it. At first I thought it was in the background. It's not. It's attached to it. I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely. Why would you have a spire on something that just sells newspaper? I mean, this is repurposed. Originally, this was something else. Portable technology device, no doubt. Antiqua tech device. No, everyone's looking very, very nice in Norway. Oslo, this is capital of Oslo. It was Christiana in the past. It's beautiful, Tartarian, beautiful buildings. As you can see, once occupied by giants, always massive masonry, always massive windows. So yeah, they didn't give a fuck in the past about these when they come in and took these church devices. You're just going to let your horses eat in them, shit in them, and feed in them while we mess around with whatever this thing is here. I don't think it's an incense burner. Something else going on. He's putting up some sort of, don't know. So yeah, not really too worried. And he sat under what looks like a bunko booth made of solid gold. Doesn't it look like? And I reckon that's got some sort of beneficial properties. It must have. So yeah, after a reset, that is the exact No, I'll have to compare it. That looks like the candelabra from the Van Dyck famous painting. How'd you get the change in light that we talk about? Maybe it's just similar. So yeah, after a reset outside, it's been a reset of civilization. It's all come back. You've got the peacocks in there, definitely some sort of Phoenician hybrid. You've got all of the artifacts of what was left over from the previous world. She's like a collector, if you like. Do you like this one? And they never wear clothes. They always collect stuff. So this is by Rubens and Van Eyck, this picture. And the busts. Remember what I mentioned with the busts of famous people? And I remember they beheaded John the Baptist. All right, animal attacks. Nasty. But yeah, the good clues in these pictures, they show you like further back, and it's the Bacchusites. They're literally Bacchus. In all of these paintings, you got the fruits of massive Phoenician influence. You know, what's a monkey looking at? Ships. Little dog. A lot of money. Glasses. 2 pairs of glasses. And if you see anything with glasses, it's a Masonic connection with glasses and opticians, optics, dentists. They're all in it together. The whole thing. Especially doctors. Must have signed some code to know something and keep stern, because they're all in on it together. How nice does that sound? I really do think they are, from what I've experienced. Like little winks and nudges. They all know what's going on. Fucking, I can see it. So yeah, this king in the past, he's got 2 wives. He's not a Mormon. This one's one of those horns. Got horns. She just drapes her over. Otherwise, how'd you do it? She's got orb. I don't think they're laying down. It might not be a bed. They might be just standing up. So there's that statue, that engraved, that thing, that bas relief for that nasty baby. And underneath is a portal spiraling in, which sort of says portal technology. So yeah, these twisted, weird church people, especially the Vatican, they need to do that. Yeah, it's decorated with human bones. That proves that the Phoenicians are not us, and they have no respect. Have you ever seen the film Predator? What does he do? He rips their backbone out and the head out of his victims, or not victims, he's hunted, as a trophy. Does that remind you of? Same. These are trophies. These are trophies of who they fucking killed. They come in like this. Look at this craft. Phoenician craft. What's these jets? It's jet powered, guys. For fuck's sake, it's jet powered. Phoenician ship craft wheel thing. But yeah, it's got steam coming out. So in the past in Paris, you may not know, great expositions. They got mobile pavements. You don't have to walk on any of that shit. Yeah. Get really unfit and stand there, the pavement. I'd rather walk. If I can't walk, I get all like, I gotta fucking walk, man. That's pretty. Somatic pattern on the grass. So, women having a kip. This is, God, something of me, I can't remember. And that's that Phoenician I showed earlier with the owl. And there is George Washington with his Gatling gun. No, it's not a Gatling gun. It's a fasces. So what's George Washington doing with a fasces? It looks like a Gatling gun. St. Petersburg. This is a department store. Still open in the modern day, and this is outside. A beautiful image. Look how freaking beautiful it is. Once they populated St. Petersburg, it's absolutely fantastic. Our department store. There's an insane size window on it. It's covered in Phoenician statues. I've seen it, studied it, and showed you it many times. You may not remember. Oh yeah, they do that shit as well, don't they? The lobotomy, electrocutions to the brain. Note where they're putting them electrical prods. So, is it a bad thing? Is it a good thing? Apparently, they have a right trip. They're crying 1 minute, laughing the next. After, they're like, oh, I feel fantastic. I wouldn't do it either, Red Cat Goblin. But yeah, so they practice lobotomies until modern day. They practice the electric shocks treatment for the mentally ill. Probably still do it. Well, shock We'll shock the insanity out of you. We'll electrocute the demons. So, Crystal Palace, I may have been an incubator, may have been something else previously. Bunker, excuse me, hangar for air balloons. Fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me in his organs. Look at the devil's face on that one. It's only the church. I wouldn't worry too much about it because, you know, they're the gang, aren't they? You see how they conduct business. They take money. They have more wealth than any other organization on earth. Why they got that? And why the Pope needs all that devil stuff behind him and all them golden fucking chairs and golden taps and golden this and all of that. It's beyond me. Okay. Obviously, they're evil incarnate. But they got like 1 billion people blowing smoke up their ass and giving them money for some fucking reason. It beats me. They knows they're a bunch of pedos. They knows they're fucking dodgy and greedy. Carry on doing it. It's Nagasaki. Concrete buildings remained. Everything else. I don't know, cleaned the roads up. Still seems to have electric trams running as well. Nagasaki. So, Tokyo. Antennas of some indigenous tribes somewhere. But they got to go like all that way in the air. I don't know how you keep that standing when you're walking. Pretty groovy. I showed you that one. Napoleon Bonaparte's death mask. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying any of these death masks, actually. But Napoleon had a bit of a conk on him, but strange. So Christmas 1788. What did they have for dinner? Turtle, tripe, giblet soup, lovely pea soup, gravy soup, cod, grills, carp, a little bit of carp, perch, new salmon, herrings. A lot of fish food then, eels, salted fish. So yeah, they did real shit in the past, didn't they? Not. So Giza Plateau seems to have taken some changes since these engravings because there's a lower plateau down here, and there's a coffin of Noah, maybe, I don't know, giant, because that's a normal coffin. This is a giant's coffin. It's down below where all these bunkers are, and up on the plateau itself, you got all of these weird pyramids. I'm guessing this is Giza. That one, the Great Pyramid, that's the highest one, maybe. And they look absolutely zip, like they do now. So there's a geophys of Angkor Wat, and the place is much, much bigger than you imagine. It goes off into the jungle. Only a bit of it is being excavated, but as you can see by these bits down here, this is a circuit board. It looks like a motherboard, water cooling. And this central processing chip even fucking looks like. It all looks like the circuitry of a computer. And it's called Angkor, like sea anchor, Watt, like electrical watts. Angkor Wat. They tell you. I use water cooling. Oh yeah, this is this weird Nancy place. It's a park in Oslo. So is that okay? It's like kids got to walk past as well, and it's like he's just balancing kids. Is there naked? I said to him, "If you're a real man, wrestle me naked." Just weird. So Prague. I wish I'd have seen this. I had a chance to go back, but my mate came back today from Prague. I've never seen that globe inside there, that thing in there before. It's an azimuth equidistant. It is an azimuth equidistant. Look, Africa's Africa. Or is that just shadows? No, it's got contour lines. Okay. Sorry, couldn't go anyway. I would have loved to have done that photographing, maybe in the future. And these waifs and strays, poor little kids, no parents, know how that feels, and nobody except crazy adults with a load of weird ideas and shit, bossing you around until you grow up, and then off to more weirdness, like marriage and weirdness and stuff. It's all weird. That's Janus, and that is Hermeta, maybe. Hermeta, I'm not sure about that. But what they got there, guys, in the chem cloud? Floating naked people into hell, maybe. These look like coffins, maybe. Maybe. I think where else they'd be. And they got like a realm in a disc, in a bubble. Sort of screams simulation. It looks computery to me. Again, with the beautiful Phoenician motifs, fasces inside shells. You'll see this on nearly all of them. Figurehead, which you get on all Phoenician ships, just on a building. On the Phoenicians, which are recognizable by now. I can see them everywhere. I would recognize one if I seen it put on the street. Look at these faces on them. They always look so alarmed. Oh, there's an interesting chap. So that is Alistair Crowley. Yes, he's doing the old hi, and he's dressed as a Chinaman, and he's gone all like Chinese because the trip he's on is Chinese that month. Lot to be said about him and his beliefs, and supposed to be the wickedest man ever because of what happened in Italy, because he sort of took Titus's old house and had some sort of shit going on down there. Epstein-y, but like that's just words. We haven't got any proof of any of that. We don't know too much about him, except the BBC propaganda ministry loved his ass. The establishment loved his ass. He was a gentleman, and he fucking was rich. But he did like weird stuff, like do what thy will-ty things, which in his case was take as many drugs as you can, and all weird sex stuff. Anyway. I think this is fake. This is the destruction of San Francisco's great expositions, and it looks like it's made of plyboard and stuff, but I'm just don't know where it's falling. I can't work it out. So footprint, so in the gap there, on top of that, that's really tight there. So I don't know, it looks fake as fuck to me. It looks fake. It looks like they're crashing it and it's already standing there. Like there it is there, the same one. Was there two of them? I'll have to study that. And listening for aircraft. World War II, instead of radar, you can listen to them coming across the channel. You can hear the engines far off. And all you need is a massive pair of ears, which they used. So listening to air traffic coming in. The radar pick it up. Check this out. This is in Boston, public reading room, Boston. And that's filled up with mud. Look at that, looks like a British house. That looks just like what I got here in Cardiff, and every British city actually. But look, it's like everything's just filled up with mud there. Buried it all. Who knows? American Civil War, Sherman's wrecking of the railway lines. He done a thing called Sherman neckties, and he wrecked. I don't know what that big wheel is there. He wrecked the railway yards and he burnt on everything on his way to Savannah in the American Civil War, as you might know. He cut a swathe across the Carolinas of destruction because he was a bit of a psycho, Sherman. I don't know whether you know. So, strange comments. This one is apparently 8th of June, 1866. And it looks like a pair of bollocks there, but this is what it did. So, came down, went, squiggle, boom, boom, split off into two. First it went to a pair of bollocks, and then it went split off into two. Did the comet? I don't think you can actually do that. Did they go in different directions? Well, that's what happened there then. So it's not like beyond the bounds of possibility that Tartar was like this. We've just seen examples. They had fairgrounds turn of the century where you could take a personal balloon ride to wherever's built. But one thing comets do bring when they bring destruction and stuff is cheap labor, because basically they're having a reset and everyone dies. Dionysus or the Green Man or Bacchus on a church pillar. That's nice. The electric light, lovely little holders they had in the old days, didn't they? And as you can see, Fifth Avenue, the night looking north from Delmonicon. Anyway, it's all electrified in 1899. It is electrified, 1899, in New York. Because it was there already. They lied. Because of fucking Tesla. I've been listening to Jack White. I like Jack White's music and his new stuff. He's banging on about Tesla. He's banging on about old buildings. He's banging on about Antiquitech. I'm sure that fucker's watching. I really am. Because I can hear like a context in his music. I'm like, Is it just a coincidence, or is he just is there like another movement on the internet that's talking about all this? No, it's not, is it? So it's fucking us. I'm not sure, but it could be the guy who got eaten by a whale. The strange shit falling out of the sky, confetti, balls, and it's always in that chemtrail triangle thing in the sky thing, which I'm not feeling. Just Boston by a balloon in 1860. Most of this, a lot of this will be destroyed in the 1872 fire, where all of that centre bit and some of the soft side disappears. So, but look at it, it's up, it's massive already, big buildings. Look at that, it looks like a modern department store, 1860. Look at that. So all of this is shit out of nowhere, guys. It's just stupid. This stuff was there already. So this is in a Northern Ireland cemetery, and it's an effort to, like, they got like the Catholics one side, the Protestants, and we're going to shake hands. It's all just bollocks. It's just like the Israelis and the Palestinians, they all live next door to one another. The only hate that's going on is on the fucking media, and it's the same year as well. When I was in Belfast, I've been there twice, guys. I was there in the Troubles. The military were everywhere. I was British. I was told to shut the fuck up. But on Saturday, like in the market centre of Belfast, they're not asking if you're Protestant or Catholic. Everyone's just shopping together. And I thought, oh, well, there's a fucking a weird switching standard, switcheroo. You're all right. You go back to throwing petrol bombs down a Falls Road by tonight, which they did. And I have had Christmas dinner on a Falls Road, guys. I know what I'm talking about. Literally in the Troubles. Yeah, I met family. Took me back. We was on gin and tonics. Had a cooked Sunday Christmas dinner. It was absolutely fucking beautiful. Piss paralytic on the Falls Road with all the Troubles, and it was just like easy and didn't bother me one bit. Yeah, it was fucking brilliant. So yeah, you had this class thing going on in Britain. Yeah, only I don't know my place because I'm not playing. And they're like, normal boys, like most of us. I think these are a load of twats. They're probably jealous because they don't have any real life, or they think they're superior in some way because they have money. Money brings superiority, apparently. Yeah, money will make you a better man, but it doesn't. You should have all the money in the world and still like a fat cunt, like old Muskie. Yeah. Fucking hell, he's such a mess. So yeah, arriving in Ellis Island, we're going to be Americans. We come from the home country. And what are they doing in America? Well, they're killing all the animals. These are bison skulls. Yeah, they went batshit crazy, kills all the bisons, so cut the food source for the Native Americans because they ate bison. So kill them off that way. And then he said smallpox blankets, whatever. So they're having a little giggle. Looks like he's with Ribbentrop. Having a little giggle about what exactly? Did you fart? It's a fat giggle, you can tell. So he's doing autograph, sure. He does a lot of autographing because he was a celebrity, like a pop star, like Michael Jackson, who used the same technology and the same orating skills as Adolf Hitler. When he started his concert, Michael Jackson, he just stands there and demands silence, and everyone look at him. And when I first seen that, I thought, you got that from Hitler. Past the Dutchy Panny left-hand side. Here's Mark Twain, who's supposed to be like top buddies with Tesla. High voltage frequency current is passed through the human body, no electrocution, to bring the lamp to incandescence. Tesla's friend Mark Twain is holding the loop above a resonating coil. Tesla in the background. So it's blowing his mind that he can just light that up like Uncle Fester. Free energy, guys. So yeah, the French, they like to chop people's heads off. They chop people's heads off right up until the 1960s in public, but they cut it, basically knocked in the head because it was a bit barbaric. People started to complain, throw up, and thought, yeah, but they did. They literally chopped people's heads off in the street in Paris. And I'm not talking about the Basque days. I'm talking like modern days or Nera. This looks a little bit earlier. Looking at the cars, late 50s. Crazy. So comets, they could be women. Who even knows? She got a foot in the door. So this is from Journey to the Moon. 1906, I think it's 6, but it's a color film. It's where NASA got all its ideas for the moon landings. So this guy's a giant, probably. He's got a horn aplenty, which is all prevalent in Phoenician architecture. That's a nice star for it. I bet there's loads going on underneath there. Nice, beautiful, somatic shape to it, and it proves that the entire of this hill is being built and is artificial because it goes right down there, and there's petroglyphs coming off these as well, and they go far into the distance and connect up with other star forts, which are all connected because it's all part of the circuit board city. There you are, Jesus. Yeah, he's got one of those. It's got a bit of antiquity, proper Phoenician going on. Yeah, he's on. He's got like lizardy stuff, or is that squid? Could be a squid or an octopus behind him, and he's standing on one of those balls that we've been talking about. It's got all these little sperms on it. You always see them, and the wings active charge, like a comet, like a resetting ball. See, I just don't think there's any love going on there. I'm just feeling like I'm gonna fuck you up, sort of buzz going on. So check out these gates. Yeah, some gates, eh? What a load of shit. I don't even want them. There's 2 mirrors there as well. It's that portal thing they're showing you. Oh, they get you. I think it's that. So there's a big giant, furry coat, little woman. Because there's giants. Loads and loads and loads of giants. This is in America, right, guys? American house. Yeah. California. So what's with the mosques and Moorish architecture? Well, I don't know. You probably don't know either. They probably got rid of them by now anyway. Cutting gaping big holes in the world. Did they do that? Yeah, I think they did. I think this place was definitely some sort of crazy mining operation. This has been taken from a book. I don't know if that place existed, but possibly. We've seen huge holes in the world. Let's just make sure I'm not actually talking to myself. I've got 430 of you watching on Martin Liedtke channel on a Wednesday, the 27th of the 7th. Martin Liedtke's FEB Flaterthon, History Repeats, Devil's Masterpiece, which seems to be over and over again, but I think we definitely foiled plans early on in this whatever. I fucked up the day for him. So here we go. There are these a lot as well, which are flying people with some sort of umbrella tech like Mary Poppins, electromagnetic technology, levitation, and people were just flying around. These were probably just coated in some maglev stuff, scarab juice or something. Who knows? Or you could just fly your house, live in the sky, pay no taxes, just float around, choose a different country, go and land, disembark. Oh, I'm going to have a cup of tea with the Maharaja at 6. Think about me going. Are you sure you'll make it? Oh yes, I've got super turbo balloon. So here's some Russians, or Prussians in this case, actually. Yeah, Prussians. Teenage Prussians in the past, all dolled up to the nines, looking military and stuff. This is Cardiff Castle wall, and they've got a lion because we got like animals on a wall because we haven't got a zoo. Why is somebody photographing Cardiff Castle wall? It's not me. Right, can anyone identify that city? I can. I can identify that city as Chicago. And it's fucked. It's fucked because something seriously bad has happened to it. There's a big hole in the world there. Have you seen that? Looks like the lasers hit it. This is in, you get these in Siberia, and it's all like melted, and it's just a hole that goes like ever deep. So Amsterdam, beautiful merchants' houses in Amsterdam. They're thin on the front and they go miles back because you only pay rent by the amount of space you take on the street. So they done them really thin, merchants' houses, but they went really far back. They got merchants' houses everywhere. They got the same style in Cardiff as well, some of them. But beautiful photograph. And these things go, I guess, below the water level in the canals in central Amsterdam on a Kaiserstracht, all of that, and mud flooded, and the canal seems to be above them. So, yeah. But they're all like the mud flood evidence in Amsterdam is ridiculous. It really is off the radar. You know, what forces would just bend rock in that manner? Well, it must have been soft at the time for that to happen. So some resonation would just soften that up at the time. So I'm coming up to midnight. I'm almost 5 hours in. I'm going to play a video in a minute and come back to some images in a minute. That's a mind blow. This is from the Middle Ages and it's showing moving pictures. He's winding the handle. The kids are looking through the viewer. And I think it's a little bit more than a camera obscura because basically it's a 10 shape and there's no reflection coming in. So there's a moving images in there like a cinema. And people are just like this after a reset. Look, cripples and like tramps. That's not a good word. Like people in poverty. So there they are, the Phoenicians. Heads gone on a lot of these examples, but you'll always find these wet or clinging, which look like wet because they're from underwater, clothes. Check that out. Mudflood. So where their mats going? Laying them down, putting rubble on them, I suspect, because everything's just been touched up. So this is Rome by Piranesi and Giovanni Piranesi, which I'll show you right now in a minute. He did the circuit board cities, and if you look at the central processor in your motherboard, it is identical, even the 4 angels, identical to that, even to the heat sinks that you would use as cooling, and they're using water as cooling. You can use that as well in antiquity. So excuse me. So not that. There you are. So there he is, Giovanni Battista Piranesi's engravings. I've been talking about for years. Piranesi's art. He's my favorite artist, and basically he literally does underground prisons under Paris. He does all the mud flood art, and we think that he actually witnessed what he was painting. He's not the only artist as well to witness this. So I'm going to just dive off and get a drink for a second. It's midnight. I've been going 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 hours. So if you did like this video and you think I make a good effort for keeping talking for such a long time, even though my brain is now hurting with my own voice, make a donation or buy me a cup of coffee if you can. Don't worry about it, obviously, no problem. But if you can, please, you'll be helping truth out because I'll be able to carry on going. Okay, I would hate to disappear. So enjoy this. I'll be back. Well, that's enough of that. That piano will do your head in after a while, but maybe that's just me. Who knows? Let me just come back for a second. Let me orientate my computer. Right, so we've gone 5 hours. That's not too bad. Better than I would have hoped I would have been for such a long time. Thought I would have just... What's that? Martini, who was the reggae artist singing Please Look? Oh, that was my mate, Bullshit Detector in New York. I don't even know if he's doing Truth anymore. And he hasn't copyrighted that music. That's why I can use it. And he sort of disappeared. He'd done a few groovy reggae tracks. So a boy from New York. He was cool as fuck. It was my mate back in 2016. But then he disappeared. Unconditional love. What's that Benny saying? Thanks, Benny, for becoming memberage. Unconditional love and compassion. I mean, people spend a lot of time just contemplating that thing alone, compassion. And gratitude and thanks for hanging out here, guys. So it's better than doing boring old shit on a Wednesday night, innit? If you had your mind blown, you enjoyed the images, you fucking know it. You betcha. You betcha. So we've got a lot more of that to come in the near future. Just make sure to keep me going. I scratch my back. No, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. That's it. Love you, sexy Martin. Just love you, sexy Martin. Let me have a guess which sexy lady this is. Hottest man on flat earth for real. Ha ha ha. Ooh. Sexy, sexy. So let me have a guess who that is. So, great show. Thank you, DJ Hearn. Well, I love you, says Flat Earth Coin. Don't be loving me. Nah, you can if you want. I don't mind. I love everyone by default anyway. It's just when they start to open their mouth, they go boom, 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 like that. But as default, yeah. And I love some people a lot more than others as well. But it's that might be a fucking thing as well. Like the old, like, you know, like I was convinced that, you know, like they say they go on about romance, and that's like a spell. That's like some sort of fucking spooky magic, and that's why all the new romantics are into and the goths. It's like a spell where you're not thinking right and you're not eating right and all that weird fucking shit that's going on. What is with that? Yeah. And then you think it's love until like 6 months fucking later, when that love's all fucking gone and fucking dusted. But not in every case, not in true love, obviously. That bit of air is driving me fucking mental, which I definitely think is a thing. Like true love. Fuck off. Oh, I'm going to have to leave it there. I'm very fucking sorry. So, 4 hours, eh? 5 hours. So what's that hippie shake? Is still with me? Yeah, I does t-shirts and all of that. Yeah, I'm going to get myself something. I got a Flat Films t-shirt. I really like them. Flat Earth British stuff, because I quite like Flat Earth British stuff. D-Real. What's good, brother? Mr. True Family. Oh, don't worry, D-Real, you're here. Romance is death a spell. Mo, it is, mate. It is. Because you like, I've been thinking about it. I'm thinking about what on with that then? Because it's all like goes all misty fucking eyed and all fucking stupid and forget about their responsibilities or their initial plan in life or everything and dump it all for what they think is love at the time. But I think it's a weird magic spell. Men and women, yeah, can both do that sparkly thing on you. You know, the sparkly thing. Yeah. Where they go all like sparkly. And next thing you know, you're fucking all living and shit. It's weird. Martin set the high bar. Listen, if you see read the descriptions box, my effort was to make this the greatest vlog that ever was. Tribute, maybe. So we'll call it that. We'll call it the greatest vlog that ever was. Tribute. It was pretty fantastic. There's a lot of good shit in there. And I love the beginning bit. Anyway, my little history lesson to you all. I felt like I was telling you a story. I want a book signed. Well, I've got a lot of books, 920. Okay. And I could sign one and send it to you, but it's like 15 quid to send it to America because the book weighs a ton. But if you want one and you don't live that far or you're willing to pay postage, I'll sign a book and send it to you. Because the last time I sent a book, I got clobbered with a postage and I really couldn't afford that. And I basically gave the book away and had to pay for it. I had to pay to have it sent. Well, this is not like the way to get on. Nick, Good to see you. Great show. Loving your images. Is the head of your information behind you? Yeah. Hank the Wank tips me off about some stuff, sexy stuff. And the other one there, Boris, he just talks a load of shit, but he's a politician. Factory settings, Lee. Little finish. I learned something here. Well, we've all learned something together. Crafty Kim, good to see you as well. See, my brain's actually slowing down now. If I start to splur or talk like complete rubbish constantly, please tell me. So Isabella, DD, love and gratitude. Gratitude is a good thing. I'm trying to practice that a lot more. We all take things for granted, but I tell you what, if you have everything taken away when you thought you had nothing in the first place, you end up with double nothing, then you know. I should be grateful for the nothing that I had instead of the double nothing that I have now. Does that actually make sense? You know it does. So you know what I'm on about. So. Earth is flat, says Zimia Jest Polska. Ooh. Dziękuję? You Polish? You might be. It looks like a Polish name. Could be Czech. Lizzo, good to see you, lovely. And Kat is in the house. Kat of 1,000 billion trillion active brain neurons in my comments. Did I say hi and miss you to you? Martin, you are the best. Yeah, my intent was to be the best YouTuber in the history of the world that ever was. Yeah, but I want to, like, you know, I'd like to take your breath away. That's what I want to do. I want to do the best. Because when I do shitty vlogs, because I just got to turn them out because I don't want to fuck off and everyone's like, where are you? And I'm not ready because I'm doing other stuff. And I haven't got time to research all the time when I'm moving around. They piss me off. They piss me off. They make me depressed. They're like, and that was so crap, even though they're not. And it's still loads and loads better than all the other shit on YouTube. It's still not good for me. I want the best. I want the best for you. I want the most beautiful for you. I want the image you haven't seen. I want ways that no one else is thinking for you. Is what I want. Which is what we do. You've got to admit, guys, you know, some of the stuff we think on Flat Earth British, I doubt it's even been said before. Never mind thought of before. Wouldn't you agree? So how groovy is that? So I'm going to give you a little advertage. We're going to have a little bit of a funny thing before I fuck. I've got to stop swearing now because that's not a good thing, okay? And then I'll go through some more new films, pictures with you. So let me share. Let me share it, and we're going to go as far as I think StreamYard won't permit. If it does go off all of a sudden, okay. See that $5 you just give there, 2015. I love that. Most appreciative. They're going to take 70% off of it. You're better off putting that $5 in PayPal if you was able to. Then they won't take it all off me because I got to pay 30% tax and 25% tax. 55%. I get 45% of it. Woo. Our currency moon today, and we made a wave in Japan. Well, I'm hoping like it actually works. Okay, so this is what India was in the chat right now made me a while back to show you my new book. If you don't know, I'm an author. I write history books. Okay, I write mind-blowing history books. You can find the link if you are interested in the descriptions below. So, there's no volume on that, is there? Oh, there's Santos there. Oh, strange goings on. I never click volume. Rumty-toodle, pina colada, half a pound of muesli. Why? I got other songs that I sing all the time, but I wouldn't be able to sing on YouTube because they're rude. They're my rude. I got rude boat songs as well. But I've always done like these songs that I wouldn't be able to do on YouTube, like Tiddly Pum Pum. I'm not telling you the rest because that would be really bad. And my woodpecker song as well. I wouldn't tell you my woodpecker song because, well, it's just wrong. But don't worry about it. All's good. So anyway, advertage for Bookage. Oh, look at Rodders. Look at Nicholas Lyndhurst now. He looks fucked. David Beckham's a bit of a puff, isn't he, for a married man? What's going wrong with puffs?
Martinliedtke's the holy grail of the Great Reset asks if you're awake. If you are, great. If not, he asks you to open your mind and think outside the box you've been stuck in for most of your life. Martin's second book, asks questions about the accepted narrative and probes our historic timeline. But, rather than make statements that cannot be proven, Martin asks intelligent questions. He delves deep into the cavernous lies that have been embedded in your mind as fact. With his experienced eye, Martin prizes open the subjects of art, architecture, war and religion, and many more, while he inquires about mankind's ability to create and build such beauty, while, at the same time, destroy it with such wretched horror. However, rather than doom-laden prophecies, which are a common theme among many books of this nature, Martin's work is different. His work is different in that, the further he probes, the more you begin to question the narrative yourself. Martinliedtke.
Flags will just make countries turn on one another at the time and fight one another in wars. So we won't be one. Okay? That's all. Okay, so there it is. The holy first time you see these two together. This is the two of goodness. Whoa, that's so fucking dramatic. Whoa. That's good, isn't it? So yeah, my first book was a little bit advanced, but I'm sure it did shit them up a little bit because of all of the events that happened not long after its publication. And then my next book is The Questions. Nothing like it's been written before, or none of the things that are said have been said before. So I'm wondering, like, fuck me, they let that out there, but they did. And it's there, but all the trouble since in my life has been fucking off the radar because of these books. I'm sure it's that. Anyway, do a little bit of comedy, I think. Keep you all active for a little minute. I got to go to the kitchen. I got a little... I don't know how long this vlog's going to last, guys. I don't think these streams go for too much longer. But I'm going to share this with you. It was comedy I made for a little bit, maybe a year or two ago, just to keep you entertained for a second while I leave the room. I will be back to show you some more images. This is Timmy and Lucy when they went to visit the expositions or the Will Fair, okay, in New York.
321 calling. What we have here is a
Enjoy. bit of footage from a highly futuristic New York World's Fair 1964. What we find is a couple of all-American teenagers, Lucy and Timmy, that have been let out into the world for the very first time. They actually don't know shit about shit, as you will see. So let's follow the adventures of Lucy and Timmy as they visit the World's Fair. It's quite a mind blow. So first, they have a monorail, which I have always loved. I've always loved monorail. I had one for my 8th birthday, but it got smashed at my birthday party. Unfortunate. So yeah, they have a massive monorail. Here they are. Here they are. Oh, look. I shit him back. All right, sorry about that. Shit, I left the room. So yes, silly sausage people in the past, they get awfully excited about the stupidest shit, but it's more innocent time and I quite like it. So. Look, Timmy, isn't it fantastic? Look, birds. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. Well, yeah, well, we've been locked in Grandma's basement for the last 14 years. Yeah, it was really dark and miserable, wasn't it? It's lovely out here. It's bright and shiny and colourful. Look, look. Oh, this is fantastic. Look, wave at the other people. They're waving back. I didn't see them. It was too quick. Yeah, but we can pretend that we've seen them. Ah, look. Oh my God. It's a fairground. A wheel going round and round. Isn't that fucking hysterical, Timmy? Yeah, it's the funniest thing I ever seen. Oh, wow. Oh, we're coming in. We're coming in. Right, let's go and have a visit. I don't think we should hang around. I think what we should do is definitely push in front of everyone like a couple of hysterical teenagers. Yeah, no, let's not wait. Excuse me, we were first. Out the way, out the way. Excuse me, ginger woman. So, let's run, Timmy. Let's run. Oh, I'm so excited. Actually wetting myself. Yeah, me too. I'm a bit piddly. Oh, wow, look, it's so big. What's happening? Oh, it's a flying thing. I don't know what it is. We've been locked in Granny's basement. Oh, my God, what is that? We're definitely going up that, aren't we, Lucy? Yes, we're going to go up that, Timmy. It's very tall, isn't it? What is that? What is that? Oh, they're balloons. Okay. Oh, candy floss. Doesn't it taste wonderful? Yeah, it tastes really, really nice. Oh, fairground. This is where you can win a goldfish and lose all your money and vomit everywhere. Let's go on the waltzes. Guaranteed. Don't yaw me, Rico. I had to leave the room. Oh, don't you fall asleep? Am I keeping you awake? Don't worry then. I'm going to make you go asleep more. But anyway, it's famous. People like literally iron to me. And they fall asleep to my videos as well. So let's have a bit of music. Oh, we're so cultured here on Flat Earth British. Have you noticed how cultured we are? We love the arts, we love the music, and we hate all that scummy shit. So, circuit board cities, Rome. Let's move on. So the Great Exposition's armaments. They had massive howitzers. Before, like, howitzers were actually a thing, which makes you think about the devastation that they say they were causing with little cannonballs when they had massive howitzers. Well, what? The Phoenix? I talked about that in my last post. I said it was a weapon. Saar, that's Saarland. That's on the border of Germany, Saarland. Ah, interesting. So this always gets me. This mud-flooded building, Paris. Being tarted up. Beautiful colour picture. But look at this on the side here, guys. These buildings. The mud coming down there. Just like literally cutting that building. That building there is level like that, and all this mud is in front of it. So yeah, I've got a picture of this when the scaffold's off as well. It is absolutely beautiful, and it is a real good mud flood. And it looks like that bank that we've seen in Marseille, that muddy bank. So there you are, missing people. The realm devoid of population for a short time. I don't actually know if it's a short time. I don't know what they've done with the calendar. India. Beautiful little Antiquitech park, if you like. And there's a guy he's protecting. He's military, and this is in Russia. Note this building, right? It's got all of these ceramic circles, wires coming off them onto here, and going where? Like literally nowhere else. So I'm thinking that's some sort of free energy thing, but it would be with that. And there again, this U-bend. You see that? Where's the wires? Little ceramics, no wires. So, and there's one there, no wires. We see them all over antiquity. So there's some sort of free energy technology that's no longer here with us. Again, with the U-bends. Look at that beautiful building. I love this picture. A checkerboard floor on the roof there. Smithsonian building, gantries, in case of floods, all the way along. So if the flood water was this high, you could step off there like Venice, there, like Venice. Even that cathedral. They think in advance because they know the reset's imminent and they know it's going to come. So, more Moscow, and then near to the Kremlin. And I'm not sure what's happening with that water feature. But everything looks wrecked. So this bunko booth. Got Antiquitech on in a ladder going up. Sort of in the middle of nowhere, so it's not really selling stuff. But there it is. A little room. Middle of nowhere. There. Well, it's not in the middle of nowhere, but it's protected. In case the horse and cat should ram raid it. Again with the big doors. Huge doors in Christendom. Why is that? Look at this outside the Kremlin. I love this photo. There's no cars at this period. It's horse and cart. Yeah, they got this massive lamppost. It's just crazy. Fasces. Bit by here. Oh, it's mad, that picture. I love it. Just mad. And outside, this building here. Oh, God, it does me in, this one in Moscow. That's just the top. It just goes so deep. That's just the top bit. And that is as well. Besides that tower. And these vast open spaces of just, like, it's not level. You can see it's just falling away. There's no town planning with the streets, that's for sure. Such fine antiquity. Oh, that's a nice picture. If you spot anything that I can't see, because I'm flying through and my eyes are getting a bit like I can't see properly now, let me know. This is beautiful. I love this one. Have you seen this one? So it's again in Moscow, but it's just the top of the building. Just so top heavy. It's just crazy. Where's the rest? See what I mean? Just the top of it. It's beautiful. And there's the Kremlin, which is a bit staff-haughty in places. Wow, these Moscow's a massive city, and they just covered in these massive, beautiful cathedrals. Christ, look at that. What's that bit by there? I've never seen one of them before. But covered in onion domes or gold, and some are ceramic, and some are. A lot of them with conductive properties, resonators. There's another one of them, no wires. And even though it's not the Greco-Romano world, they still got their symbols, and they still got the Greco-Romano arch, which is like a magnet. And it could be demagnetizing you when you've been out on the field or something. Wow, look at that. That is something else. And it's all bright colors as well. There's a tech, isn't it? All these domes swirling. These wires coming off the resonators. Catching that charge as they vibrate in the wind, the ether. So cool. So yeah, they built these massive crystal palaces for expositions of industry. Here's the one, Great Exposition. Lumiere is doing stuff as well. And electric motors, there's a lot of stuff. I've looked and examined these films, and there's a lot of stuff that's just like, what the fuck is that for? You know, like these, see these towers in the background? Well, they're like metal, and they're like basically like some turning as they go up, ever decreasing, and they just look like some sort of Tesla device. Here. So so it's electrical engineering section, but you get these like, why would you have a valve that big? Television's not invented. That's massive. And these things as well, these mini bunko booths. I think all of this it's got to be free energy devices, guys. And they show you anyway what the obelisk's real use was. Light on top, and it's in the electrical department exhibits because it was to do with electricity. These things. So these are bunko booths, look, and they're in electrical exhibits. Can't really go back in time to find out what they did. But I have seen loads of examples. But these things get me. You know, a valve that big. And these, that's the long things we're just looking at in the background. They're them. So they're discs, ever decreasing. Sort of some sort of stacking technology. Screams filtration. I don't know. But electrical. And what are they doing there then? It's like, wow, look at this for a electrical panel. Just crazy stuff. It's amazing, in fact. Amazing. So more Moscow, and we got like ladders going up. They're doing something to the lights, but you got bunko booth, there, and there. That's nice. It's Russia also. So what is running said tram? Anybody? Well, let's have a think about it. It's not steam powered, is it? It's got no horse on it. Any overhead cables? No, not really. Maybe they're not just showing up on this altered film because it's been colorized. Or maybe it's got a free energy motor in it, like this. We've seen examples all over, you know, in our studies of this, of these anomalous motors in these carriages which just go on their own and they're not wired to anything. And we think these are free energy, some sort of free energy propulsion devices. They did have overhead cables for the trams in Russia, so they had electric going overhead. And America's railways. Some American ladies back in the 1800s, they worked hard back in them days. They didn't laze around watching fucking loose women moaning about everything back in them days. So yeah, this railway, they blasted through the mountain. I dig it, right? Must be a tunnel there, maybe. Don't know. Maybe they haven't got that far yet. So that wall there must have been there originally. Because it's old, you see, and so they built that, it got weathered like years old, and then they built a railway on top. No, that was there. An old ancient railway. So I guess they got to blast through that mountainside, maybe. I don't know. More free energy devices. On tops of these. And that one is Moscow again. And these, so there's no horse on this, and no overhead electric cable, so it's not running that way. Yeah, it's still in propulsion, so either it's got a tracking thing like in San Francisco on the rails, or the rails are electrified. Is that safe? I don't know. Probably not. But something's making it go. So it could be some sort of free energy motors we're suspicious of. Loads of examples of trams running on their own steam, if you like. And then U-bends with no wires coming off them all over antiquity. Got to be free energy something. Look at that. No wires on any of them. And you can see the telegraph poles. They're not telegraph poles. And they didn't put them up for the telegraph. This is some of the tech. Energy transference. Look at that. All in some ceramics. But they have got wires because that's telephone. You get ceramics on telephones now. But they're not them. They're not them U-bends. Are they? So it looks a little bit of a start fork going on there. In a street that's got a board to block the mud. And it's all mud flooded. And this looks like a Greco-Roman building. And it looks like it's got duck boards. It has. And wood. Interesting. And they got a bunko booth. Why would that be there either? I don't know. And again, no wires. Beautiful day there. That's that same Star 40 thing we're just looking at, but from this perspective, looking the other way. Interesting. Interesting. And that's just a muddy street, mud flood. Look at that go, guys. Wow. I could show you endless mud flood evidence of Omsk and Tomsk and all of them. Just the best mud flood evidences you'll ever see. Anyway. So that's electrified in Russia, including the boats. So I don't think they had candles on the river like that. That would be fucking really dangerous. So in the 1800s, they're all electrified. Actually, I think that's the canal in St. Petersburg. Looking at that dome, it is. So that is electrified also. So in the 1800s, before all of this, that they say they done all brand new. The electricity is the oldest trick in the book for each generation that passes. Once in a lifetime, when the money's gone. Yeah. Waters above, waters below. And as the days go by. And you may ask yourself, how did I get here? You may wake up one day in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife. And you may ask yourself, how the fuck did this happen? So a bunko booth there on the side of the bridge. And another one of those U-bends with no wires. This is a free energy society. That's a fake photograph of Wright brothers because all that's bullshit narrative. They were dropping bombs like 10 years later in the fucking war. This war. But they got to come back and build pyramids and put Phoenicians on it in America because it's all Freemasonic battlage. And these are anomalous. These are all over the desert. And they are like, how would I describe that? Not a crater. Mole-hilly or something. But they are inexplicable. And we don't know what they are. So, cover yourself up, love. See what I mean? A lot of Phoenician stuff mirror as well. Why do you have a mirror next to your bed? Oh, there's a guy hiding under the bed. Oh dear, you better leg it quick. You're going to get your ex kicked in. He looks a lot bigger than you. The dog's going to give him away. He's barking at him. He's like, fuck off. Fuck off. And she's like, oh dear, oh dear. What tangle webs we weave when we decide to deceive, eh? So, and this is what they did in Germany in J573. It's 500 years ago. Everyone's chowing down, hanging everybody, and everything's blowing up. In Germany, time sucked badly. Ooh, just have a little play with my titties while I'm sat here. See, is that normal behaviour in public? Not really. But there's the Phoenicians for you. Old Father Death with his scythe thinking he's going to shit everyone up. Don't fear the Reaper. Don't fear the Reaper. Again, the church is showing you what go on. He looks like he's not happy. And then civilization always gets fucked up in these images. I've got more. 4 horsemen of apocalypse on a church coming to judge you and fuck you up. So yeah, that's that building I just showed you in Louvain. Okay, and here's a statue of, I don't know, my stomach's rumbling. I need a snack soon. You know what I mean? Twin Towers, all New York, all falling down into the water. And there's like a church below. So just showing you. Canada, Britain's granary. Well, that's nice. So it's not like the biggest country ever. And like Britain is saying, oh, it's just our fucking granary. It's not very nice, is it? It's like Canada's about 10 billion times bigger. And they've got loads of good shit. And they got ganja and stuff. Better. Nations. Let's have a look at more of this weird stuff. So spiraling out. Skeletons. Bank of England. Some kind of building. And a bridge with all getting smashed up and all cars falling out of it like that. What they saying? What they saying? So here's Venice. It's Phoenician Pass. It's not Venice because them hills wouldn't be there. It's somewhere. I don't know. It's Italy. And they got to come and they like greet him and they're like, you got any good shit? He's got a bag of good shit on my boat. All right. Thank you. We got good shit too. Exchange. Good shit exchange over with. Behave if you're in town. Use the key to the city. Don't touch my wife. All the others are all right. Look, they got woolly underpants. Really, do they really need to show the pubes on? And look at their faces. They look like they might be listening to James Blunt. I was trying to think of someone I really fucking can't stand. James Blunt. He's such a cunt. That's why he's called James Blunt. He's a cunt. His sister's all right, though. Yeah? I was going to say definitely do that. What's her name? Emily Blunt. But she's a witch, and she's proper up Hollywood, isn't she? Yeah? She's like proper evil. Listen, Michael, Archangel Michael. Yeah, just fucking battering evil devils and demons. Yeah? I'm going to chase that devil out of Earth. So check that out. And these lot, with their weird sigils in their energy flow machine, so these raw time things, the energies, subtle energies, ether pass through them, and it's affected by their weird geometry. So the Gorgon got her head cut off by Theseus. He was like, got a shit ton doing it. More waves, flood, seahorses. A tidal wave that could drown the whole world. Look at that gold wall. A hard rain is going to fall. So there's some stuff going on in that picture. There's a lot of canoodling and sex stuff going on in these paintings. What's this? What are they doing? Having a bit of cheese. He's having a chill with his pipe. Some things don't change. The fashion stinks, though, doesn't it? This is in London. Not sure where. The arcade is Brick Lane, somewhere around by that area. And it's full of Phoenicians. Trying to remember where it is. Around that area, anyway, I've seen it. And is this what they would call? Well, I'm guessing they would say maybe double helix. I don't know. What is this? Is this like an atomic structure thing that you used to do with marbles and sticks to do neutrons and protons models when you were a kid? Maybe you didn't do that. Look at this. Mudflood. Or not. I think that's safe to assume that this place is seriously muddy. In fact, that wouldn't you say? Because it's not proper muddy. I think I made a good effort to like solidify all that we've discovered, that not everybody is actually knows. Everyone should know this stuff, actually. Some people would deny it, you know, people who are pushing the official government narrative, truthers and stuff. That's weird. I can't get my head around that. So as the time is 5 past 4. The comet may hit. Nice star for it. There's a message in that, no doubt about it. And more Antiquitech devices. Or plans for temple devices. Oh, let's have a little look at that again. Is that screaming banshee bird? Ah! That one. Don't be the most annoying person in the world. It's like 20 to 1 my end, guys. I'm going nearly 6 hours. I don't think my brain can work much longer. Blunt does rhyme with cunt. I know. So, yeah, that Emily Blunt's alright though. I don't mind her. She's alright. She's better at them though, isn't she? I probably wouldn't talk to her, and she probably wouldn't talk to me either. So yeah, doing one of his weird pictures, 1513 there, of death, saying, "You sure you've given this much thought? You know what's going to happen, don't you? Time is running out after all, and let's be honest, you've been pretty lucky as a knight so far." Oh, look, she looks right. Guess what's in here? No, really. Guess what's in this jug? 10 points, 2 can guess. She's beautifully turned out though, isn't she? What's this? She's lifting a frock. Wow, that's so weird. Trippy. So, Westinghouse Electrical Manufacturing Tesla polyphase systems were pushed in the Westinghouse Electrical Manufacturing section of the Columbian Exposition. And this is all like electrical technology. I'd love to walk in end time travel. Oh, God, would I? So, yeah, all that gold going on. Nice organite necklace. Chosen gems and that. Same things as now with the beads as well. So you know about charging their jewellery and organite stuff, you know. So you see him a lot. He's a miserable little bastard. Fucking, who does he remind you of? That kid out of Little Britain. Actor. I don't know. Not Little Britain. Made in Britain, I think, with the skinheads. You probably haven't seen in America. British people know about that. Woody. Fuck me, this is a load of Masonic fuckery. Again with the peacock. So Masons always have peacock. In the name of God and St. John the Baptist, to the glory of the grand architect of the universe. Yeah, Masons definitely. G. Gravity. God. Golly gosh. Give us a donation. Here's, again, Mirror, Leaf, which I've shown you many times. And she's riding on one of those Jesus balls as well. As you do. Oh, look, Nazis. Nazi German cross. Law. I will step on your chest, bitch. Blindfold. Blindfold. All these people here looks deeply fucked. Well, I'll show you my breast and I'll dish out the law. Okay. Judge, jury, and executioner. Equality, liberty, and fraternity, is it? Oh, jolly good. So that's the Masonic thing going down. Jockin and Bois up to the top of the mountain for the knowledge to find out when you get to the top of there, choose human potential. We are the manifestors and gods of this universe. And history's a lie, the earth's flat, and all the other bullshit is just bullshit, and that's the end of it. So Noah's gone into the ark to survive the flood, but the ark in this, basically, bas relief, is a pyramid. It's a pyramid, not an ark. But you do get in the corner is some worm creature coming out of Portal, which always freaks me out. I can't really get my head around that. But yeah, I've covered that in the past. If you look into Character Tartaria channel, Noah and the pyramid. Wow, that's the same picture. Spooky though. Wonder what she's thinking. Oh, that's an interesting thing, isn't it? Yeah, it is an interesting thing. Do you like Flatearth British? You do interesting stuff, Matt. You get people thinking. So what's this? Dead. Stand on a dead guy. Scorpion. Offer the dead skeleton with a shotgun. Money. So you don't get killed. Double killed. Double dead. That would be stupid. I don't know, guys. It's just really weird antiquity. And here's plagues. The plague stayed. It was an angel flew over with its sword, and everyone got like plagued and died. So I think there's a message in there somewhere. Paris Underground being dug. Shown this before, but it's an excellent image. They're supposed to have dug this out, but it looks really old. And they're digging the mud out of it, so it's there already. And they're pulling these concrete sidings out because it was there already. And there's like courses running there. And I would say they were taking the mud out and the thing is there. You wouldn't lay the concrete thing and then dig the mud out after, because that makes zero fucking sense. 1906, reclaiming the underground system in Paris, avoiding the catacombs because they're everywhere. So this is in Chicago, 1893. Got burnt down in the Chicago Expositions fire that destroyed the fairground. These can carry 1,000 people plus on there. Biggest Ferris wheel you can ever imagine. Size of railway cars. They got one there now in the harbour region. But it's like 10% of the size or something. So Lindsay, if you had chat, you was telling me about, we were discussing that big wheel. So this is a Hieronymus Boschy type picture, but not really. Let's have a look what's going on. He's smacking his head on a wall, saying, I had a fucking guts full. Kid, this pig's puking up because he's drunk. Oh, this is what happens. Yeah, everything's just gone to shit. Let's have a look. Oh my God, I'm strangling this ugly little bastard. So she's strangling a demon. What's going on in there? She's sniffing a bone. Oh, he's eating a bone. Oh, there's a knight turned up, and he's going to put a thing around the cat. He's falling in love with that cat. Bunko Booths, what's going on? Jesus, what is that? And what is that? Right, he's going to get a shave off. Somebody dressed as a devil. That's probably trustworthy. Music going all the time. Got guards. Oh, antiquities blowing up in the background. Oh, look at this naked thing in the background. Giant. Going, trying to scare you. Naked. It would, wouldn't it? I love this song. I'm proper addicted to piano music. I want to listen to it. Not really. So this is an old map. I don't know what that thing is there. Sort of a chimney of some sort, but it's massive compared to the town. And it's pretty, like, what the fuck is it for antiquity, wouldn't you say? Well, the cannons are firing at it. Whatever it is, it's big. Size of a castle. Antiquatek. Antiqua boats, which we've shown thousands of. I can't even believe the amount. I was just trying to think, like, last night. Oh, look at that nice pyramid. How many images I've shown on Flat Earth British. I literally thousands of videos all these years, and I literally go for hours and show thousands of images each vlog. Man, oh man, oh man. I've shown so much. Look at that for a Star Fort. It's got steam tech and all of that happening. Pretty advanced stuff for antiquity, wouldn't you say? That's Camp Frank. It's not there no more. Well, it is, but it's a ruin, and it was a big, longest building in France, or one of them in the world, and it was a railway station. Sodium in water. Thermal imagery. Pretty funky, eh? Yeah, we show all sorts on Flat Earth British. We got a lot of different interests. Did she really produce a lightning bolt between her fingers? I think so. I think so, definitely. So again in Paris, the underground going down, the same thing going on. It looks like there's a load of shit already there. Concrete wall there. Disagree with that? What's that doing there? Under the sea, just saying. Star Fort here has got a massive church in the middle. Stars, trees, and a town. Star Fortage. And this thing here, this is interesting. This is in an old book as well. And this thing on the top of the tower with a wheel on it. Whatever could that be in antiquity? I don't know. How many mind blows can you take in one vlog anyway? This could be like literally the best vlog that ever was for mind blows. Like, yeah, you don't want to be stepping on dogs' heads in front of me, mate. And I had a sort of, was it a dream? Might have been a dream. I was fighting a cat with spots. What are they called? No, it might be just a weird fantasy. But I was fighting a lion, and I fucked it up as well. So that looks like pistons. That's like the most technical thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And that's supposed to be a Star Fort that's built in like whenever they say 1516s. Do you believe that? There's some crazy shit going on that we don't understand in the past. But one thing I can tell you is it's super technological. And with the fractal geometry and that, it's dealing with the resonance science, magnetics, and all this electric universe here. So these are German speakers, huge loudspeakers, which they were going to use in the trenches, usually on the front line. But they found that it would make their own soldiers shit themselves. But if they directionalized it right, they could cause all sorts of carnage in the enemy lines with these giant speakers. So they did try that. They do it now anyway. Meltage. Phoenicians. Got a python thing going on there. A cobra, excuse me. Don't know what that is. This looks all melted and fucked up. But yeah, some sort of water feature possibly. And the rest is just melted. Part of it in the past. So that foot I mentioned 4 or 5 hours ago in Rome was next to this, which is a giant hand in the same piazza in Rome. I'm wondering if it's part of the same statue from antiquity. And what a giant hand, and it's so lifelike as well, isn't it? Maybe it was a giant. Ah, we love this statue, don't we? I think it's in Bologna. And she's got see-through top on, and all the rest. And you guess your favourite juggage there. I wonder if that turns on top. Looks like my swivel. And look at that. Which maybe 5 years ago now I proved that we're made of porcelain in China. So giving a suggestion of some sort of superconductive abilities. This is all mud. And wrecked classical world. Ancient stone floor in Rome. They say made by cats or what have you. And bits of Rome just laying around, classical world. Okay. London. Necropolis Cemetery. They had so many dead, they had to ship them all out, and they had their own railway station to do so. And Necropolis Station. And it would take people out of London who are all dying with, guess what? Well, they say cholera, don't they? Plague. Nice gates. So that is morbid, to say the least. And these things as well, cisterns, these are resonating, they say they're Roman sort of musical instruments, but it shows that they vibrate and that they are some sort of technology. In fact, all of this stuff is that they use. All about the music as well, vibration. You see a lot of trumpets, a lot of drums. I love this photo of the old world. Oh, what can she think, you know, innocent little Brian. The old world there, doors. Going proper deep, probably. Top of the arch, innit? Anyone still here? Check out revolving jails. Yeah, it could be. So, yeah, the buildings built on the same structure as the human body. They tried to in the past. I don't think this is Jewish, I'm not sure. But look, so they got the lungs of the building. The brains of the building, looks like a robot on top, see? And then they got the stomach, which is the water fountains and all of that. And the waste bit at the bottom, which is the poo and the pee. So they based this house, on the functions of the human body. I wonder if they did it all in old times. So yeah, check this pyramid out. Phoenicians, massive pyramid with, I guess, Phoenician. Looks Aramaic. On the side of the pyramid, and all giants just sat on there because they were giants. Human is thought to be, there's human. They say it's a derogative term, and this is what it looks like in its demonic form. And they call us humans, so they're calling us like basically a butt fuck ugly demon, is what they're saying. You are. So you can fuck off with all that. Again with the Phoenicians, in a hieroglyphic book, and these exist now. St. Petersburg, these totems with ships in them, they're all over. I even got them in my own city, outside the city hall. So keep calm, watch Flat Earth British is good advice. I'm going to have to stop talking soon because I'm not actually feeling that well right now. Nah, I'm good. I'm just getting tired. So that's mudflood in Mexico, and it really looks like that. It comes down the hill like we talk about, and it literally covers all the buildings so high and stuff. So I got 2,500 images in this one file alone. I could just keep going through, couldn't I? And it's all mind-blowing stuff. Stuff we've found for years. Look at it all. Just technologies of star thoughts. Steam. Hydraulics. Some of the systems they used. Look at that. One can only guess their original purpose, but these look like whistles, giant whistles. Why would they have giant whistles? Call you in for feeding. Or to feed them Mordor. Like in the time machine. So that's got some sort of mechanical propulsion. That looks like computer circuitry, and that does, all of that does, all of that. Okay, hydraulics for shipping boats, dredgers. They had hydraulic dredgers then. And more of the destruction of that great exposition in San Francisco that they wrecked. It looks fake. This looks fake. It looks like it's all made of plasterboard, but in the pictures it looks dirty and old and looks very much like stone. So, I don't know. The computer keeps going off. I'm getting tired. We're coming up to 1 o'clock. That is nearly fucking 6 hours. I'm sure that this computer is going to go off soon. So before it does, I'm going to come and give you all a shoutage. Okay, let me just show you. Oh, excuse me. The amount of stuff that is in here. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Electrified expositions. Stunning. I love that photo. Oh, just show you the Phoenicians there with their ear goggles on. Some sort of tech. God, that makes stomach. I need something to eat. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at Portland, Oregon. Proper Tartarian buildings in Portland. Love that mountain in the background. What mountain is that? Outside of Portland? It's not Mount Shasta. What is it? Mount what? So on this side, September the 5th, 1782, nothing happened. No shit. So that's what they want to do as part of their agenda, is when they burn California out, they're going to put a super highway through and super high-speed rail network, which will actually link up with Russia, because I don't think they're actually different sizes and never have been. I think everyone's all in it together, is what I think. So all of these images are just mind-blowing, aren't they? Can you see that? All of them tell a story. I could go through these for hours, couldn't I? But alas, I am just one man. The Lone Ranger. Make Tartaria great again. The ideals of Tartaria, I think, are a beautiful thing, because they talk about freedom of the mind. Freedom of everything in this realm is what the Tartarian ideals, the way they had it, the golden era. Okay. So I'm going with that. Tartaria is a beautiful thing, I think. And all of this is. So let me give you a few shouts. Let me knock that fucking music off. Oh, shit. Okay. Better not. Oh. So 399 overall watching. And on my Tartarian channel, I got 53 watching on my Tartarian channel. And I can't really find... Oh, there I am. No, I can't find you on my other channel now. Bollocks. Excuse me. Refresh. Shoutage to Samir Wattage. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for popping by. So, idea tonight was a flaterthon to raise funds to keep me out of deep trouble and keep a roof over my head. So, if you have got any money or any stuff that you want to contribute, do that. I'm super grateful. That is just doing my head in. Where does it go? That way? That way? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's ridiculous. Brunsman, thanks for blowing my mind today. Yeah, I never expected that. I knew you'd all think that. It's just not... We don't have boring old days on Flat Earth British, guys. You know that. And if I am cranking up and I'm telling you that I'm going to be coming with juice, trust me, I'm coming with fucking juice. And I do not bullshit. You know that. You've been watching me for years. Dreams come true. Fact. Is that so? Cool. I met a wicked woman in a fucking dream the other night. Sorry, Alex Boyd. No, I'm not. Gaffica, the Sea Eagle. It's not all about winning. Dave. Love you, my brother. Enrique. Screw Sniper. You were the epicest moderator in human history. Not that we do get much trouble. Donald. I think I banned about 5,000 trolls. That should be all for a couple of months. DJ. Kerry, good to see you. Dennis, my brother. Truth Seeker in Oz. They're doing the same in Australia. They burned and flooded the East Coast. No shit, mate. That's so true. Mactron, Doug uncovered all of that about Australia. We have check out the Celtic Tartarian channel anyway. Okay, you can find out. Like I said, 2,000 videos of all of this stuff. It's not just on this channel. I've been doing this years. Holy shit, that was extraordinarily beautiful, Martin. All lit up. Well, I'm glad I affected you. And I hope that I did sort of squeeze some emotions out of you guys this evening and some feelings of love, some feelings of emotion, of love. And, you know, some of them harrowing things, which makes you really think about how fucked up this fucking realm is. So, hey, Glyn, what's happening? Glyn Watkins, another Welshman. Bore da, Glyn. See you. Safely Home Loans. He's got a suit on. Hello from LA. Good to see you. Safe Home Loans. We get all walks of life. We love them all the same. People got to do stuff to live, haven't they? And if they're doing, like, you know, that sort of stuff, that's it. Right, folks, they vote. Alva Billy, Max Strum, you would moan if your father left you a business that did that, would you? You'd say, oh, I fucking do that shit. I'll get someone else to do it. Thank you, man. Very kind. So hydraulic dredges simply impressed me. Yeah, it is quite mad. All of that book I got is just mad. I could show you all of that like later, some later stage, guys. But like I said, I need something in my stomach. It's been 6 hours here now, and I've only had like a snack today. I've had a sandwich. I said, of a Billy, of a dream, not a dream, dear. JC had a t-shirt. Good to see you, John. Who else we got? Anybody who's in like lurkage in? No, I would make the effort if you want to shout on Flat Earth British. Just get in chat right now. Okay, this is like not my longest. I did a 12-hour vlog about a year ago, but that was not a Flaterthon. A Flaterthon is different. Mike, can't wait to go back and watch the beginning. Oh, the good beginning bit was really good. It's some magic, amazing pictures. You've never seen any of them before. It's all juicy, juicy. A lot of fucking hard collecting through the night, that was. LT, good to see you. Great show. Good. 555 likes. Yeah, make sure to like me. Make sure to like my video. And make sure to share this out if you've got any ability to. And donate anything. If it's $1. I have 10,000 people watching this video. If anyone give me like 25 fucking cents, it'd be the end of my worries for the next couple of fucking years. But that can't happen. And yeah, I'm like, this is supposed to be this like really, really fucking famous truther, aren't I? It's just spooky and it's weird. I don't know what's going on. So do that. Contribute. And I will give you loads and loads more juice and not have to fuck off and do matrixy things. That juice was delicious. See, this guy knows Martin delivers. S. In Florida land. I bet that's lovely there, isn't it? Florida Keys. Miami Vice. Cold pressed. Indeed, Gaffica. I noticed that. Donald. Yeah, some good science going on there they had in the old days. A lot of stuff that you really didn't know they had. Best vlog ever, totally epic. Yeah, okay then. We'll go for that. It was the greatest vlog ever today. Tribute. Maybe. It was the greatest vlog in the world. It was the greatest vlog in the world. Don't break out into song this time of night. I got neighbours anyway. I got fuck off. I need food. I need to drink. Samir, I shouted you, my bruv. Right, make sure if you're lurking to shout now. I'll give you a shout before we go. Opera Canat City. Canat City. Denise, hi, lovely. Double flat thumbs to infinity. Thrice, Denise. With bells on forever. It's a long time. Bugman. You're probably wondering how I can talk for so long. I don't know, guys. I probably won't talk for a couple of days now. Probably have a banging headache tomorrow. Who knows? Probably be perfectly fine. But I run everything. Enjoyable time. Did you laugh at anything? Probably. Reinald, I tried to keep it clean today and stay away from too many jokes. You are a juicy juicer producer. Master of disaster juicer. Master of disaster juicer. Producer of juicer. Try saying that. The Ting Shiny. Your picture sessions are truly wonderful. Thank you, Ting. They're the Ting. The Ting Tings. They're good, aren't they? She's all right. Shady Eyes. We love you, Ryan. They are lovely people, Ryan. Feel it from here. Anyway, enjoyed that. That was real good fun, but I have to go now because my head would explode and that would not be good for YouTube viewing. It might do. It might go viral. No, I won't explode my head. So I got nothing to drink. So make sure to share. Make sure to please donate. I hate to ask, and I won't again much, but I gotta sort this out. I'm fucking gone off YouTube, and I don't want to. So made you all promise like a week ago that I wouldn't go, but they're making it really fucking difficult. JCK photo. Yeah. How did that slip in there, Bob? I don't know. Probably when I was going to go on a show. I was going to go on a show a little while. She's always hanging out talking about Tartaria. I should grab her on you. She said she would come over, JC. She's a bit of a love. I think we'll get her over here and kidnap her and talk to her sense. I will talk to her for hours and hours. Brian, it's because you are a Welshman, Martin. We can talk. We can sing. We can talk. We can dance. We got good rhythm as Welsh. We can strut our funky stuff like you wouldn't believe. Most at all didn't blow my Brian. Mostly at all that didn't blow my Brian. Oh well, Mark, we'll find something more to blow your Brian then if that was unsatisfactory. You probably knew a lot of that anyway. Not because you did. Awesome, thank you, Missy. I'm happy if you are. Pushkin Castle. There's bound to be something good in there, wasn't it? 6 hours and it was all shit. I don't know. Alex, what do you think, lovely? Hello, darling. Just arrived at 1:08. Watch from the beginning. Just arrived. It's a bit late, isn't it? Start my vloggage. I've got to go. I've been on since 7 o'clock this evening, and it's already tomorrow. We don't hug, we cutch. I told them all, they all know the Welsh stuff. I got everyone speaking fucking Welsh in the world, Glyn. I wouldn't fucking worry about that, mate. Cutch is definitely on there. Boroda, Cymru Bath, all them things, them juicy things. So, it's Brian saying one love. Oh. We're supposed to have a heat wave come in, I hope. So there's JC, yeah, JC Juicy Channel. She's got a fuck ton of subscribers as well. So get her on, yeah. Yeah, she's nice. We'll have it on you. JT, Wokuli, and Ray, Mudflood. Send me an email. Come on the channel anytime, mate. Top stuff. Wow, Lillian Sampson. You're beautiful. Woken early from Texas to you, Martin. Love the light. You're awesome. Thank you. I get all these nice things said to me. It's really lovely. She could see you and say, oh, I say nice things anyway. Love you all. I gotta go. I'm feeling fucked. So that wasn't bad. I managed to survive. Stay talking, because basically, if you're live on YouTube, one thing you must never have is airtime. Nothing being said. That's shit. Nobody wants that. Okay, airtime. Okay. So Earth's flat. History's a lie. And we are so much more. Good, isn't it? All right, see you soon. Make sure to do all those juicy things I mentioned 100 times.